Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a scene that will look rather different to anyone who locked into our stream yesterday. This is, regardless, RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships here in Freixidas in Portugal, presented by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, arranging this event, and of which we are the official media partners of. My name's Adam Johnson. I'm alongside James Parry and Frank McKinney. We're bringing you a whole day of action today. It is all about the finals today. It is all racing. Qualifying was concluded yesterday. 1 day's worth of action. And it's all about the lower finals today. It's all about getting things right. And the first thing to talk about is what you can probably see on the screen in front of you. Now, the weather conditions that greeted us this morning are very, very different from where we left yesterday. We spent most of yesterday in the basking sunshine. Not today, though. Not so far. It's a scene of heavy, heavy fog and mist in the air. It's come down from the mountains. And there's a lot of moisture in the air today. I'm told that the track, which was very, very dry and abrasive and breaking up yesterday, you can see the damage and abuse that the surface has taken. At the same time, today, it was swept profusely at the end of proceedings last night to bring the gravel and loose material back out into the middle of the track. It's now also very damp underfoot and under tyres, so that presents a whole new ball game for everyone who tackles the track. And bearing in mind, these guys heading out right now for the first of the lower finals, which is the 164th Final A, will not have been on this track since about 3-4 o'clock yesterday. So it's a very, very different scenario and a different track that greets these guys. And considering of the 12 car fields, 4 transfer up into the next round, there's a lot of pressure on these guys to perform and to get it right. So qualifying, it transpires, could have been more important than ever. But at the same time, if you're lower down the field than you wanted to be, then don't worry. Any nerves you have about tackling this surface will probably be allayed by the fact that your rivals up in front are having the exact same problem as you. It's a very interesting track here. It's a very technical circuit. A lot of jumps. There is no room for error here. No room for a break of any kind. There's only straights to pause on. They're mostly filled with jumps. That's what we love so much about off-road buggy RC racing. And it'll be interesting to see the difference. If there is any difference in lap times today, or any difference in terms of the overall pace of the performers and the runners out there. So, shall we have a? We'll have a look. Oh, look at the granite hairpin. That is going to be even more treacherous than normal. That had no grip on it in the dry weather yesterday. Today, this morning, it's going to be very, 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 very interesting. So let's have a quick look then at the starting grid for this first. This will be the 164th Final A, and it is led off by 2 of the home favourites, Pedro Gomez and Marco Pereira Neves. Nathan Ledouis is 3rd, 4th is Hugo Prata, and then Sergio Lamas is 5th and will start as one of the first guys looking in. 15 cars per final here, and 4 transfer up. Eusebio Parente, Ido Tomás, Julio Garcia Pras, Rui Oliveira, Patrick Poillet, Sergio Diniz, Carlos Nogueiras, Sergio Gomez, Marcos Geneves, and Miguel Coelho. Completely starting lineup for the first of today's action. We're getting underway early and kicking it off good style. The visibility is already clearing a little bit. The visibility is already clearing a little bit as to where it was when we first got here this morning. So these guys should have no problems at all. It'll be what lays beneath them that'll be their biggest problem. Here we go. Starters orders then. Let's get race day Sunday underway. Away they go. It's a smooth start from the top 2. And 4th place to get there. The 3rd spins off. That's Ledouis that spins off, coming out of the first turn, and then the TKR triples has caught everyone out. Cars 13 and 14, Gomez and Neves having all sorts of trouble. But it's the top two that looks to have made the smoothest start. Although Prata has moved up into second now. It's going to take a lap or two to settle out because everyone is going to have a mistake or two in the first few rounds. These heats, semi-finals, or lower finals I should say, 20 minutes each. Until we get down later on in the day. Well, all of the finals are 20 minutes except for the main final later on, that's 45. But for now it's 20 minutes, and after the first lap it's Gomez, Prata, Pereira Neves in second, and Sergio Lamas, who we were talking about, first of the guys on the outside looking in. He's now the last of the guys on the inside, not looking back. He's in the last of the transfer spots. He's car 5, the white and blue car. And just behind him, trying to reclaim that position that he lost early on, is Nathan Ledruise. He's now under pressure himself. These guys behind him already a little bit of a 6-car breakaway. We've had a couple of mistakes for the top two though. And suddenly that's changed the complication of the race now. Now it is, as they all come through the granite hairpin. Suddenly, Gomez has got a huge lead. Ledruise up to second. It's Lamas third. And fourth now is Ledruise. And second is Sergio Lamas. And it's Marco Pereira Neves in car 2, who's now 4th. And there's that little group there. They're all three of them together. That's second, third, fourth. They're just coming down off the tabletop now. Now down the back straight. The three of them there. But all of them having problems at the end of the straight. All of them coming a cropper on that tabletop there. They're just not getting enough speed. And lap by lap, the transfer spots are changing. That's the first time I've seen that. A car went end over front over end in the granite hairpin. I told you that thing would be treacherous today. Certainly proving to be. So then, after a few minutes into this first session, it's Gomez, Lamas, Ledruise and Pereira Neves. That is literally changing lap by lap. Lamas has now made the pass to the lead, but there's all sorts of trouble down here again. No one seems to be able to do jumps this morning, which is very strange considering these are buggy RC races. I'm pretty sure they were able to yesterday. These conditions catching everyone out this morning. Collisions, contacts, very scrappy so far. It has to be said. So as they come across the line this time, top 3 have sort of broken away, but it's now car 9, Rui Oliveira, the yellow and blue car, that has moved up into 4th spot and has a pretty handy advantage over Marco Pereira Neves. And those top positions have been changing lap after lap, but Pedro Gomez is trying to give this field a goodbye look. He's largely out on his own, and to be honest with you, just driving a clean race, and not particularly fast one, will be enough to keep him well in contention here. As the car's actually completely cut the course there, and he's now doing some break dancing. This is all, I don't think many people down in the pits have had their morning shot of espresso yet. Or maybe they have, and it's having too much of an effect. But we watch here as Oliveira continues on. He is the 4th spot driver, and Marco Pereira Neves is very scrappy at the moment. You can just tell you just off shot, or actually on the camera there, just saw for a brief moment, he flipped. He's having tagged by one of the other cars. It's all going horribly wrong here. All going to hell in a handcart, but Oliveira is actually now, he actually now enjoys quite a bit of breathing space over 5th spot, which would be Vito Tomà now. And he's actually closing in, or he was. Yeah, now he's not going to have much breathing room. He was closing in on about the 3rd. Now he's coming under pressure from Vito Tomà. So this is one of those races, you know, as scrappy and as perhaps lower quality in cases are these lower finals. They're very entertaining simply because no one's assured of their positions. You think they've got the race under wraps. But just as I say that, the leader Pedro Gomez has had an issue, and then the man who's taken the lead off him immediately has an issue 2 jumps later. This is ridiculous. So Rui Oliveira still scoring 4th at the moment. We'll keep you posted on that. But Pedro Gomez is enjoying a fairly decent advantage. Yeah, the waters are now being muddied by the fact they're dealing with lap traffic as well, so that's also causing more of an issue. But we continue to follow Oliveira, who is still 4th. I did wonder if he'd lost the position in amongst... Oh, he might lose it now. He is going to lose it now. Vito Tomà goes past. We've seen a lot of people make that mistake, just try and cut that corner a little bit too tight. But now Vitor Tomar goes off. They're side by side for the transfer spot briefly. Oliveira gets it back. It's going to be those early few rounds of finals. It's going to be this way as Oliveira now makes a mistake, struggling to rejoin. He gets back. He tries to jump back up the inside on rejoining the track. So Tomar is now your fourth place driver in car 7, the green and orange car. And I tell you what, these drivers are just being too tentative with that second jump down the back straight. They need to double it. They're not. The stronger drivers out there, our leader Gomez, I can tell you, is doubling those jumps on the back straight. Those guys are being too tentative, and it's actually causing them to make mistakes and hit the tabletop at the wrong angle. So Vitor Tomar has actually closed in a little bit on Sergio Lamas, who's had some issues, but Oliveira is now in danger of actually fading back from the transfer spot. Let's follow Tomar, the green and orange car, who is your fourth place car, but he is actually trying to make a move for third here on Sergio Lamas. The way this race has gone, you don't really count anything out, although Gomez is enjoying he's enjoying a 9-second lead at the moment, so he is fairly secure to be the first of our drivers to transfer up. Oh, we've had a battle for the transfer spot. It's back on now. It is back on again. They're side by side down the main straight. Oliveira looking to take the spot back from... Oh, and they contact in the middle of the air over the TKR triples. Oliveira recovers quickest. Could that decide the transfer spot, the final transfer spot? We're battling hard down the main straight. That's how quickly it can change in the blink of an eye. Just at the moment, it looked like Tomar was pulling away a little bit. Oliveira comes shooting straight back into it. And now it's Oliveira back to 4. Some of the guys at the top end there are having to deal with some traffic. That's car 14, which is Marco J. Neves. He's not involved in this. He's a non-factor, although this is a big factor. Oliveira flips at the end of the back straight and flips again, but takes the number 2 car with him, and it's like pirouetting. It's like Strictly Come Dancing down there on the granite hairpin. This car's twirling all over the place. Oh, and some contact now. That's really ruining Vitor Tomar's race. Car 14 is getting in the way a little bit, but now car 2 is upside down. And that was Marco Pereira Neves, who I believe was in the top 4 transfer spots. He was scored 4th across the line last time, and I think he may now actually be on the outside looking in. There's real drama here. This transfer spot's changing almost lap by lap here. So now it is Oliveira making his way down the back straight. One of those guys just being too tentative. Oh, and a big flip for Tomar at the end of the back straight. And a flip for Pereira Neves. This car's just ricocheting off all over the place. Absolute bedlam to start this finals day. Where on earth is Pereira Neves going at the granite hairpin? I have no idea. But what we do know for certain is that Rui Oliveira is now your 4th place driver again. He's lost it and regained it, lost it and regained it again, then lost it and then regained it yet again. He's had a hard time keeping hold of it. See if he makes a better fist of it this time. Well, cutting the course is not going to do him any favours. I can tell you that as much. Oliveira is your 4th place car. You've got to just be confident. Go on. Oh, no, just not got the run. So he has to single the second jump. Who was that coming up behind him? It wasn't Tomar, who still scored as his 5th place car, so he's okay. He can be a little bit conservative if he has to be. Well, Oliveira's in the pits though. Oliveira is in the pits, and it's 9 minutes in, so that's around the pit window. It's fine, he fuels up, he gets going. And I believe it's one of the first of our pit stops for the day. And, well, first of the pit stops for this race and for the day. Oliveira runs wide there. Tomar is not far behind. These guys are still disputing positions though, so the scores. Oh, Tomar flips though. Tomar just can't seem to keep the thing on the road for long enough to threaten those positions. He's going to have to rely on some mistakes from those in front of him to progress. More mistakes than him, I should say. Oliveira will continue to keep pace on. He is the de facto 4th place car. He was when he pitted. He was scored 3rd actually when he pitted. So Lamas now 4th. Eusebio Parente is now 4th. That's car 6. But Oliveira is scored 5th and should take 4th back once Eusebio Parente makes the pit stop. These guys will. The rough average for these races is 1 pit stop for the 20-minute races. You go about 10 minutes on a tank of fuel. Maybe 11 if you want to, but there's not really much point stretching it out beyond that. You may as well split it half and half. For the 45-minute main final, that's where we may see some more strategy come into play, but in the past, trying to save enough fuel to skip a pit stop has normally cost you too much time to still be competitive. So we'll see how that plays out later on in our main final, coming up at 4:30 local time here in Portugal. That's 5:30, I think, Central European time. It's also 4:30 UK time as well, so if you're watching in the UK, that's when your main final is. And will any of the drivers from this final make it there? It's very unlikely. We have seen some pretty incredible things. Whoever makes it through this round will have to make it through a further 5 rounds of bump ups and transfers to make it to the main final. Oh! And Oliveira, you're not going to help yourself with mistakes like that. He is back up to 4th. Eusebio Parente has pitted. So Oliveira is back up into 4th spot. And he's got Julio Garcia Perez chasing him down now. He's about 5 seconds down the road. I'll keep an eye on him whilst we watch Oliveira's progress. Oliveira is largely untroubled at the moment. He's a long way back from 3rd, which is Sergio Lamas. But he is a significant distance away from 5th spot, which is Julio Garcia Perez in car 8. So actually, Frank, if we drop back 1 car, we'll show you the illustration. The white and blue car, car 8, that's the 5th place car. That's Julio Garcia Perez. And just behind him, actually, Eusebio Parente. So what we're seeing here is the battle for 5th, which, yeah, it's a battle for position, but neither guy wants to be battling for it. And in fact, Parente goes through there. It almost looked like Garcia Perez didn't so much allow him through, but maybe realised there was a fast car coming up behind. But now they're dealing with traffic, so they're wheel to wheel. Wheel banging in the granite hairpin. Round the final corner they go. Down the main straight. This is a good battle for position. The only problem is it's not the position either of them want. And really, we know race drivers are race drivers. They're bullish. They want every position for themselves. It's very hard to tell them to calm down and think fairly rationally. But the logical option here would be for both guys to try and focus on their own races and chase down Parente, but obviously, or Oliveira, I should say, 4th spot. But obviously, both of them feel like they've got the pace and probably feel like the other's holding them up. But Parente has actually closed in now on Oliveira, especially now Oliveira's made another mistake. He's not enjoying the end of the back straight, is he? That second pair of jumps with the tabletop. You can see it on your screens right now. Right behind Parente is Garcia Neves in 6th spot. So the battle for 4th is closed up again. Big dive bomb there from Garcia Perez, and a big flip there onto completely the wrong part of the track. He recovers, gets back onto where he was, but that's not going to help him at all. He actually disrupted Garcia Perez's run briefly there. So Pereira Neves, who made mistakes earlier, dropped him out of the top 4 that he qualified in, now trying to come back. And there's some lap traffic that cannot stay on its wheels around there. But here's the battle for 4th spot. It's Oliveira versus Parente. This is close. Now down the back straight. This is where Oliveira struggled. They're both singling that second pair of jumps, which is probably the smart move if your opponent is doing that. But Oliveira goes very wide. Big slide there. And this is going to be a battle royal with 6.5 minutes to go in this first lower final of the day. Oliveira takes the wide line through there. Parente tries to go tight, but actually lose some speed. That was Pereira Neves trying to make a dive bomb out of nowhere, coming out of nowhere as well. He's not able to do so. We follow this 4th place battle with interest. This is getting really, really interesting, and I can tell you the sun is starting to come through. The mist is starting to clear, and the sun is slowly starting to poke through. This shouldn't change the conditions too much at the track for this one, but it will change things for the finals to come up. So Oliveira now has a little bit of breathing room. It's not much, but it'll do. He confidently takes the TKR triples in one go. The middle left section. Eusebio Parente is still trying to recover that time. And looked like he was in the battle for a moment, but it looks like that's gone away. But Oliveira has not been too consistent in this race. So Parente just needs to try and keep it going in a straight line. At this point in the morning, he who makes the least mistakes will be the one who progresses. I should remind you, by the way, that Pedro Gomez is in a world of his own at the moment. He is 16 seconds up the road from Nathan Madrid in 2nd. Sergio Lamas is 3rd, and is 8 seconds up the road from Oliveira. So your top 3 are pretty secure right now. They'd have to mess up pretty badly to throw this one away. So your transfer spots with 5 minutes to go: Gomez, Lacui, Lamas, and Oliveira. Oliveira is the man we're watching right now. and he's working hard to preserve his position. He should do so. He's got a nice little gap on Priente. He's just got to be calm. There's no need to push the car too hard. At the moment in time, at this point of the day, right at the lower end of the finals, it's just about being cleaner and smoother than the guys behind you and the guys around you. With the cars throwing a bit of a curveball, and that's a flame out. I can just tell you, Vitor Tomar, who's in contention for the transfer spot earlier, has apparently flamed out. Seems to be out of the race. That's a real shame. He was in contention earlier, but that's definitely been taken away now. Oliveira continues on his way though. He's got about 4 seconds on Periente. Got some traffic to deal with here, but Oliveira, I tell you what, Oliveira, there's me being just saying to be cool and be calm. It almost feels like Oliveira is being a little bit too conservative. Just needs something more. I think Periente has a little bit of car speed on him. Not a huge amount. It's just enough. But Oliveira, he makes a mistake. He runs wide. That's going to give Periente all the impetus he needs, because Periente is making that gap back up again. Eusebio Periente, one of our plus 40 plus drivers. Oliveira makes a mistake. That's going to switch the positions around. Periente takes the spot, and the battle is back on again. Oliveira will be furious for making that mistake. He's already trying to fight back. But can he do it? It seems to me that for as long as Periente keeps it on the straight and true, keeps all four wheels going in the right direction, he has the car speed on Oliveira, and he's already gapping him a little bit. And especially he will now, because Oliveira's had a big problem. He fell off on the back straight. Those second pair of jumps have been Oliveira's nemesis today. They've been his Achilles heel the entire race, and we now follow our new fourth, well, man who's scoring his third place actually, Periente. So the question remains, Sergio Lamas is now scored fifth, but seems to be ahead of Rui Oliveira. So I think Oliveira's had a big issue. Sergio Lamas is the white with blue additions car with the white wing and white wheels that's going up onto the EFRA tabletop in about a corner's time. There he is, he's on the tabletop now. There's your guy who I think is now fourth. Periente has now jumped up to third. So Oliveira had an absolute stinker of a last lap. See if they come around this time. Yep, Sergio Lamas scored fourth. So Lamas, who was ahead of these guys fairly comfortably, appeared to make some mistakes, and Periente is up ahead of them now. Where on earth is Oliveira? Oliveira's entire race has got to pot. He's only just come right beneath our commentary position right now. Is, I can tell you, he's actually fallen down to sixth behind Hugo Prata in fifth. He is actually now 14 seconds behind the transfer spot. That is a fall from grace. A spectacular fall from grace. What it does mean is that Sergio Lamas should be pretty untroubled. He's 12 seconds ahead of the fifth place car right now. So Lamas, the car you're watching right now, is happily roaming along right now, although cars going the wrong way in the middle of the track to try and recover probably won't help. Held a little bit by some traffic here, but I can tell you the next car down the road of Hugo Prata is miles back. Absolutely different postcodes, really. So it's taken a while, but it looks like the transfer positions for the final, or the first lower final of the day, the 164th final A, will be set. And we are just hearing that there is a chance that there might be an extra round of pit stops for these guys. So let's keep an eye out for that. We've got 45 seconds to go. Just wondering if some of these guys have to stop twice. So this may not be decided yet. Car 5 of Sergio Lamas, still fourth. And he's got 30 seconds to go, so he'll probably have one more lap to do. The top four are still Gomez, Lequi, Periente and Lamas. Lamas enjoying a good advantage over Prata. I thought I'd just gone past him there, but he hasn't. He's Prata's car. In fact, Prata is closing in a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Round they go. Yep. He will have an extra lap to do. That car that Lamas was battling with there is Vitor Tomar, who's many laps down now. He's not a factor. But Lamas looking to be your fourth place car, and he's still got a good gap over Hugo Prata. Really good gap. He should be okay. I think Prata's race is actually finished. So, your top four then will be Gomez, Lequi, Peniente, and Lamas. We'll go through. It was Gomez and Lequi who enjoyed the most trouble-free races. Some shenanigans on the back straight there. Surely hasn't affected Lamas at all. One final run through. Those are both lapped cars. And Vitor Demar, well, he was in contention early, but that was taken away with a flame out. So then, let's have a little look at our first scorecard of the day. It's Pedro Gomez with the win. A really pretty effortless victory. A pretty effortless victory in the end. He comfortably goes through. Nathan Lequi second. He also had a pretty solid run. Eusebio Parente third. Sergio Lamas fourth. Those are your top four. Those are your transfer spots. Hugo Prata is the first of those on the outside looking in, who will be going home early. Sergio Gomez sixth, and seventh, Rui Oliveira in the end. That's how bad his race went to pot in the end. Marco Pereira Neves. And the rest of the top 10 coming through. These are the guys. Carsten Augurius, and then Vitor Tomar. He was in contention early. And then that flame out took it away from him. Although he wasn't that many laps down in the end. Miguel Coelho and Pati Poulet, his race never started.
What? Look at a cafe. No, people have this one. That one looks great.
So we get ready for this next lower final. Let's have some food up here.
Eat.
Right, we're starting good for you for the next lower final.
Leave it open. Fine. Like ham and cheese. Get the normal graphics on the screen. Oh my god. Hot Nutella. I don't know how good they were. I would have got 3 of those. Nutella croissants are awesome. If I knew how to make croissants, if I could be bothered to learn, my diet would be nowhere. Oh my god, it's so strong.
So good.
Yeah, when that guy came in at 9 minutes,
Much more on.
when that guy came in at 9 minutes, I was sure there was going to be a second pit stop. But then when I mentioned it, it was like, I didn't realize there was only like a minute to go. But there still could have been like a splash and dash or something like that. I'm trying to wash down a sandwich with an espresso. the banner. Remember it was up here. Black. Yeah, you are.
Right.
They must have needed it somewhere. That warm-up done.
Yeah.
30 minutes. Joey?
Huh?
Joey?
Yeah.
So let's get ready to go. For the second and final 164th final. And our first round of finals will be complete after this one. And it's Mendonça, Favre, O'Connor and Carolio who roll off your top four for this one. I'll quickly show you the grid. There it is. Mendonça, Favre, O'Connor, Carollo, Vieira, Martins, Fernandez, Torres, Buile and Diaz. And then it's Garcia, Tanicha and Kota. Here we go. On the starters' orders. There's an empty spot where the pole man was supposed to be. That's Mendonça, one of the many home Portuguese drivers. It doesn't appear that he's even on pit lane, is he? Well, this will change the complexation of the race. Suddenly, a spot has opened up. And that means second, third, fourth, fifth, they all bundle into the first turn. They were about 4 wide at one point there. Everyone's just realised there is one more spot up for grabs in this race now. In fact, there's the pole man right at the back. Mendonça, he started right at the back. He must have started from the pits.
Yeah, he did.
So, not entirely sure what happened there, but it's put him right behind the 8 ball almost immediately. And it means after the opening few corners, it is actually car 3, Carl O'Connor, one of the British hopefuls, who has taken the early lead as car 7 appears to be heading back to the pits early. After just half a lap. After the lead is on, we'll see. It is like the worst ice, the worst kind of amateur ice skating hour down at the hairpin right now. As you'd expect, the sun is now out, but it's very low. It's early morning. There's all sorts of bedlam going on. I think Mendonça, and this is the battle for fourth as it stands right now, is the one we're watching immediately, and it's literally changing corner by corner as it stands. This is it as they go up the tabletop. The top 3 of O'Connor, Vieira, I think that's Favre that's broken away. Mendonça is immediately back up into the battle for the transfer spots, as if that whole starting with the pits thing never happened. But I'll tell you who's also in the battle, Sandro Tanicha. He's also right in there. He's your scrap for fourth then. Fourth is now car 1, Mendonça. And he's now third. It's early in the morning, folks. There's no point me telling you who's in the transfer spot because it's going to have changed by about the time I finish the sentence. It's constantly evolving here. O'Connor has jumped out to the early lead, so British fans rejoice. They haven't been given much cheer this weekend, but they've got something now. And so, a couple of minutes in, we've got O'Connor and Vieira out front. Sandro Tanicha was the car last scored as fourth. It could have completely changed by the time they come through. But showing fourth right now is car 4, which is Abel Carolio, following right now in the middle of the track. And he's actually got a little gap over Tanicha. Your top 3, or top 4 as it stands, is O'Connor, Vieira, Mendonça and Carolio. We're following Carolio right now, who's actually now building a little bit of a gap for himself. Fresh from those opening laps being absolute chaos. Mendonça, I think, has taken second. That's okay, but everyone behind from 5th on back is more intent in crashing and doing ballet at the Granite Hairpin at the moment. You may get high marks from the judges. That's not going to get high marks from the judges at all. He's now breakdancing. This is not happening Carulio, but he is recovered. And he's still, that illustrates the gap he'd worked up over Tanica. That gap is now well and truly erased. And Daniel Favre is also in there as well. About a fourth he's on again. And quite often we'll see mistakes come in kind of 2s or 3s. Very, very slow run through that corner. Carulio's not getting the power down. Oh, and they're tagged. About a fourth has turned sour, both of them. It's actually cost both of them. Carulio was turned by Tanica. They got tangled up. And what that's actually meant is that Favre is now through to 4th. Favre comes across the line. Now Favre is the white and orange car that's right in the centre of the track right now, right in the S section, in the middle of the track. That's your 4th place runner. He's 1 car ahead of car 4, which is Abel Carulio, who was the man in 4th for the longest time, but has now fallen back after that tangle with Tanica, which appears to have cost Tanica a lot more than it did Carulio. Tanicia's now back down in 7th spot, and actually he's up in 6th is Patrick Boilet, but it's quite a distance back, so largely not going to be a factor for now. Another mistake for Carulio. As we watch the Daniel Favre on the front straight. Favre is looking pretty solid right now, and he's actually closing in on Nuno Vieira for 3rd spot, which he'd quite like to take away, just to put another car between him and the trap door of elimination. And I can just tell you off camera, we have had a car that's flamed out, and it is actually Abel Carulio. So his race has gone absolutely to pot in the last few laps. It's a real shame, because he looked in contention for the first part. But continue to follow Daniel Favre, who is now really firmly looking for that 3rd spot from Nuno Vieira. And there's a bit of a tangle in front of them. Oh, and they get involved. And as Vieira hits the wrecked car, which was a lap car, it's the car of Pedro Torres, that has enabled Favre to move through. The battle's changed again. So I think Vieira's back through again. It's all happening here. And Favre, who's Favre in amongst all that? There's a couple of cars that look very... There's Favre, still in 4th. So car 2, still being scored as 4th. And Boilet, the 5th place car at the moment, car 9, is quite a distance back. So car 2, the white and orange car of Favre, is the 4th place driver. And I can tell you, from a cursory glance, that he has got a healthy advantage on Boilet. But whenever I say that, I find a way of blowing it. So we'll see if he can keep it pointed on the straight and true. Easier said than done. Remember, they also have pit stops to come. 1 round of pit stops for the 20-minute race. We speculated if some of them would try running leaner, or running richer, I should say, and maybe facilitating a quick splash and dash at the end of these 20-minute races. I don't think so. I think they've established you just lose too much time in the pits by doing that. So it'll be 1 stop each for these guys. Put it this way, if they have to make more, they probably weren't scheduled to, as Favre has just made the pass on Vieira, who made the mistake. Rui Martins is up to 5th now. But again, this is all happening quite a way behind these guys. So we watch the battle for 3rd between Vieira and Favre. You battle for the penultimate and final transfer spot. And both of this is happening, but all of this is happening relatively comfortably away from, well, first up our leader, João Mendonça. And I'll tell you what, it says a lot that Mendonça started from the pits and is already up into the lead and is pulling away. He's pulling 12 seconds over 2nd place Carl O'Connor. That is something else. Mendonça really fast this field. You have to sometimes get blowouts at the bottom end here, but this battle for 3rd is still engaging. Favre versus Vieira. And I guess right now they can afford to have a little bit of skirmish because they do have a comfortable gap. It's now Tanica in 5th, but Tanica is so far back. A good 25 seconds back. That's almost 3/4 of a lap. They've almost got an entire lap on the 5th place car. So these two can now afford to play. In fact, Favre has just pitted. Favre's in the lane. and will probably not even lose a spot.
We're putting together.
They're pitting together, third and fourth, and it's a good stop for Favre. It's a longer stop for car 5 of Vieira. Now, does that bring anyone else into play? I think, honestly, they had such an advantage over Tanicha that I don't think it does. But definitely Vieira putting a bit of pressure on himself there with a slower stop. Very much slower. And Carl O'Connor now showing down 4th, but I assume that's because he made the early pit stop, so that will probably cycle through. We'll keep an eye on that for you. That's Vieira and Favre pick up again. Vieira makes the mistake. Up past it. No, excuse me, that's a... Apologies, that's a... that is Carl O'Connor, actually. He's in the mix. Carl O'Connor up past Favre. Favre is now showing 2nd, O'Connor 3rd, Vieira 4th. Where's Vieira and all that? There's Vieira right in front of us in the TKR. Oh, he's actually flipped upside down now. He's upside down and he's not being retrieved. This is taking time. Is this going to bring Tanicha into play? Maybe so. But Vieira gets back going. But it just took a while for the Marshals to retrieve that car. And Tanicha is back within something resembling passing distance. Very, very close now. Well, not that close, but Tanicha is definitely there. They're in the same shot now. You can see them on the screen. Suddenly, the battle for 4th has picked up again, and the battle for 4th has ended as Tanicha takes the position. Oh my goodness, Vieira's having an absolute mare on the back straight. Missed the second 2 jumps, then tried to recover by driving up the tabletop, up a vertical angle. It's an absolute horror show that's demoted Vieira to 5th, and it's put Sandro Tanicha, who at one point was 25 seconds off of 4th spot, right back into the transfer spots. As this constantly evolving race continues to, well, evolve. And there's Tanicha then. Tanicha now with about a 4-second advantage over Vieira. Vieira just needs to get some sort of momentum back on his side and get it back going, but it doesn't look likely. I think as well, with the sun coming out in the middle of this session and the sky starting to clear rapidly, now maybe playing a bit of havoc with the visibility, with the grip levels. Oh, we've got a pit stop in front of us. We've got a pit stop in front of us. That's Tanicha. Tanicha's back underway. Bad exit, but that's car 8 stranded in front of them. That's nothing to worry about. That's Pedro Torres. And in fact, the next car behind Tanicha right now is John Mendonça, the leader. Shows you the beat down that Mendonça's put on this race. And he has been laying them out. Picking them up and laying them down. But Tanicha continues on. I don't think he lost any positions in the pit stop. Nuno Vieira with those bad couple of laps. Really, really bad lap or 2. But dropped him from a solid 4th spot. Remember. Now there's Tanicha. And Tanicha is now actually behind Nuno Vieira again. So the pit stop cycle has worked out for Vieira. He made those mistakes, and now it's Tanicha's turn for a mistake. Tanicha with the mistake. And this is really starting to work out rather nicely for Vieira, who's now flipped himself. Of course, you make a mistake, I'll make a mistake. You flip, I flip. To me, to you. Up the tabletop they go. But Vieira, no, that's not the racing line, Tanicha. That's really not. Tanicha, neither of them helping themselves a lot at all here. But after another few topsy-turvy laps, it's Vieira back into 4th. Mendonça, O'Connor and Favre your top 3. And then it's Nuno Vieira. Right down beneath us. Vieira. Vieira's 4th in car 5. He's under pressure once more from Tanicha in car 12. And Tanicha makes the dive. But that was technically out of track limits. I think he flew over the track limits. Didn't know whether he intentionally gave the spot back or not. Maybe just went in too hard. I have a feeling it was the latter. Vieira takes 4th again. And then flips. And then tags Tanicha. And then they tag the leader. What is going on here? I'm going to be charitable and say the sun is playing havoc with people's visibility, I think. But it is Tanicha now who takes 4th. Vieira down to 5th. Tanicha with a big slide on the granite hairpin. Vieira with the tighter line, but not the cleaner one. This epic battle continues. Tanicha 4th, then Vieira 5th. Mendonça, O'Connor and Favre are well up the road, so they should be secure. In fact, Mendonça has just lapped these two, so that's how far ahead up the road he is. But the battle continues, as Tanica is actually starting to put a little bit of a gap on Vieira now. Tanica navigates past some wrecked cars. Tell you what can be slightly disrupting for these guys is the marshals, in terms of just being caught something in the corner of their eye. But I can tell you, Tanica has got pretty much the length of the front straight now on Vieira. But let's not start counting our chickens just yet. We've already, and Tanica again cutting the track limits there, but stopped for a moment. Kind of self-imposed the penalty. That's a good move. But Tanica right now scored 4th from 12th spot here on this grid, which will be, for the rest of the day, those will be one of your transfer spots from the previous finals. So, not done a double bump up yet, but Tanica has already been in that spot, having qualified down in 12th. Tanica with a big slide, but I can tell you Vieira's made an absolute Horlicks to the back straight again, and has just ignored the corner at the back of the back straight. So, it's rapidly unwinding for him, unravelling all over the place. They're fairly well spaced out right now. So, in fact, that is Carl O'Connor just in front of Tanica. So Tanica now be looking for 3rd spot to really cement the progress through. So O'Connor and Tanica, the two in your screen there. That's 3rd and 4th. O'Connor's had a solid race. That's exclamation mark Connor. Has had a solid race. Tanica really going all the way around the outside of the granite hairpin. That was a really nicely executed move. Really nice pass. Set it up around the outside of the granite hairpin and then got the launch up into the inside of the final corner. Tanica takes 3rd. O'Connor down to 4th. Neither of these guys under a huge amount of pressure at the moment. Well, Nuno Vieira hasn't even started the current lap, so that's how far back he is. So these two can have a play, have a battle for 3rd. Safe in the knowledge that they've got room to move if they need to, room to back off if they need to. The sun is finally out and the fog has dissipated. And we are back to more like normal service here, but a big flip for Tanica on the... Oh, goodness. Well, if Tanica, if the 5th place car was anywhere near, I'd say he was in a bit more trouble. Tanica is not. Round the granite hairpin, where he made that great pass a few laps ago. Tanica down the front straight then. Carl O'Connor back into 3rd, and will be probably untroubled now through to the flag. Tanica, I can tell you, is... Well, Nuno Vieira hasn't even started this current lap, so that's how far back he is from Tanica. Tanica continues on and will probably back it off just a tiny bit, although he appears to be gaining back in on O'Connor. This battle's not over. Mendonça is in a world of his own right now, along with Daniel Favre. The top 2 qualifiers, the top 2 on pace here. Really narrow line through the granite hairpin that time for Tanica. Tanica is on. Was a little bit of contact there, though. That was Vieira. Now, that was Vieira. Now, what in the world? Do we have a change from 4th on our hands? Vieira's trying to avoid that. I'm just wondering now. I think Vieira might be a lap down on Tanica, but I cannot be entirely sure. So we'll see what the lap times board shows as it cycles round here.
How much time is remaining in the race?
3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to go. So Vieira appears to be now in the 4th spot. Is that on time or is that just on track? No, it appeared to me, no, Vieira has actually fallen back. So Vieira is actually quite a distance back. So that is not accurate. So it is Tanica that is 4th still. Vieira's actually fallen down to 7th. And it's effectively a lap down on Tanica. And he's now climbing all over another car. That's a bit rude, to be honest with you. That's Serafim Kota. But it is Tanica who's the 4th place car still. Comfortably so. Bouillet is 26 seconds down the road. So Tanica is just going down the back straight now. Over the 2nd double jump. Round the corner and onto the granite hairpin right now. With the slide. Mendonça's coming up to put another lap on him. Mendonça's really laid the beat down on this race. But that's what makes these races interesting. It's not just about the battle for the win. It's more importantly probably about those final transfer spots. That's where almost all the action occurs. Synchronised flips. Very nice. We like that. Nuno Vieira makes the pass, wishing it was for position, but I'm fairly sure it's not. Vieira, they're going to race like it is, but Vieira is down in 7th place, so he's actually behind Patrick Bouillet and Rui Martins on the track as well. So Tanicha a comfortable 4th, a lap ahead effectively of Nuno Vieira. That's probably why Vieira's got out of the way as quickly as he did. He'll probably do the same for Mendonça here, the leader. But Tanicha continues on. Mendonça, a big slide through the granite hairpin. We're going to see a lot of that today. And great to watch as you watch our 4th place car, Sandro Tanicha, one of the many home drivers here in Portugal, and we have to make this official and be the 4th and final driver to transfer up from the 164 Final B, along with Mendonça, Favre and O'Connor. Mendonça and Favre have really not put a foot wrong for most of this race.
1 minute to go.
They've driven very smoothly. 1 minute to go into the final 60 seconds then. And Tanicha has a good 26 seconds still on Bouillet in 5th spot. So Tanicha, if you manage to throw this away, I have no words. Didn't do a good job with the TKR triples there, but still doing okay. We'll probably have another lap to do after this. This has been good from Tanicha. Had to overcome a lot of adversity in this race. A lot of battles. That battle with Vieira. And indeed, Favre was in the mix earlier, before he really took 2nd place and made it his. So it's been a good, strong run for Tanicha to overcome a lot, and will be, very likely, will be in the 132nd finals. The 10-second countdown is on. This will be the final lap for Tanicha. Again, not a good run through the TKR triples, an even worse one through that corner. But Bouillet is still nowhere to be found in car 9. So I'm actually having a look at, we'll follow Tanicha through, but I don't think Bouillet is even going to get an extra lap here. So Tanicha is through and secure and can enjoy something of a victory lap here. So your final, your 4 runners who will progress, looks like it'll be Mendonça, who was absolutely dominant in the end, just crushing. His best lap was a good 3 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else out there, which is quite exceptional. So Mendonça with a really, really good run through in the end. And he will take that 164th final. John Mendonça then, Daniel Favre, Carlo O'Connor, Sandro Tanicha are your transfer spot runners. And then Bouillet, Martins, Vieira, Carollo, Diaz, Matera Garcia.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Along with Cota, Torres and Fernandez. We'll be going home early. And there's your lineup for the 164 finals complete.
So, whilst we get ready for the next race and Adam refuels and Frank refuels, gives us a few moments to have a look at the social medias. What is going on over there? Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, get my words out, it's too early. If you're watching on YouTube, do head over to the live chat. Come join us. Come and have a chat with us, the other viewers. Who's in there at the moment? Kevin Arakailan. Hi there. Hello. Team Stollen. Hello. Cameron Tate. Hello. Lots of hellos. Who else have we got? I saw someone I recognised a minute ago. Luis Fernandez. Bom dia. Who am I looking for? I'm looking for Kai Kornikova. Hello, Kai. Kai is... I met Kai way back at the Swedish electric indoor buggy a long time ago, and then can't think where I've seen him since. He pops up on the buggy circuits, bump into each other. Hi, Kai. How you doing? Thanks for watching. Let's see. Who have we got here? YouTube Gold. Are you still looking for live timing? I'm not sure. Head over to my RCM. All the live timing is being published to there as far as I am aware. We, of course, have in-stream live timing as well. Adam, rather than watching what I'm doing, eat. I've given Adam chance to eat, and he's sitting there watching what I'm talking about. Well, just don't be interested for a few minutes. We have the live the in-stream timing that is brought to you. Thank you to RC Timing. Thanks to Felix for making that available to us, so we can bring that to you in the stream, which means it is live. Kai Kornikova, when doing the pit walk, talk with Oscar Ingren and Zaharis I can't pronounce that. Vilbala. What do you want to ask them, Kai? Why should I speak to them? You're giving me a smiley face. I get the feeling that you're setting me up to go and speak to people who maybe don't speak English. What's the reason you want us to speak to them? Are they just friends, or who knows? Ashley Patterson. Ashley, I think Ashley's with us on every single stream that we do. Good morning, Ashley. He's RC nuts. Izuvitu. Hello back. Preston Players Gaming. Hello, Preston Players Gaming. Welcome on board. Thank you for joining us. Wow. Yellow Guy 808 tuning in from Hawaii. Crikey. I don't think I've ever seen a viewer from Hawaii before. Welcome along. What will it be over there? Early, very early in the morning. Or very late at night. Frank's good on that kind of thing. Hawaii. They're like, what, 8 hours behind?
11 probably.
11. Crikey. So it's like very late at night for them over there at the minute. 9:30 here, yeah. Anyway, I'm witching on now. Welcome aboard. If you're not already a member of the, we have two things going on. We have the Facebook group, the RCTV Facebook group. That's for all our viewers to interact and kind of share their RC info and chat and just generally socialise. But we also have the RCTV page that you can go ahead and like. That's where we tend to publish all of our stream information to, and all the information of where we're going to be and the things that we're getting up to. So be sure to head over there and don't miss any of the action. Ashley Patterson, can you speak to Carl O'Connor, Gary Gregory on the pit walk? I don't know. Have you got the schedule for today, please?
Not sure there's much time for one.
Say again?
Not sure there's much time for one.
Well, there is semi-final practice there.
Let's have a look. Will we be doing a pit walk today?
I don't think there's time.
I know. I've heard you both. I'm just checking. No. I doubt we will. If we can grab any people, then maybe we'll try and grab some people up here to come and have a chat with us. But we've got quite a packed day today. But we will keep you posted.
I'll post a picture on the group as well of the schedule.
Yes. We will publish the schedule to the group. The schedule will be on my RCM as well, won't it?
I think so.
Yeah, but also the finals.
Why have you gone full goggles?
Dust.
Really? That dusty?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get your sun cream out before the next race starts, please? Oh, you ledge. Thank you. I caught the back of my arms yesterday.
Yeah, but my entire arm is exposed at the moment, so I'm going to use it first.
Would you like my jacket?
Huh?
Would you like to wear my
I
jacket?
just took my jacket off because it's hot.
Yeah, but yours was waterproof, non-breathable. What have we got? Oh, Kevin's from South California. Crikey. 1:30 a.m. What are you doing up at that time?
Don't ask.
Watching this.
Red 4 Eyes, waiting for the A main finals. You'll be waiting a while. The finals today are on at 4:30 local, 4:30 UK, which will be 5:30 Central Eastern Time. From that, you'll have to work out what the time is in your area, because I'm not going to shout out every time zone.
Basically, it's 7 hours away.
7 hours from now. So yeah, Kevin, maybe 1:30. If you could just wait till 8:30 local time in California, then you'll be able to catch the finals. We're here, of course, thank you to TKR Graphics and, of course, EFRA, for whom we are the media partners of that there EFRA. Thank you for asking us to do this for you. We travel all around Europe, bringing you all the action from all the different classes of RC racing. What's our next event, Frank? Can you remember? I can't. No, that doesn't count.
I don't know.
But yeah, I know. I'm in Stockholm soon. with you, Adam, and Jan. And Jan, one of our newer members. Sorry, we're just having on stream conversations. What are you doing?
I was just saying, I think that might have been Jan's first trip abroad, but he's got one, I think, at the end of this month as well.
Oh,
He
possibly.
debuted at the Neo,
I think that's Slovakia.
which was a real baptism of fire.
Yeah, crikey, yeah. the Neo is a case of go hard or go home.
I mean, there's people with hoodies that have Eat, Sleep, Neo, Repeat on them. That's not like just a catchy slogan.
No.
It literally is a way of life for them.
Yeah, 4 days solid. That one's over in Shropshire. Also known as the Indoor Worlds, hosted by Phil of Neo Buggy. Could I have the schedule in the middle? I keep wanting to look at the schedule and you've hogged the schedule. So what have we got coming up next? We've had the 164.
It'll be the 130 seconds now. Final A. And
Oh,
they're
they're
about ready
going
to roll
out.
off.
Frank's. Are they actually? Oh, I thought they were warming up.
They were.
Oh, that was the warm-up whilst I was
Now
whistling.
they
Right.
have warmed up and they're ready to go.
I'm going to leave you in the more professional hands of Adam Johnson, who's a proper commentator, not just a witterer like I am. Don't forget to join us on the social medias. Over to you,
I'm not going to
Adam.
He still finds that funny. I'm not sure why. Anyway,
So, one of our people. Oh,
it'll have to wait.
Go.
It'll have to wait. We have 132nd final A ready to go. And we're underway. It is Lobo, Fonseca, Silva and Guerrero who've led up. And I think they've actually stayed that way. Well, they were. Then Guerrero, they made it through the first corner in top 4 grid order, and then it all fell apart, really. So that's about as long as most orders last around here. Lobo and Fonseca jump out to an early lead. But this battle for 4th behind them is, as usual, absolute mayhem. Cars flipping, cars trying to avoid each other, cars trying to avoid the flip cars that then flip, trying to avoid the other cars. It's all going off. But I tell you what, Lobo and Fonseca have made very good starts. As has car 9, which is Pedro Gomez, one of our transfer spot runners. And there's only 12 runners in this field. So the 4 transfer spot guys have moved up. Oh, and a mistake for Lobo. Has allowed Fonseca through to the lead, and they're going wheel to wheel. That's not a smart idea, guys. You're in the transfer spot. You don't need to do that. And in fact, who is in the transfer spot right now is Fernando Bueno in the white car with the yellow wing, which is just going up towards the tabletop. The top 3 are on the tabletop now, and then 4th spot is on the tabletop right now. There he is. There is your 4th place runner. That's Fernando Bueno. And he's got a little advantage over Samuel Silva to start off, but we've seen already that can evaporate very quickly. And in fact, we've had damage to the left front wheel of car 2 of Carlos Fonseca. That's big issues for one of the home favourite drivers here. And what that means is that has promoted Fernando Bueno to 3rd. And if we now drop 1 car back to number 3, Samuel Silva, there's our 4th place car. It's the green into white into red car with the black wing and the white wheels. He's now the 4th place car. Gary Gregory of Britain is the 5th place runner, with 6th being Eusebio Parente, another one of our transfer runners. And they've just got into it on the back straight. They're all tangled up. They're doing a dance. This is, oh goodness me, this is the worst of nightclub dancing you've ever seen. And they finally slowly make their way back onto the... Oh, but we've had a car in front of them fall off as well. I think that might be one of our guys who was in the transfer spots. Has been contact as well. All going on. That was car 8, Gary Gregory, just getting in all sorts of trouble there. So let's see if we can reset, if we can, and find our top 4. And I think they've all bunched together. Gomez, Bueno, Lobo and Silva. So where's Silva in amongst all that? It's car 3. They're all heading down the back straight right now. That's the top 4. And car 9 is being penalised a stop and go by the sound of it. And he is in the pit lane. Yep, there's the stop and go. There's the penalty served. That was car 9. Pedro Gomez, who had taken the lead. But obviously in a way the judges were not happy with. Oh, the big contact between the front 2. The top 4 are going to war, which is very surreal, considering they don't have to. They've got a healthy gap over 5th spot, which is Manuel Corredor in car 6. So they don't really need to do this, but racers are racers. They will battle for everything. If there's a car around them, they will try and pass them. It's just in their very nature. So we have continued the trend of people stopping to enjoy the race. We've got a motorcyclist who has stopped on the main road to enjoy some of the racing. Now, I tell you what, you picked a good race to join into because this has been an interesting one so far. We're about 4 minutes in, and it's Fernando Bueno with the lead, Luis Lobo second, Samuel Silva third, Pedro Gomez now scored 4th in car 9. The car we're following right now was car 1 of Luis Lobo. And Lobo, being told, has had a stop-go penalty, so penalties all over the place at the moment.
I've just got an interesting VRC replay, VRC Pro replay for you of the 2 different ways to take the slippy granite corner and see which one works best. You have the slide and wide and slow and tight, and there you go. There's a good example of how and how not to take that corner in one shot.
I mean, I like fast and wide, very slidey, but it's not often the fastest way. But for some people, I think it is a case of style. So let's have a look. Luis Lobo.
Do you prefer slide and wide or slow and tight?
Slide and wide normally, I think.
You always go for the slide and wide?
Yeah, I think
okay. So I think I prefer the slow and tight.
But we both like Ken Block though, so we like going sideways. And so Lobo continues on his way. He's in 4th at the moment, and he's about 3 seconds up the road from car 4. He's not far behind them. That's Manuel Corredor. Gomez scored 4th this time around, so as they come across, Gomez will just drop 1 car back to Gomez, car 9. The next car that will come through the shot is the transfer spot runner. Right in the middle of the track there. Yellow wheels, black wing, and the orange rear end. And that car directly behind car 6 is Manuel Corredor, who is your 5th place runner. So this is the battle for the transfer spot, starting to heat up. For the longest time, the top 4 had kind of broken clear and were having their own party. It was a party that got out of hand too quickly with multiple stop-go penalties up there. Now, the party is in danger of being broken up by Corredor. Come down right in front of us. Number 6 is pitting, so Corredor in the pits. That can't be scheduled, surely. We're only 6 minutes in. That is way too early. I've got to think that's either unscheduled or they're going for some sort of crazy strategy of running the thing as rich as possible and going 2 stops. I just can't think that's a strategy that's going to work. But Gomez, it does put him back into 4th now. That means the Spaniard leads in Fernando Bueno, and then 3 Portuguese drivers are 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Well, that can all change very quickly, as we know. At the moment, we need to follow car 9, which is Pedro Gomez. That's the car right in the middle of the track that's now flipped, and is now being passed by car 4, which is Andre Guerrero, who will have now taken that spot. So, just as we went to follow the 4th place car, he became the 5th place car. The jinx is working very well. So, Pedro Gomez now down to 5th. As this race continues on, Farmer idly walks past on the main road. Motorcyclist continues to observe. They walk past such a scene of chaos and such a scene of action here. As you continue to watch, this is your transfer spot, and Gomez has got it back past Guerrero. So, here is your transfer spot battle. It's Gomez versus Guerrero. They're going side by side. Guerrero goes through. And Gomez. Remember, Manuel Corredor in car 6 appeared to pit early, so I wonder if he's going on an alternate strategy, but it doesn't appear to work, but these guys will still be looking for a pit stop. Guerrero with a very wide line there. And we have a car in the pits, that's number 9. That's Gomez. Worth mentioning it's the first of our transfer runners, so he's obviously got a lot of pace to burn, and he now has a pit stop out of the way. That's more like it. Well, it's still early though. Still 12 minutes to go. That's still a fair way out for a pit stop if you are going one stop. If you want to try and make it through to the end. So it's Guerrero right now. He's in the 4th spot. More pitting is occurring. Number 4 out of the pits then. He rejoins just behind car 6, which is Manuel Corredor, who was the man who pitted earlier. But we're fairly certain we'll have to pit again. There's no way he can go upwards of 15 minutes on a tank unless he's leaned it off massively, in which case there's no point going for that additional pace. At the moment it's Luis Lobo scored 4th, and that's the car just in front of those two, the orange into yellow car. So we have 4th, 5th and 6th on the same screen, with Corredor in car 6, going for something of an alternate strategy here. But I think we've also had some more pit stops, because now these guys are being scored 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Gomez scored 5th, so we follow these 3. Particularly we follow Guerrero and, well, we follow Guerrero and Corredor, because Corredor is up to 3rd. I wonder if he is running a sort of experimental ultra-rich strategy here. Maybe risking a 2nd stop to get the extra pace. And it's not going to help Guerrero's cause. He has a flip on the back straight, which has caused these guys no end of trouble in the early going. And we should be following car number 4, which is Andre Guerrero. He's going through the first turn now, over the TKR triples. Right in front of us, and he's just flipped absolutely all over the place. Luckily, the car scored 5th right now, which is Gary Gregory. Not near enough. He will be if he keeps driving like that, though. Although that's car 9 of Gomez just behind, who was in contention for the longest time. But no, Guerrero has continued on. Guerrero is up at the tabletop now. So Guerrero continues the march through the granite hairpin. He goes tight there, slow and tight, just how James Parry likes his style going into that hairpin. Fairly similar at the first corner as well, where there's some pretty serious divots up there, some fairly serious ruts in the track. Guerrero navigating around up the top end, and he continues on. This is he's got a fairly secure position. He's got 9 seconds on Pedro Gomez in 5th spot. We have just over 8.5 minutes to go in this one. These guys are working hard. Coming right beneath us now is Guerrero. That very colourful car. It's Samuel Silva who's jumped out into the lead. And Manuel Corredor's actually made his way up to 2nd, so I think Corredor's got to be running this, it's got to be going for some experimental strategy here, and just running that thing as rich as possible. Just to go for a ultra attacking strategy. Because I'm absolutely convinced that he can't go one stop in a race where he pitted after just 5 minutes. Oh, Guerrero just caught a little bit there that's car 5 of Fernando Bueno, who after leading earlier has now faded right out of contention. Here comes Guerrero beneath us once more. You just see those big divots. Look at that. He just snagged the left rear of the car as he came through there. So this is going to be an interesting story that develops for these guys. Guerrero flips. That was all of his own doing, really. Now, where's 5th place is Gomez, but 5th place is also a long way back. It's 12 seconds back for Gomez. So really, Guerrero's got this under control. He can just lock it down for another 7.5 minutes. He has more than got this one, but we've got plenty of time for things still to change here. And at one point, we had Pedro Gomez, who's still in contention in 5th. We had Parente, Lamas and Ledry, our other transfer spot runners. We had a chance of a couple of double bump ups there, but that appears to have gone away. Gomez is the one in closest contention for that transfer spot. But he's got to somehow make up 9 seconds on Guerrero here. And in fact, Guerrero, his closest challenger now will be Gregory. Gary Gregory's made it past Gomez, so that's going to cause just more issues for Gomez, really. But Guerrero continues. Oh, got traffic, upside down traffic to navigate. That car alongside him was car 12, which is Sergio Lamas, who is not in this race. Well, he's not in contention at this point of the race. So you have some pretty spectacular breakdancing in front of us in car 7. Well, that does not affect Guerrero at all. He marches on. He continues, and this has been a very smooth run in a set of finals and a set of races that are often very hard to run smoothly and very rarely go smoothly for the competitors. This has been about as smooth and composed as you'd like from Guerrero. Big slide to the granite hairpin, getting the power right on. Spectacular line, but I'll tell you, Gomez is not too far back. He's made his way back up to 5th, but Gomez is still... Well, you see where Guerrero is in the track. Gomez is only hitting the TKR triples now, so he's still got work to do. But Corredor has fallen to 3rd. And bearing in mind, Corredor was still not sure on his pit strategy here, so will Corredor offer a way for Gomez to get in, to sneak in here? It all depends on Corredor's strategy and whether it works, but Guerrero, big flip on the back straight. This may play Gomez in by default. Gomez is nearly there. Much closer now than he was. And suddenly Guerrero getting up to a position, and Guerrero's in the pit. Now Guerrero's in the pit. This is very interesting. We assume he pitted it halfway. Guerrero, out he goes. And Gomez still behind Guerrero. Gomez pitted at the same time, I'm assuming. So Gomez still behind Guerrero. Gomez had closed in, but Guerrero's made a stop. And now Gomez has passed him. Guerrero with the flip, and Gomez up onto the tabletop and surely through for the 4th spot now. Now that's a bit puzzling, really. I didn't understand what strategy Guerrero was on, but he has allowed Gomez back into this. We're assuming Corredor is not going 15 minutes as well. Might be what he's doing here. Gomez over the TKR triples. He is the 4th place runner, and he's headed Guerrero to the tune of 3 seconds now. So this battle's not over. 3 seconds can easily dissipate, especially with 4 minutes of racing to go. And especially if you do that, especially if you make the flip. Marshall was fast on the scene, but still feels agonisingly long. And Guerrero's back through to 4th. The story continues. Down the back straight they go. Guerrero on the final corner on the back straight. Through the granite hairpin. Through the final corner. Down beneath us once more. Status quo of some sorts has been resumed, with Guerrero 4th and Gomez 5th by about 5 seconds. So it says a lot that Guerrero made a pit stop there and then still was able to make it back past Gomez. Gomez had not passed him in the pits, which was a big surprise. But Guerrero looks like he's got this one pretty much made. Silva, Lobo and Corredor are the ones who have been really, really impressive to me. Corredor, I think, has gone for an early one-stop strategy here because there's still no signs of him pitting. Corredor still a fair distance up the road. He's a good 12 seconds up the road from Guerrero, so I think Corredor's played himself into a spot, and he's played this one well. Even if he does have to pit again, he's going to have plenty of room, plenty of wriggle room to play with here. Plenty of room to manoeuvre. Up round the tabletop they go. Guerrero goes anyway. Over the first double, over the second. Round into the granite hairpin. All 4 wheels locked and sliding. Guerrero knows with every lap he moves closer to staying in this competition. He's looking more and more assured of it because Gomez just doesn't have the car speed to keep with him. Gomez has had a hectic race, and he has just not been able to lock down that 4th spot. He's tried very desperately. He just has not been able to, though. And Guerrero has been smooth and assured. Even with that late pit stop, it hasn't stopped him at all. Corredor, meanwhile, still marching on. So I think he was going for a 1-stop there. And I think it is going to have worked. Making the pit stop very early and then leaning off. He's really made it work. Corredor is still... Well, no, Corredor actually now, he may have had to make that 2nd stop. He's now scored 5th. So Corredor has now scored 5th. So Guerrero, the car we're watching now, is now scored 3rd. And now, if we drop back one to Gomez in car 9, the white into orange car, which will be just heading through the S section before the tabletop now. Here is your 4th place runner, so it may well come good for Gomez after all. It's been a very convoluted way of getting the final transfer spot, but it may just work out for Gomez here. Oh, big slide with the granite hairpin. Brilliant. Great stuff to watch. Comes flying down the front straight, and he's not too far back from Guerrero, but it would be frustratingly far back had it not been for Corredor's alternate strategy that in the end just hasn't paid off. And I can tell you that Gomez, well, that's not going to help. That's a flip, and that may well bring Corredor back into play for a late charge. But Corredor still a couple of corners back, so Gomez still has a little bit of wiggle room, but he doesn't really have room for another mistake like that, and that's probably why he's being very tentative. We've got 20 seconds to go. I think when they come round, this will be their final lap. They won't have time for another one. We'll see here. They might just squeeze another one in, but it's a flip for Gomez, and I think he's thrown it away right on the line. Corredor comes through, across the line. Was that the last lap for Corredor? Corredor, is he coming across the line now? Where's Gomez keeps going, but Corredor is ahead now. And I think, at the very least, Corredor and Gomez are going to have one more lap, but I think Gomez has spectacularly thrown it away with 2 corners to go. Corredor is now at the top of the tabletop now. He's just coming down. And he's onto the back straight for the final time. So Corredor, from that early pit stop, here's the flag. Corredor makes the mistake in the final corners, but he's still got enough on Gomez, and he will take the final transfer spot. How to lose the final transfer spot in 5 million ways from Pedro Gomez. Incredible stuff in the end. Let's take a look at what was a frenzied 132nd final, eh? And here's the final result. Luis Lobo, pretty much unflustered in the end with the win. He and Samuel Silva had a pretty good battle, but ultimately that was happening way ahead of everyone else. Guerrero in the end 3rd, and 4th was Manuel Corredor. That alternate strategy in the end worked. We were so close to an all-Portuguese lockout, but Pedro Gomez in the end found fresh ways to throw it away with 2 corners to go. He will be absolutely kicking himself right now. And then the rest of the field will also be going into the going home early club. So we head on into the second 132nd final. I'll be coming up in just a moment. Who will be joining those 4 who have just gone through? We're just about to find out.
Adam, the pit stop thing, the cars can only do anywhere from 6 to 10 minutes on a tank.
Right.
So you have to be like really good to get and have a very good engine to get 10 minutes. So it's basically only going to be like the best guys.
Okay.
So
we should expect more two-stoppers,
if someone comes in at like 6 or 7 minutes, they're probably going to stop twice.
Okay.
And obviously we're not going to catch them all, so
Yeah.
just keep that in mind. Because they're not changing the tuning in the middle of the race. They're doing it now during the warm-up.
No, that's true.
So I'm going to upload the schedule and the thing. I meant to do it before. So that gallery thing I disabled kind of screwed up my picture taking.
Okay. Hello. I'm trying to do two things at once and I can't. Okay. Thank you for joining us. We are RC Racing TV. We are here in how do we agree to pronounce it this morning? Freixidas, Portugal, for the 1/8 Euro B Championship for EFRA. Thank you to TKR Graphics and of course EFRA for inviting us along, for whom we are the media partners of. We are just in between races at the moment, and up next, let's look at the schedule. Drum roll. Brrr. We are minutes away from the next race. Don't forget, if you're watching us on YouTube, well, I don't know where else you'd be watching us unless you're here at the track, but if you're watching us on YouTube, head over to the chat section, come and join in. Come say hello, chat with the fellow viewers, and if you're not already a member of the Facebook group, or more importantly the Facebook page these days, because we don't post to the group anymore, we've just left it there for you to talk amongst yourselves. We're no longer there really, we just use the Facebook page. Head over there, give us a like, and you can stay up to date with all the information of where we're going to be and when as it happens. The next one is the ISTC from Slovakia, 30th of June to the 2nd of July at the Hoodie Arena. I don't know who posted that on behalf of RC Racing TV into the chat section. I guess it was Nick. I can't think who else would be there. Might be Paul. Might be Matt. Who knows? Won't be Matt. No, it won't be Matt. Ashley Patterson, when is the Euro A Champions? Frank, are you at the Buggy A's?
I honestly don't know which one's important.
I can't remember. Head over to EFRA.ws and I'm sure you will get your...
I am doing the Buggy A's. I think I am. Yeah.
Oh, Frankie's there, he just doesn't know when it is or where it is. William De Vere, where are you holding this event? Portugal, Freixidas. It's very hot. Freixidas. It's only 10 o'clock and already I feel my arms burning. I fear Adam may actually turn into a real lobster. Antonio Ramey, hello. Hello back. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Pooper00, hi Preston. Are you saying hi and you're listening from Preston, or are you saying hi Preston? Ah, Preston plays game. Ah, I see what you've done there. I get it.
He might be an Ordinary Boys fan.
It might be. Wonder what Preston from the Ordinary Boys is doing these days.
Good question.
Maybe he started a gaming channel called Preston Plays Gaming.
That's a good call. Maybe.
What cars are you racing? William, we are racing 1/8 nitro powered off-road buggy cars.
And they're very fun.
My favourite class. Although a little noisy.
Yeah. Especially in the Neo.
I do like 1/10 electric. Yeah, a lot quieter. Same kind of drivers.
Mostly the same drivers.
William, you don't have to thank me for the reply. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
That's very polite. Thank you anyway.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thank you.
Thank you for the thank you. I'm thanking you for thanking me.
This is such a British
Don't
cycle
thank me
compliment,
back,
isn't it?
otherwise I'll have to thank you for thanking me for thanking you for thanking me.
It's like thankception.
Thankception.
We have to thank deeper.
It's a thanking a thanking a thank. Well, you have to be careful how you say that.
I'm just posting now.
Frank is posting the times to the Facebook page. Why the group? We don't use the group anymore, Frank.
People are in the group.
Oh, the drone's out again. Somebody may lose an eye. No, drones are very safe. Hopefully we will be covering some drone action soon for you, hopefully this year. Few technical and logistical issues we have to get round when looking at
Nick to share the post to the page.
filming drones, in the fact that they're very fast and no one yet has seemed to find a way to film them effectively. or to live stream them effectively. Not in a race environment anyway. But watch this space. This is what we do. We will find a way. Would it make a difference on the model of a 1/8 buggy? Hang on, let me go backwards. What was your previous comment? Kevin's asking... Beer, Sagres or Superblock? Superblock last night, Louis.
Superbox, yeah, that was good.
Superblock. I think it's about the same strength as Stella, for anyone that doesn't know their Portuguese beer. It's not as strong as Stella, though, not to taste anyway.
True. We shall continue this discussion in about 20 minutes' time, because I think the field...
Oh, I was enjoying this discussion.
I know, me too.
We're not out on the grid yet. You're just being a bit cautious.
Oh,
we can talk for a bit longer.
They've just paused the count. I think they paused the countdown just for you.
They knew I was still talking to our social media
now they're coming
followers.
out on the grid. So let's have a quick run through the starting grid for you, shall we? Pascal Jutz, Fernando Cabrera, Manuel Prades, and Matias Chafardon. The top four, and then it's Tiago Coelho, Ricardo Simão, Juan Carlos Guerrero, Federico Novo, and then you've got your top four, the transfer guys from earlier on, Mendonça, Favre, O'Connor, and Tanica. Get ready to go. And they're underway. As usual, the first corner is actually, say it quietly, quite clean. They're actually behaving themselves rather well. This is probably the most well-behaved field so far. Well, they've made it 4 corners before they start tripping over each other. And the battle for, well, the lead 2 have already shot away. That's Jutz and Cabrera, who are trying to charge away early. Very sound strategy, that. Don't get dragged into all the carnage behind. Very, very smart, I can agree with that. But also don't flip at the end of the back straight. That's not so smart. So it's Jutz that comes across the line first. Who could be complete the opening lap. And it's actually car 5, Tiago Coelho, who's second. Third is car 2, Fernando Cabrera. And it's Manuel Prades in 4th. But Carlo O'Connor is battling away in there as well. So there's our 4th place battle right in the middle of the track. At the moment it's Prades in 3. That is the 4th spot man. But Carlo O'Connor, one of our transfer guys from earlier, is in 5th and pressing hard. And who's also in there is car 8, Federico Novo. So this battle for 4th is picking up early, and they're trying to drag Fernando Cabrera back into it. Well, Cabrera is actually just falling back into it himself. He's just fallen to 4th now. Round through the final corners, a bit of contact there from Cabrera. He's a little bit naughty. He ends up side by side with car 9 and Mendonça down the front straight. Mendonça, another one of her transfer guys. So a couple of the transfer guys looking for the double bump up. Hasn't happened so far today. But a couple of those guys, given how fast Mendonça was in the first round, I'd have to think he's really got a good chance of the double bump up here. He's certainly got the pace. It just depends on pit stops, and we've had some clarification on those. Only the best of the guys, the best tuned engines will be able to make the full 10 minutes, so you'll probably see a lot of guys pit after around 6 minutes in, and 2 guys have actually ran into the marshal over there. They found the marshal. He's just hiding off the track, and then they went and found him. That's not very nice, really. What it does mean is that, well, Jutz is romping away with this. Coelho is second, Prades is third, and 4th, here's your battle. And it's between 2 of the transfer guys. Car 12 is Tanica. Cabrera was in there, but Tanica, who was the last transfer in the first race, the first round of lower finals, looking to be the last transfer in the second round. That'd be some way to do the double bump up. Right now, he's the one in position. And he's going just ahead of Cabrera and Chafardon. But obviously, instance not very far away at the best of times. Tanica with an instant there. Chafardon is through now. 4th. It's something that's going to keep evolving throughout the race. We are only 3 minutes in, so still a ways to go. Tanica does not do well over the TKR triples. Tanica running hard, but an issue in front for Chafardon. Means the battle for 4th is still on here. Tanica just running a little bit wide. So if we look one car up the road, just coming down off the tabletop now and onto the back straight, the yellow wheeled car, car 4 of Matias Chafardon, and he's just got himself a bit of bother on the tabletop. That's your 4th place car as it stands. That's the one. coming round this time. Still in a solid fourth as he comes beneath us. And then round we go again, over the T-car triples, very confidently done, but Tanica is not far back. So Shafardon, I can entirely understand wanting to get on with it, trying to make some passes up through the field, but then again Tanica with an instant just behind as well, so no sooner do you make any sort of prediction or you start to discuss the point, they'll just throw it straight in the bin for you. Shafardon now making the pass on Prades. That'll put him up to third spot, which gives him a little bit more of a breathing room. They're actually both now through to second and third, as second has an instant. That's Coelho. A little bit of a jam up. And fifth now is actually Tanica once again, but Tanica has actually faded back quite a bit. Tanica has actually flipped at the end of the back straight as well. So what I'm concluding here is that no one wants the fourth spot right now. Understandable given its slightly cursed nature in the previous races, but still, does anyone want it? Does anyone want to claim it? It's yours for the taking. Right now it is held by Prades, who was second for the longest time. So just do some cable management up here. We have the battle that continues on for fourth. Manuel Prades in car 3 is our fourth place runner. The white wheels, white wing. He's alongside car 5, which is Tiago Coelho. They're battling for third right now. But they are comfortably up the road from the fifth place car, which is now Ricardo Simão. As they go up over the tabletop, those two cars in your shot are the two we should focus on for now. Those are your third and fourth place runners. The bottom two transfer guys who are, I would say, working hard to keep their position. They're working hard to throw it away as they exchange third back and forth. And round right in front of us, it's still Prades with the fourth spot. And the march continues, but Simão is gaining a little bit on these guys, so they've got to be careful. So if you start battling among themselves, it's very likely you're going to start slowing each other down, which just means you're going to bring whoever's behind you directly into play. So these guys have got to be careful in that respect. Those guys being Coelho and Prades. The top two of Jutz and Shafardon have taken off. But an instant on the back straight there. That's going to allow Simão through. Prades with the flip on the back straight. That's how quickly he can turn around. I told you Simão was closing in. So it's now Simão in the all-blue car that is your last fourth place, which is the fourth place car, the last transfer runner. Haven't appeared to have seen many pit stops yet. We're about 7 minutes into this 20-minute run. The second of the 132nd finals. These guys will transfer up effectively into the last 16 finals. This is the spot they're battling for. Simão trying to hold off Prades, who's not that far back. These two going at it now. Simão and Prades basically on top of each other. Fairly similar lines through the hairpin. Fairly similar angles. And the chap that's just parked up at the side of the road to watch some of the action as well, he's chosen a good race to come into. Got to say, Prades trying to chase down Simão. I think waiting for Simão to make some sort of mistake. Given what we've seen so far this morning, I don't really blame him. It was a mistake from Prades that allowed the door to open for Simão. So if it then swings the other way, Prades will be able to take advantage. They go down the back straight once more. This is where Prades lost his position. Simão kind of mounts the curve on the inside and comes into the pits. So Simão in the pit lane. It's the pivotal one that'll put him down to a net fit spot. He doesn't appear to have lost any other positions out of that, so Simão down to fifth. What does Prades do to respond? I'm going to keep an eye on Prades whilst we keep our eyes. Oh, we were watching Prades already. So Prades, what does he do here? He's not that far ahead, but surely pit stops will be underway very soon. Given the tune of the engines and given how these guys can hit a maximum 10 minutes, but a lot of them will struggle to do so. These slightly early pit stops make a lot of sense. Prades is in a net fourth right now as he comes across the line this time. Still fourth, and Simão not really gaining anything on him, but Simão will be hoping to retake the position when Prades makes at least his stop. And that in front of Prades is in fact the third place car, Tiago Coelho, which has made Prades stack. Oh my goodness, and the Marshal then didn't flip him back onto his wheels properly first time, so had to take a second go at it. And that's given Simao just enough time to get through. That could really hurt Prades here. Prades desperate to get back through, because he still has the pit stop to make, we think. Fairly certain of that. And if he does, it's going to put Simao in the box seat. We've got the VRC Pro replay. There's the incident. And we have another crash whilst happening as well. That's Prades who's also gone over the end. That was the replay of the incident that saw Prades lose all that time initially. And then we had another incident on the back straight where Prades flipped and lost the position completely. So Prades now in all sorts of trouble, given that we're fairly sure he still has to make at least one stop. Simao now in the position. Simao is now in the prime position to take advantage. He's actually made it past Coelho, who's losing a bit of time here. Could Coelho be dragged through the trapdoor and out of the transfer spots altogether? It's looking very likely. He's going very slowly. He's actually stopped. He's stopped. He's flamed out. Coelho, car 5, has flamed out of third spot. And that's turned this race on its head. He was safely in the transfer spots, but he had been starting to slow. I had noticed his pace was really dropping. So they'll return that car to the pits. They'll try and get it back running and get going again, but surely any chance of the transfer spot is out of here. There's no way. So that leaves Simao and Prades, the two guys we've been watching, as your two guys they're both in the transfer spots. For the longest time it was Simao battling Prades for position fourth, and now they are third and fourth. They can happily coexist in those transfer spots. What it does mean as well is that Jean Mendonça is now up to 5th spot and is a huge distance behind these guys. He's a very, very long way back. We've got some pit stops. This is Prades' pit stop we knew he had to make. So this might work out okay for Prades. He was in trouble initially, losing that spot to Simao, but the flame out for Coelho has played it back into his hands, and he's gone back out there. And I can tell you what, Mendonça is nowhere near. Mendonça is absolutely nowhere near. He's 20 seconds down the road. So Prades was able to make that stop. That should be his only stop, given that was at around about 9.5 minutes to go. Well, that should be his sole stop of the race. Prades moving over the tabletop. And this will actually have worked out very, very well. As John Green says, that works out better than expected. He moves through the granite hairpin. Nice and conservative. Really, he doesn't have to push at this point. I'm not kidding you. He's got 20-odd seconds on Mendonça in 5th, who's the first of the guys looking to do the double bump up. Carl O'Connor is also in 6th, trying to do the same thing, but they have got a mountain to climb here. Although Prades will not help himself doing things like that. I mean, I know you've got a big gap, Prades, but there's no need to start doing that. That's just silly. And car 9 of Mendonça has just flipped, so ignore what I was about to say of him closing in. I think they do it just to screw with me sometimes. Oh, that guy's closing in. No, he's not. Down the back straight they go. Prades can probably afford to be a bit conservative with those jumps on the back straight. We'll see the top drivers double both of them. So 2 then 2 in one go. But these guys, A, they're not quite at that confidence and skill and setup level. And B, if you're in Prades' position where you've got a huge gap back to 5th place, then there's no need to overrate the pudding. There's no need to go places where you don't feel confident. I can tell you what, he's got a good third of a lap on Mendonça right now. It's a very, very healthy lead, a very healthy spot to be in. And he's looking good with 7.5 minutes to go. But there is still a lot that could happen. A lot could change. We thought Coelho was through safely. Simao is in second now. Jutz has led pretty much the whole race out in front. Chaffardon is second, the Frenchman. And Mendonça and O'Connor and Favre, actually 3 of the transfer guys, are 5th, 6th, 7th right now. They're all on the outside looking in, and the problem they've got now is that they're just too far back to really contend here. That car 8 just in front of Prades is the lapped car, Federico Novo. So he's not in the running here. Should move aside in quick order for Prades. Mendonça just can't seem to keep the thing in a straight line for long enough to really contend. Tanica has had a bit of a nightmare as well. Well, car 1 has just got tangled up with a lap car in the middle of all that. So that shouldn't have affected his trip too much. as we continue to watch Prades. Now, Prades with a big flip. That shouldn't have damaged anything, I don't think. But still, again, I know you've got a big gap, Prades, but there's no need to start going exhibition on us, which is what you appear to be doing. So, this could change, go in very interesting ways here. Prades still fourth by a big gap. He is now 13 seconds up on Mendonça. So Mendonça's actually worked over 7 seconds into that lead, but he's still got 13 to go. And he's got 5.5 minutes all told to do it. It's a very, very difficult job for Mendonça. He probably has too much to do, but Prades has also looked scrappy, so nothing is really for certain here. But Prades, if he can get this race on lockdown, if he can get his driving style on lockdown, he should be absolutely fine. He can afford to give up a few seconds a lap still. He has 13 still in the bank. He can afford to give up roughly a second or so a lap. Maybe more to Mendonça.
Just coming into the last 5 minutes. 5 minutes left.
We head into the final quarter now. The final 5 minutes then. It is Prades who holds fourth spot over Mendonça. And it seems the guy who pulled over to watch the race on the main road seems fairly confident that Prades is going to take this one out. He's driven off. Fairly certain of the victory then. Well, not the victory for Prades, but of the transfer for Prades. And Mendonça is well over 20 seconds down again. So really, I don't think Prades, I think Prades sort of a flame out now. I mean, he's really going to have to try to basically throw this race if he doesn't transfer somehow. And in fact, he has actually found his old friend Simão. Well, no, he hasn't, because he's flipped. Prades, you're really not making this easy for yourself, are you? And he continues on, and he has actually gained on his old pal Simão, his old running mate Simão, who I think has either made a second pit stop or made a few mistakes. He did pit fairly early, so it wouldn't surprise me if he did make a second stop. And we've got the VRC Pro replay here. It's been Prades all the way through, just taking a little bit too much on the corner. He flips to the outside. He's just been scrappy in this race, Prades. A little bit too scrappy for the liking of the cars. As we continue to monitor Prades' progress. Prades coming up behind Cabrera, who appears to have flamed out. He was in contention early, but that has faded. So it's Simão and Prades who appear to be looking to have a little bit of fun here. They are third and fourth by a really comfortable margin. Like, seriously, I can't overestimate how big the margin is between them. It's 24 seconds, Prades to Mendonça. Mendonça has just made really hard work of closing that gap.
Who are we with at the moment, Adam? Which car?
We are with Prades down the main straight. We're with Prades, car 3. Simão as well, just ahead of them. The blue car just ahead is third. And the car we're following is Prades, who's fourth. And Mendonça is still miles away, really. Still a long way back. As I say, put it this way, it's either going to take a flame out or some absolutely abysmal driving. Literally, it'll take me taking over the controls of the number 3 car to not see it transfer through to the next round. Big slide from Simão, equally big slide from Prades. They're enjoying themselves out there. They're getting some nice laps down. This is going to be a good confidence builder for them. Those divots at the first corner are going to become more of an issue as the day goes on. I'm fairly certain of that.
Should we pick up the leader for the last 2 minutes?
I think that's a good shout. Yeah, and the leader right now is Matthias Chafanon, car 4. Keep my eyes out for him. And he's actually taken the lead. Here comes car 4 through the TKR triples right in front of us. And through the middle sector, right in front of us in the S section. He's the yellow wheeled car, the red and yellow body. And he'll be heading up onto the EFRA tabletop any second now. He's in the S section just beforehand. And there we go. Through the EFRA tabletop. And there's our leader, Matthias Chafanon. Who, and just as we've left the battle for fourth, Prades has moved past Simão for third. But that does not make a huge amount of difference. because they are still way ahead of the 5th place car. So we follow our leader for the final few moments of this race, the final 90 seconds or so. Oh, a little bit of a pirouette there, a flip. And he's got a healthy little bit of a lead over long-time leader Pascal Jutz. But Jutz won't mind too much losing the lead. He will in terms of pride, but really, overall, if he's being pragmatic, it won't matter. As long as he's in those top 4 spots, it's all good to go. He's all ready to go. So, Jutz tailing Chaffardon right now, but Chaffardon is your leader. Oh, and a flip though. That'll probably... Oh, well, the marshal just delay for a second, and that will give Jutz the lead back. We'll have a little battle for the win here. Jutz now through, back through to the lead. Chaffardon second. In the grand scheme of things, it won't matter a huge amount because these two both are going to transfer. But in terms of pride, in terms of qualifying spots, slightly better starting spot for the next round matters a lot. And of course, pride. Every driver wants to win, don't they? So Chaffardon trying to chase down Jutz again. Looks like Chaffardon has a better ground speed and better car speed. But Jutz has pretty good racecraft. He's been able to keep it clean. Look at the end of the back straight. Chaffardon was looking for the move. Oh, in the hairpin, they bang wheels. Chaffardon through. Will he be asked to give the position back? I don't think so. That was fair game.
Just catch this,
okay.
Catch this replay before the lap finishes. Our VRC Pro replay, of course.
That was the flip for Chaffardon, which gave the position back to Jutz. Last lap they're on right now. And Chaffardon has actually made it back through to the lead. As I say, they're battling for pride and amongst themselves, really. Chaffardon looking for a clean run down the back straight. Jutz coming back at him. They're going to go hard to the line. As I say, this is purely exhibition. Up the inside, Chaffardon takes it by a nose. That was brilliant stuff. They battle all the way to the line. That was a great scrap for the win there. As I say, pretty much immaterial, given that they were both transferring anyway. Doesn't matter, we enjoyed it. And here's your final rundown of the results from the 132nd final B. So, Matthias Chaffardon wins ahead of Pascal Jutz. Manuel Prades and Ricardo Simão. Daniel Favre, João Mendonça both tried to do the double bump up, couldn't quite get it done in the end. Thiago Coelho 7th, 8th for Novo, 9th for O'Connor, and 10th for Fernando Cabrera. And then our final two finishes, Tanicha and Carlos Guerrero. So there's the 132nd finals done. James, I believe it's time for the 116th finals. Very shortly. Nice to race TV.
It is.
Doing that thing again, aren't you?
Usually happens by the last day. One word answers as Adam tries to say in code. I need to rest my voice. We jump on the mic. I like to answer with a one word answer. Hello, YouTubers. Oh, it's been quite busy. What is going on in here? William, I guess most of these have been answered in the stream as you've gone along. William, are the cars electrical petrol? I hope that's a joke. You must be able to hear the wah in the background. They are nitro powered. Love the stream. We'll be watching more regularly. Excellent. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Head over to the page and make sure you hit like, and you'll never miss another live event from us again. Unless we forget to post it to the page, and then you might miss it. But we won't do that. Ha ha ha. Who else we got in here?
It's only 15, so you have to reapply it. Yeah, it's okay.
The leader is too fast for the cameraman. If you've never watched 1/12 Nitro racing, they are very hard to keep up with. These buggies aren't too bad. Jokaz RC, but yeah, I guess as soon as you've got RC in the name, you have watched 1/12 Nitro before. They are very difficult to follow. Head over to our YouTube channel, look at some of our previous races, and we have some archived on there. FR4NCIOSA. Is that supposed to be Francois, maybe? Afternoon, I think. Not quite, not here. Depends where you are. It's not afternoon. Oh, I see. When is the final? I thought you were just saying good afternoon. Yeah, 4:30 local. That's 5:30 Central Eastern Time. 4:30 UK GMT. Are we in British summertime at the minute? I never understand British summertime. Ashley, 1/8 is more fun. Yes, I like 1/8. It's my favourite. Don't forget, if you're wondering what I am talking about, all these people that I'm interacting with are YouTube viewers interacting with us in the chat section down the right hand side or underneath, depending on what device you are watching on. If you're not already a liker of our page, do head over to Facebook, find our RCTV page, hit like, keep up to date with the action, where we are, what we're covering and what we are doing. And if you want to interact with other RC fans like yourselves, head over to Facebook again, but search for our group, RC Racing TV, where you can click join. And once we have confirmed you are a real person and not a seller of fake sunglasses, knockoff handbags or unwanted financial pyramid schemes, we will add you to the group, and there you can interact with other people like Ashley Patterson or William DeVere, or I'll probably pronounce it terribly wrong, loads of other people. There's tons of people in there. Go and hang out. One big party. Thank you to TKR Graphics, our sponsor for the event, and of course thank you to EFRA, the governing body for all the events that we cover throughout the summer. We are for whom we are the media partner for, and it's thank you to them that we are sat here in glorious heat, and it's only 10:30. It's only going to get hotter. I am going to be burnt by the time we get on the plane tomorrow morning. We'll be leaving our hotel at about 2 a.m. maybe 2:30. A long drive back. We're all from the UK. I'm James Parry. To my left is Adam Johnson on that there commentary, and usually on the camera, but it stopped for a natural break, is Frank McKinney. We are part of a wider group called RCTV, and we bring you coverage like this from around Europe. Will you leave that spider alone, Adam? Just leave it. Leave it be. It's the size of a pinhead. It's fine. It's not going to hurt. It's a money spider. It's good luck. You're always active, so happy to chat with people. It's well, without you people, there'd kind of be no point us being here. So it's a pleasure to talk to you, especially when someone like yourself interacts with us. There's obviously about a 30-second delay. It's not like live chat, because by the time it goes through the computer, out through the satellite, yes, we use a satellite, the signal is beamed out of orbit and back down to YouTube headquarters, where it's converted into a video somehow and pushed down the interpipes to your devices. That's why we're about 30 seconds behind. I'm taking it that's GBT stands for... Did I say GBT? I meant to say GMT. My apologies. GBT. Great Britain time works. Yeah, I meant to say GMT. I'm not actually a commentator. I'm just the technical dog's body that makes things work and plugs things in, but we have to let our main commentator's voice rest. So unfortunately, you're stuck with me. I babble on for a while, interact with the socials, talk about our sponsors, babble on about what we do. Works out quite well. And you'll be glad to know, in about 20 seconds, a proper commentator will be back on. Oh.
Well, you know, someone
not
who's
even
a bit
20
better
seconds.
at wittering then.
Hey?
Someone who's a bit better at wittering generally.
Yes. I don't know what... A commentator just knows what to witter about.
Yeah.
It's still wittering.
It is.
Right, we're just about to start. Frankie's back from his natural break. He thrusts himself towards the camera like some kind of video capturing gazelle. That's not a gazelle. Oh, okay, that was thrusting. Well, don't thrust in my direction. Sorry, I'm crashing Adam, who's waiting to tell you about the drivers. Go!
Here's your grid. Halsima, Izquierdo, Felipe, Cunha, Lanise, Giel, Ferreira, Evans, Lord, Silva. And then finally, Bueno and Guerrero. And they're on the way. And that grid that I just told you about will probably be completely different. Well, it already is completely different. There's about 20 cars piled on top of each other out the first corner. They're just... they didn't want to race each other, they just want to bundle. But the field has made it through the opening corners. Initially just about, a few have got very, very scrappied up. Now, bearing in mind, there weren't any transfers from the previous round, double transfers, so we basically start again in terms of transfers, looking for the double bump-ups. There'll be no chance of a triple here. As they come round the opening lap, I think we have one of our transfer guys up in the top 4 spots. We do, Andre Guerrero, who had a pretty solid run through his lower final, his 132nd final. Jeffrey Halsema leads them early. Nicolas Anish second. Francisco Ferreira is third. And fourth is the blue and orange car of Andre Guerrero, who followed quite a bit today because he's been driving very, very well. In fact, he's just ahead of one of the other transfer spot guys, which would be Fernando Bueno. So, Guerrero heading down the back straight. He's okay. He's orange, mostly orange car, but with blue additions on it. It's car 12 as they battle behind for 5th spot. We watch the 4th place car is Andre Guerrero, car 12, who's been in a pretty decent spot so far. Number 1 is our leader, that's Jeffrey Halsema, the orange car. Then number 5, second, Nicolas Anish. Third is Francisco Ferreira, car 7, and Andre Guerrero is car 12 in 4th. He's going down the final corner at the end of the back straight now, and he's actually alongside car 7, which is Ferreira. They bang wheels through here, and they come onto the front straight once more. Car 4 is Hugo Cunha, but he's actually scored as the tail end of the lead lap. I think he must have started late or got tangled up in the fray. Oh, so we got issues for Guerrero. Well, Guerrero got at him quite well. He passed Ferreira, but Ferreira is now in the fly trap of Vincent Philippe, who himself makes an issue where he didn't really need one. A bit more contact. It's all getting a bit scrappy. But 3rd and 4th head through the tabletop. It's Ferreira and Guerrero. This is not going to get confusing at all. Guerrero has a little bit of an instant there. Ferreira moves back through again, and the top 2 just in front of them. So your transfer spot guys are all there, pretty much in the picture, in the frame. And they're starting to build a half-decent lead over 5th spot, who is now car 8, Oliver Evans, one of the British hopes. So he'll be able to try and get up there and give them something to cheer about. It's been a tough weekend for those guys. Spoke to Steve Shakespeare yesterday. He really had a difficult time of it. As they head over the tabletop, the top 4, this is unusual. The top 4 are kind of compressed together. Guerrero not helping himself there. He kind of mounts the inside rumble strip, or the inside barrier. Battle for 2nd, 3rd is on, but Guerrero staying there in 4th. Pretty smart strategy, to be fair. Just stick with the top 3. Keep on their coattails and keep away from trouble as much as possible. If you can pass a couple of guys, that really would help. But they are starting to drop the 5th place battle, which is probably being dropped because it is such a battle. Miguel Izquierdo is now 5th now. But they are collectively sort of dropping time lap after lap to Guerrero and the top 4. So those guys have got to sort themselves out. Whoever's the fastest in that group must establish himself quickly and then get a move on. They've still got plenty of time, don't you understand? We're only 4 minutes in to a 20-minute race, and as we've seen already, a lot can change, but I've just seen a couple of guys in the 5th place battle flip at the end of the back straight, so again, not helping themselves, focusing probably too much on their own battle and not on the bigger picture. But Guerrero continues to work hard. He was the final transfer in his 132nd final and had to work hard for it as well. A lot of opposition in it. A lot of guys threatening to take it away. And we had multiple changes of position in that one, but he ended up coming through. Guerrero, at this point in time, again in a solid 4th. This is basically the same strategy employed in his 132nd final. Just keep it solid, keep it safe, keep it secure. Don't really battle the guys in front of you if you don't have to. Whoops. Just as I'm saying all that, a little bit of a flip. That was okay, that's fine, you got away with that. Kind of make your own luck in this game. Oliver Evans is back to 5th and trying to gain some time back. Really, they're lapping around the same time, so it's going to be, if Guerrero makes the mistake here, that's going to be what really might put the cat among the pigeons here. As the leader, Halsema, is starting to make a little bit of a gap, breaking away from the top 4 just a tiny bit. But Guerrero still 4th, and Evans is trying to make 5th his own and try and knuckle down and chase down Guerrero. He has just 14.5 minutes to do so. Should be enough time if he has the car speed. But Guerrero, the key thing for Guerrero, why I think he's in a very good spot here, is that he's looked very clean. He's only made the odd mistake here, and in these early lower final rounds, we've seen just how many mistakes are made, just how many flips, incidents, how entire races can come crashing down. So Guerrero, for my money, has looked smooth. He's not looked the fastest, but he's looked smooth, and he's looked composed. He's actually just inherited 3rd off of car 5, which is Nicolas Laniche. So car 5 is now your 4th place runner. And in fact, Guerrero making overtures at 2nd place from Francisco Ferreira. So it's a good run for Guerrero. But it is car 5 now. Nicolas Laniche, the Italian. Or the Frenchman, sorry. That we have to look out for. And we are watching right now. And he does the back straight fairly smoothly. You don't ideally want to land full speed on the tabletop at the end of the back straight, but it's still probably better than singling. It just puts you at more of a risk of losing momentum when you land. As meanwhile, the battle for 5th continues, as I think Sam Silva has taken that position. But again, this is all happening further and further behind 4th place Laniche. It's now 9 seconds back. So this guys really making a rod for their own back. As Laniche is largely in a world of his own here, but Evans is back to 5th, I can tell you, but he is still losing ground. Those guys just keep getting dragged back into their own battles and not really doing enough to move forward. Battle these guys in front. Bearing in mind, we do have pit stops to contend with as well. That can throw a spanner in the works all over the place. We've seen that before. And we've seen different strategies really play a major factor in these races. So car 5 from Laniche, still 4th. Behind Guerrero 3rd, Ferreira 2nd, and Jeffrey Halsema, who is out in front and looking very solid. And that's really the pattern of these races a lot of the time. You really look for a strong opening segment to take the lead, and then you start to build momentum, start to build the gap. Is that a flip for Laniche on the back straight? It is, but he does have plenty of time in the bag. So it should be okay. Actually, that was a flip for Ferreira. So Laniche is up to 3rd. And Ferreira is now our 4th place car. So if we drop back 1 car, just to the full orange car with the yellow wheels, he's coming through that middle sector now. There he is. Car 7 is Francisco Ferreira. He's our 4th place car now after that flip on the back straight. And I'll tell you what, he's not actually that far ahead of Oliver Evans. I think Evans has got some decent car speed in that car. And now he's broken clear of that huge swarm of wasps behind him. He's actually able to get some good laps down here and might just be in contention here, especially if Ferreira makes a few more mistakes, which he just has. A little one there in the granite hairpin. Pit stop's also coming up. A lot can still change here. Ferreira will be feeling the heat just a little bit as it warms up further here in Freixidas, Portugal. They'll be feeling the heat out on the track. And Oliver Evans with a flip on the inside of the wheel. That'll take him out of contention for now. But someone just flamed out down on the front straight, and I'm just seeing that car 5 of Nicolas Laniche is also now seemingly right back up. Oh, he's just heading around the tabletop here. We'll see how this sorts out in about a lap or two, because I think we've had some changes here. We've had a flame out here, so car 7 across the line then. He's 3rd. Guerrero scored 2nd at the moment. Who is scored 4th? I think it is Laniche. They come through. Guerrero 2nd. Ferreira 3rd. Laniche is scored 4th. Laniche is the 4th place car. He's right in front of us about now in the S section, right in the middle of the track. And he's just ahead of Oliver Evans in 5th. So, we follow the yellow and orange car. We followed Laniche already. He's back down to 4th, having moved his way up just a moment ago. But Ferreira is now 3rd. And Guerrero 2nd, so I think pit stop's coming into play as well. Oliver Evans is also close. It's an intriguing battle at the moment. Flip at the end of the main straight. for Evans. Again, Evans just not able to build any momentum, really. He's trying to challenge for these guys, and I think he's got the car speed, but he just goes 3 laps and then undoes all the good work. He does all the hard work, gets some good laps in, and then throws it away again. But he is still just about in touching distance, so this is definitely not over yet. Especially as Guerrero's had some issues there just in front of Laniche, you can see there. So Guerrero having a few issues here. Slowing a lot here. I wonder, now where are we on time? We're at 9 minutes 15 to go. And we're just keeping an eye out for pit stops as well. Guys having flameouts beneath us. We're on board, we're following Guerrero right now, who still scores the 3rd place car. Laniche still 4th, and Evans still 5th. Spaced out just a little bit. So we follow Laniche right now. We have the round of pit stops to contend with as well. That's probably what got car 7 bolted up the order as it did. But Laniche still looks solid, but Evans, I tell you what, his last lap was 3 seconds up. Evans, really, you're not making it easy for yourself, are you? You're just not. Just at the moment I said you're 3 seconds up a lap. And that's the frustrating thing, he's got the car speed, this must be so frustrating for him. I think he just knows time is ticking away, his chances are ticking away, and really, he just keeps giving himself a mountain to climb. And we should follow Laniche for the moment. Laniche is just heading up the tabletop right now. He's on the tabletop, just coming down. The yellow into orange car. That's still the 4th position car. Over the doubles down the back straight. He's our 4th place car. We shall keep close tabs on him. He's running good laps at the moment. I think he must have had his pit stop a few laps ago because he was marginally slower that time. He goes through, and Laniche continues on his way in a fairly solid 4th spot. He's running okay at the moment, just behind Guerrero. And this top 4 has kind of locked it out for the moment. A little flip for Laniche there, and he gets back going. Not too far off at all. And up the tabletop once again. He's okay, and Laniche is making pretty good work of this. Especially, as I say, Oliver Evans just can't seem to string 2 very fast laps together. This must be so frustrating for him. It's frustrating to talk about over here. I'm not even the driver. Laniche, good job through the TKR triples, through this middle sector. Got a car upside down on the back straight behind. That's nothing to worry about. We're okay. Onwards through this technical sector here. It's a jump, and then a jump, and then a curve, and then a jump, and another curve, and then up the EFRA tabletop. And then down again, and onto the back straight goes Laniche. He should be looking to double the first one, double the second, just about. You just see there, if you land on the tabletop rather than clearing it, you leave yourself open to a hard landing and destabilising the car, pitching it in the wrong direction, and sending you into all sorts of trouble. But he's running really smoothly here. Laniche, this is good stuff here. He knows he's got decent running on those behind him. He's got a good gap. And indeed, actually, Evans has now lost multiple positions now. He's behind Samuel Silva and Mikel Izquierdo. But Silva, just for context, is 14 seconds down on Laniche. So let's continue to follow Laniche for now. He is the 4th place runner. And he's looking a safe bet here with just over a quarter of the race to go. Take the final transfer spot and move up into effectively the quarterfinals, or the 1/8 finals, I should say. Laniche is happily going along. The car that he'll be coming up on in a minute is Fernando Bueno, car 11. He's a lap down. No need to worry about that. And Guerrero's just up the road from Laniche, but we'll continue to follow Laniche for now. Laniche is kind of in a world of his own, really. He's about 6 seconds down on Guerrero and about 17 seconds up on Evans. So let's just break off for a second for the final corner, see if we can find our leader, Jeffrey Halsema. And well, we just have some pit stops to run through first. Pit stops happening right in front of us. Laniche with the stop. And he comes out And I don't think he's lost any position there. That was a good spot, James, just as coming into the pits there. So Lanish should be fueled to go, and Evans is still a few seconds back. A few substantial seconds back, I'd say.
Down to the last 4.5 minutes.
We're into the final 4.5 minutes. Over the doubles goes Lanish, and he's still looking secure here. Evans is still a good few corners back, a good third of the lap back. The timing screen will tell us this time just how far and just how much work Evans has got to do. He's made it really difficult for himself here. And have a look here. Yeah, he's still 8 seconds down, which be really disappointed about. But Lanish, is that Lanish? He's upside down. He's been caught out. I think it is. Oh, goodness me. Could this have finally... It is falling in Evans' lap. Suddenly, we've got a battle for fourth all over again. Lanish was plain sailing, and then he flipped and kind of got stuck on the inside in that corner. The marshal was slow to respond. It was kind of hidden from view for a second. And that has brought Evans right into the scrap here. Suddenly, we've got a battle for fourth spot all over again. And then Evans makes a mistake again. Could you guess? Could you guess? He just cannot get this thing done, can he? That's pretty much negated Lanish's mistake there. And it could have been a game changer. It may well have been. Let's have a look at it on the VRC Pro replay. He just comes around the corner, gets his angle wrong on the jump. He just falls off the jump there. He didn't double them successfully. And look, he was just stuck upside down there. Actually quite hard to spot there. He was almost hiding from the marshal. I wonder if the marshal took a while to see him. So that really took some sting out of it.
Did take a while to marshal that. I think, like you say, for that reason, no one could see him.
So that could have been a game changer for him. But as it stands, Evans made a mistake about half a lap later. And so he has really kind of fluffed his lines a little bit here. Evans has had so much difficulty trying to get this thing done. Now, Nicola Lanish is in the middle sector of the track right now. The yellow into orange car. He is our fourth place man. He's going up towards the tabletop. He's in the middle sector off to the right. He's coming up onto the EFRA tabletop right now. We're on at car 9 at the moment, which is Luis Lobo. He's on the back straight now. There's Lanish. Very similar looking cars. So, Evans is still not that far behind him, but it's just, I think it's going to be too little too late. It's been such a frustrating race for Evans. He's been so close many times and had it almost fall in his lap at one point. But Lanish looks to have just about held on. I think Lanish has had his one big mistake for the race. He never looked like making more than a handful at best. And it's a shame because Evans appears to have car speed on Lanish. So he's got 1 minute and 45 to go, and I think he's gaining a little bit on Lanish again, but he's just given himself too much work to do.
Just got a VRC Pro replay. It wasn't an accident. I just thought that was a really nice shot of those two cars battling through the air.
That is spectacular stuff, you're right. Look at that. Great stuff. It's what I love so much about off-road racing, buggy racing. Watching the cars scrap, and especially when they go side by side in mid-air like that. It looks great. And it's great examples of driving from them. And Evans is driving the wheels off this thing in fifth, but he's just not getting close enough. Lanish, we continue to follow him as he's our fourth place driver. It hasn't changed up front, by the way. Halsema still leads Ferreira by 5 seconds, and Guerrero still third, 17 seconds off the lead. But Lanish is fourth. We continue to follow Lanish as he goes down the back straight. He navigates the back straight. Evans is within a straightaway of him now, but as I said before, it's just going to be so difficult. He is relying on Lanish to make a mistake here. Lanish has barely made any of those. The one big mistake he did make, Evans basically gifted back to him within half a lap. Oh, but I say that. Oh, he just went off track a little bit there. A little bit nervous. A little bit close. We're into the final 35 seconds. You see maybe a little bit of tension there in Lanish and his controls. But Evans is closing. But I just don't think it's going to be enough without a mistake from Lanish. But he is closing a lot. I think they'll get one more lap in. So Evans might get one more shot at him. They will get another lap in. And Evans is right there. Evans is right there, though. I think he thought the race would have finished right there and then. It didn't. They have one more lap. Evans is right there. It's do or die now. Evans has got to make this move happen. He's had chance after chance. He's had so many mistakes. He's come so close. Lanish is there. He just has to hold on for another half a lap. Oh, goodness me. This is a showdown. They go side by side. This is incredibly tense. Where does Evans make his move? Laniche is trying to cut off every single avenue for a pass. Oh, but Evans takes a tight line there. Tries to get the power on early. Up over the EFRA tabletop for a final time. Halsema has won this one, but we are watching the battle for fourth. The final transfer spot after the 116 final. Evans gets a great run out of the second job, but he flips. He just tags the inside corner. And he's going to hand it just to Laniche. Oh, goodness me. That was a final lap showdown for the ages. Great stuff to conclude this 116th final A. Marvellous stuff. Oh, goodness me. There was me thinking that Evans wouldn't quite make it there, but he had so much car speed at the end there. He was determined to at least have one swing at Laniche. He did. He made the pass, but he just went a little bit too far. And here is the VRC Pro replay of the finish. This was it. Evans made the pass. He got a great run, but he just turned in too early to the corner, made the flip, and it wasn't even that much in there. Look at this. This was how close it was to the line. Laniche sneaks through, basically crawls around the hairpin to avoid losing any time, and he just makes it through. It was that close. So let's have a full result rundown for you. It's Halsema with the win. Ferreira second, Guerrero third, and then fourth in the end for Laniche, and Evans and the rest of the runners not quite there in the end. So close, not that far away at all. It was a great run in the end. James, that livened up a bit at the end, didn't it?
It did. I'm going to do you.
It was a good race, wasn't it?
It was.
What did you think of that battle at the end?
It was good.
Do you think Laniche deserved it?
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't watch it from a race point of view, do I? I watch it from a technical point of view,
I was
making
expecting
sure
you just to say yes.
No, I wasn't going to do it to you a fifth time. I don't want to be predictable. Oh, what? Hang on.
So what's going on here?
Ah, the Tour de Portugal has stopped by. Giving us a wave live on air. That's ace. It seems that everybody that drives down this road, it's not a very busy road, but they either slow down, they stop, they come over, take a look. It's very relaxed, but even though technically it's like an A road, or if you I don't know, do you have A roads in America? It's like not a motorway, but a busy non-motorway. Country road. It's just hardly any cars. Anyway, that's not very interesting. I'm going to move on. Right, whilst Adam rests his voice, hello YouTubers. Let's jump back in whilst I'm catching up on YouTube. Thank you to TKR Graphics for sponsoring this event, and of course EFRA, for whom we are the media partners. Thank you to them for asking us to cover these events from Europe throughout the summer months. We are RC Racing TV. We are live in Portugal for the 1/8 Euro B Championships. Off-road, buggy, nitro. Any of those words can be used to describe the class that we are covering today. Oh, Kevin, good night. It's been fun. If I've missed you, Kevin, I apologise. If you're still there and I've caught you in time, good night. Sleep tight and don't let the bed bugs bite. France. I can't pronounce your name, but 1 second. More importantly, I'll have a water, please. Actually, because I've had that many Cokes and espressos that I'm starting to have palpitations. Big holes on the first corner. There's big holes all over the track. It's so dry and so hot. Hang on, our Frank McKinney, our cameraman. Hang on, let me make sure I'm on your camera. He's going to zoom in for us on that corner and show exactly how bad it is. I don't think we'll get a chance to do a walkabout with the wireless cameras today, unfortunately, but there you go. That is how bad the corners are. Thank you for that, Frank. Do you ever race in the UK at all? I don't think we had any UK ones this year. We did last year. Well, that's a good point, sorry. From an EFRA point of view, there were no UK ones this year, but they were last year. From races that we cover, for the last couple of years, we've covered the Neo race, which is this class of vehicle. It's an international race held on an off-road course, but it's indoors. It's known as the Indoor Worlds. It's held at the Harper Adams Agricultural College in Shropshire in the United Kingdom. It's basically a big cattle shed with it's way more than a ton, tons of mud inside, which is usually used for teaching students how to use tractors. But once a year in March, over the Easter weekend, Phil and the DXR team go in and rip it up, as it were, convert it into an off-road track, fill it full of drivers from around the world, and race for 4 days. And we've had the honour, thank you to Phil Freixidas, to cover that for the last couple of years. So I suppose the short answer was yes. William, I'll try and get down there to watch it on the iPhone. It's probably easier from where you are to watch it on the iPhone. Eric 03800, good cam man. Thank you, Eric. I'll let him know. He sat next to me. Good cameraman. It's either good cameraman or good cam man. I'm not sure which way around. Where did Mailing qualify? Do you know? I'll have a look for that in a minute for you. Check over my RCM, but I'll go over there in a minute. Thank you, Chris Marshall. 41st, Stephen. William, thank you for answering my question. You don't have to keep thanking me. It's a pleasure. It's no problem at all. You're a very polite viewer. No problem at all. It's my pleasure. Let me see if I can get everyone to my RCM. La 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 la.
You may be able to post the link.
Yeah, I'll see if I can post a link for you. Don't know if we can put links in the chat. One of those silly rules.
Put spaces instead of periods.
Aha, Freixidas. Just trying to find the information for you. How do you get into the view? I can never remember on this. Is it that?
Yeah. That'll be the overall ranking lists
Where's that?
at the bottom left.
Yeah.
Ranking list. And then forward. Yeah, that's the overall
Don't know. I will try and post this link for you. I don't know if it's going to let me do it. It has. There we go. I have linked the current ranking list for you. A link to the MyRCM page that will take you to all the information and the statistics for this event. Rich Barnett, can you tell Ashley Patterson to go and get some work done? Ashley, go and get some work done. Where is Ashley supposed to be working? Where's he working on a Sunday? Do let us know. William, how's your day been at the track? It's been very good. It's very hot. It's only 11 o'clock local here, and already I am boiling / burning. It's a nice venue. The track's looking after us. We got here on time. No technical issues. We have lots of bits of equipment and computers and sound decks and cameras and cables, and you can imagine modems and routers. So anything can go wrong, especially when you think that we transport this equipment all over Europe, and it does get the odd knock and the odd scrape and the odd scratch. So every now and again, we do get technical teething issues, but actually it's been a pretty relaxed weekend. The satellite has been good. It's played ball. That's always fun to try and align the satellite so we can get this signal out to you. Don't forget, if you're wondering what I'm talking about or who I am talking to, in fact, head over to the chat section. If you're obviously on YouTube, if you're watching this, head over to the chat section. I'm chatting with all the viewers there in the area down the side or at the bottom. Do come join us, join in. Adam's got this look of panic because I'm talking during the start of the race. It's okay, we can talk for a second. We're in the lower finals, it's fine. Relax, Adam, it's fine.
I'm professional.
I know you're professional, but I'm not. Relax. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. Head over to Facebook. We've got a Facebook group over there where you can all talk amongst yourselves. We've got the Facebook page. If you like us, then you will get notified every time we kind of go on air and what events that we've got, the clips that we upload, so interact with us, don't miss anything. Adam is literally about to claw my face off if I don't let him speak, so I'm going to let him speak. Adam, go for it.
More frank, to be honest with you. So let's get underway then. We're into the second 1/16 final B. It was Berg, Pereira, Suarez and Perez who led them away. But of course, as we all know, that quickly falls apart within a few corners, especially on dirt tracks like this, where everything's thrown up into the air at the first corner. So as they come around for the first lap, after lap 1, it's Suarez, Graham Miller in 5th in car 5, Steve Shakespeare car 6, and Matthias Chaffardon, one of our transfer spot runners, in car 9, who are your top 4. So it could be potentially a good race for the Brits if they can keep this up. But they seem busy crashing into each other in front. But Chaffardon is just in front of us now. It's the yellow car with yellow wheels and sort of clear wing. The top 4 have all bunched together. You see them all there in the same shot. But Chaffardon looking for the double bump up. In fact, the car closest to them behind is Miko Prades, who's also looking for a double transfer as well. Haven't seen any of those so far today. These could be our first. And it's interesting to see now on the granite hairpin a sort of thin lining of gravel and dust that's been kicked up. As we watch car 5 coming beneath us, that's Graham Miller. And number 9, Chaffardon. I think we've lost Steve Shakespeare in amongst all that. So Prades is now in 4th. Shakespeare went off track. So it is now Manuel Prades who's in 4th in the green into orange and white car with the white wing, white wheels, up through the EFRA tabletop and down again. And he's under pressure from Francois Neroni. He's behind in the all orange car. So straight away, once again, these races have started at a frightening pace. They settle in fairly soon, but as we saw in the last one, nothing is really decided until you actually cross the finish line itself, and the battle for 4th is on. Picked up very quickly here. Neroni looking for that position early. Oh, and he went for the inside move there. He just hit it nose first and flipped, which went a little bit too aggressive there. And Neroni then falls back a bit. So we pick up our focus on Prades as he goes through the EFRA tabletop. And now onto the back straight. And the car that he's behind is Joao Suarez, who's the 3rd place car. So that's 3rd and 4th in the same screen as you. And I can just say that pretty much everyone from 5th on back has flipped at the corner at the end of the main straight. It's going to be another one of those races, I think, when no one wants to finish 4th. No one actually wants to transfer. Maybe they're all so warm they just want to go and sunbathe for a bit. I don't blame them really, but if you're here at an RC competition, you're here to win. So Prades continues on, trying to chase down Suarez. Suarez, one of the many Portuguese hopefuls here. I can tell you, for any Brits watching, Graham Miller is actually leading at the moment, so a bright spot for the Brits. It's been a tough weekend for them. Steve Shakespeare was in with a chance, but looks like that's gone away fairly early. And we have an instant for 3rd spot. It's car 3 that's flipped. That's Suarez. He's flipped. He rejoins, and now he becomes the 4th place car. Prades makes the pass. But the pink and blue car number 3 of Suarez that we're following right now is the 4th place runner. And he's got a fairly decent gap over Neroni in 5th. But as we saw in the last race, that can evaporate very quickly. And that can go away in the blink of an eye. So it can change all the time. Suarez was in a safe 3rd. Is now in a slightly less safe, but still fairly secure 4th. But he's actually looking for that position back off of Prades. Prades very, very narrow through the granite hairpin, incredibly narrow for that corner. I don't really think that's the fastest line to that corner, to be honest with you. I think trying to keep it that tight just means you just bleed off so much speed to try and get the line through. I don't think it works out really in the end. Oh, up with a flip there. That's definitely not going to work for Suarez. And he marches on his way fairly effortlessly. Still moving on. In fact, the battle for 5th is picking up more than anything between Neroni and Steve Shakespeare. Well, hang on a second. That is now Suarez, who we're following right now, is now being scored as 3rd. So I think the battle we are watching, well, we're watching Suarez, who's now scored 3rd. Neroni has scored 4th. And this big wad of cars here, somewhere in the middle of that is 3rd, 4th, 5th. Or 4th and 5th at the very least. So I think something happened to one of our top guys to drop him right back. I think it's Graham Miller, which typically for the Brits would follow just about their luck for this weekend. So we're watching right now car 2 and 4, who are the 4th and 5th place runners. Alexandre Pereira and Alejandro Perez are your 3rd and 4th place runners. So this is your battle for the 4th and 5th place runners, I should say. So this is the battle for the transfer spot, which has ended rather abruptly, and I think that's a broken rear suspension for Perez. The right rear wheel went at a very funny angle. It just stopped and lost all traction going up the hill. So Perez's hopes have been cut short cruelly. That'll put Neroni, back up into 5th spot. And it's Pereira, who we're seeing right in the middle of the track there, getting out into the dust for a second. And it's him who's 4th right now. And he's moving fairly comfortably as it stands. With 6 minutes in, and Chafardon is your lead, and Prade is 2nd. So we've got 2 of our transfer guys up at the top of the table right now, looking for the double transfer. Be a first for the day. We haven't seen many. But Suarez, or Pereira, now scored 5th. Graham Miller's now actually jumped back to the top of the table, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I wonder if Graham was not scored a lap and then was scored one back. So Graham Miller is now scored at the top end. So car 2 of Pereira that we're following now being scored as 5th again. So we look for car 4, who was being scored 4th, and now is again Joel Suarez. And Frank's picked him up. He's there in the granite hairpin now. And he comes down in front of us right now. Car 3 is 4th place right now. Chafardon is your leader. Graham Miller scored 2nd. Not entirely sure what happened for a second. Miller appeared to drop to 10th on the scoring sheet, so I think they just didn't count a lap for him. It was quickly given back to him. We follow Suarez as he continues on in 4th. Looking for another Portuguese driver to transfer through. Chafardon and Prades are still on for a double transfer. They are 1st and 3rd respectively. And we follow Suarez as the 4th place runner. And he is a comfortable distance up the road from Pereira in 5th. But there's still plenty to go here, especially with pit stops. They will have to at least do 1. We're predicting probably more than that for these guys. So it'll be very interesting to see. Plays out at the moment. Suarez looking comfortable, and Suarez looking pretty decent. I say he has a comfort zone around him, and it's Hampersberg who's now moved to 5th, the pole sitter for this race. He's actually moved back to 5th spot, but he's still a way away. So let's just keep our focus on Suarez for now. Through the granite hairpin and down the main straight. Once more, the sun is rising to its highest point in the sky all day. The heat on this track is only going to intensify. Almost hard to believe when we got here this morning, the scene that we had, with it being so foggy and misty and cool. As soon as the fog blew through, the sun has been beaten down, and it looks like to be a similar day to yesterday. Very, very warm. And that will make things tricky throughout the day for the drivers. The track starts to dry out and wear down all over again. Suarez continues on in 4th. I can tell you Miller's challenging Prades for 2nd place. Those two having a good little battle, but at the moment not really mattering much in the grand scheme of things. We are focused on the 4th place battle. And we move. Well, Suarez is continuing on, and at last count, he was a good 7 seconds up on Hampersberg in 5th place. So he's all right. But Berg, you'd think, has the car speed, being the pole sitter for this race. Now he's got an advantage. Especially as the marshal closest to him, looking the wrong way, was sat the other way. He's delayed and recovered. That's really brought Berg into play. Berg is now right into play, and he's right on the rear wing of Suarez. Suarez now, how defensive does he go? He has to try and force him out, and he does. Banging wheels there. You are not taking my 4th spot away. No, sir.
We're going to have pit stops soon as well, I think.
Pit stops as well coming into play soon. That's just about right. We're dead on halfway in this race, but a flame out. Just as soon as Berg gets himself back into contention, it's all over. And I wonder if that was a flame out or if he just went too far on fuel. We have a VRC Pro replay at the instant that brought Berg into play in the first place. Suarez goes for the big slide, but he gets his entry into the corner just wrong. He clips the inside barrier, flips over. We have cars in the pits as well. Car 3 is in the lane. Suarez is in the lane for the pit stop, and he rejoins the track. He's okay. That was a good stop. That looks okay to me, and I don't think he'll have lost any positions out of that. We'll see when timing and scoring catches back up. The only car I can see getting past him was Steve Shakespeare, who's a lap behind anyway. So Hampersburg is back underway, so I wonder if Berg flamed out and he ran out of fuel, pushed his fuel window too far. Because he's back underway now, but he's down in 8th place and a lap behind where he needs to be. Which didn't have battle for 4th, which he was there for, but it appears to have been taken away from him now. So Suarez still scored 4th. The car we're following right now. That's just made his pit stop, remember. There's a car upside down just near where he was, but Suarez continues on. Bounded. And elsewhere, I can tell you, Neroni has just flamed out, so that was another contender for 4th spot. He's gone away. They're all dropping like flies around Suarez right now. Suarez marches on. It's the beat of his own drum. He played this race pretty well. He made that mistake a few laps ago at the Granite Hairpin. And he's a lot smoother through it this time. It wouldn't surprise me if he's given up a little bit of lap speed in the previous few cycles, because Pereira is still a fair old distance behind. So he's all right in that respect. But Suarez, I mean, he's a long way back from, he's about 9 seconds down on Prades. So there's no danger of him challenging for 3rd at any point, unless Prades really makes a bad mistake, which is entirely possible. We've seen that a lot today. So, unless that's the case, Suarez will continue to march on in 4th and looks pretty comfortable doing so. Graham Miller has retaken the lead from Chaffardon. And in fact, he has gained a little bit on Prades, hasn't he, Suarez? Prades in car 11 is 3rd, 4th is Suarez. But most crucially, he is only gaining time hand over fist on Alexander Pereira. Or 5th spot in general, I should say. He is 19 seconds off from Pascal Jutz, who is the 5th place car right now. So, we're watching Prades and Suarez right now, 3rd and 4th place runners. And they're closing in. The 2nd place car has just pitted in. That was Chaffardon in car... actually, no, that was car 6 for Steve Shakespeare. He was a lap down already, so he's not in the cycle here, but we continue to follow Prades in 3rd spot. Suarez, the car you just see behind him, 4th. As the drone hovers, monitors the action just as we do. The cameras in our live coverage on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 1/8 Metro Buggy B European Championships, presented by the great folks at TKR Graphics and by EFRA, of which we are the official media partner for season 2016. And Suarez continues on his way as he continues his march, his quest to move up the order and into the 1/8 round of finals. We'll be starting immediately after this one. We're going on at a fast pace here on finals day. I say there's a nice intensity of this event, just the 2 days of main action, all of qualifying yesterday and all the finals today. There's a nice intensity to it, and that's compactness. And Suarez will be looking to start some sort of marvellous ascension of the ranks. I think the most I saw was last year at the 1/8 IC track in Ettlingen. We saw a triple bump up into the final, which then resulted in a podium for Merlin Depter. If I'm right, it was at least a double bump up. It may even have been a triple that resulted in a podium overall at the event. So, by my maths, a triple bump up for Suarez would just get him into the semi-finals. So he'd have to go one level above that again. But for now, he's still got a job to do here, and he's still got 5 minutes to go in this race for Suarez to make this transfer secure. I'll tell you what, he's looking more secure all the time, because at the moment he is up 26 seconds over Pascal Jutz. It's been very unusual. We've seen the fortunes of the transfer spots really fluctuate. For large parts of the race, they've looked very secure, but have suddenly come charging back into it at the end. But I don't think, in this case, Jutz or Pereira or those guys behind just have enough for Suarez, really. It's just not enough there. Chaffardon appears to have retaken the lead comfortably from Graham Miller. Miller will be happy with his second place transfer spot as it stands. As we continue to watch Prades and Suarez, your third and fourth place runners. They are still close together, they're still battling for position. Any position they can get. With a clip on the inside for Suarez. Appears to be his bogey corner. I think it's everyone's really. And we just had a flame out for car 10, that's Pascal Jutz, who was the fifth place car anyway, so there's another contender gone. As if those guys weren't far enough behind anyway. So Suarez really has got next to no opposition at this stage. The fifth place car still isn't scored on our screens on the same lap, so he's now Alexander Pereira, and he is nearly 30 seconds down. Nearly entire 30 seconds down. That's nearly an entire lap behind for the fifth place runner over the fourth. So Suarez has pretty much got this one on the lockdown. He's got this one just fine. Prades also in third, a very comfortable spot. No need for those guys to start scrapping among themselves. Not really, anyway. I mean, they can do so. They've got enough room to do so. But, funnily enough, the next car behind Suarez is our leader, Mathieu Chaffardon. So, there's Chaffardon in the yellow and brown bodied car. He's our leader. And he stayed fairly comfortable. In fact, just as I say that, Graham Miller scores the leader, but Chaffardon is still second. So, we just see the car immediately in front is Suarez. So that's the fourth place runner. So there's Suarez and your leader, Chaffardon. Chaffardon is back to the lead now, so I imagine Miller may have just had a pit stop there. But in the same screen, you see our leader, Chaffardon, car 9, and our fourth place runner, Suarez, car 5. Both of them looking very comfortable to transfer here. Chaffardon trying to put the lap on Suarez. He does so. Pretty comfortable in the end. And as the minutes are ticking down, we're under 2.5 minutes to go here. And these two enjoying a nice cruise in the late morning sun to a spot in the 1/8 finals, along with should be Graham Miller and Manuel Prades. It's been fairly smooth sailing for them, and it's not been very often today, we can honestly say that, as the breeze is starting to pick up. Not complaining about that at all. A little bit of a cool breeze blowing through is much welcomed. Don't think it will affect the track surface a huge amount, but for now it will not affect Chaffardon one bit. And I wonder if there's some shenanigans going on with Graham Miller's timing. My brain's completely gone blank. The thing that shows you the trancoder. No, that's not it, but you know what I mean. The thing that shows the timing of where the car is, where it shows on the timing screen. Transponder. Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Just had a bit of a brain freeze there. I wonder if there's some shenanigans going on with Graham Miller's transponder, because lap after lap he appears to either be scored first or second. Earlier on he was scored 10th for a lap. And right now we are following Chaffardon, who's back to being scored in the lead. And a little bit of a tangle Prades just in front of him with the lapped car of car 7, which is Francois Neroni. So Chaffardon is your leader, and he's coming home to make this fairly, very comfortable, I've got to say. Miller's last lap was showing us a 1 minute 55.9. I find that hard to believe. So I wonder if there are some issues with Miller's transponder. But Chaffardon, meanwhile, in amongst all that, is looking very good, and he's looking very calm and very composed. This has been a great run. So Chaffardon will become one of our first double transfers of the day, the double bump up. We'll see it happen. It'll be our first of the day for Chaffardon, and it will be, looks likely that he'll be joined in that by Manuel Prades in third. Both of those guys transferring up from the 132nd finals, and they'll move through this one as well, up through to the 1/8. We'll see how long their time in this tournament can continue for. And Chaffardon will be on his final lap now by the look of it. Yep, this will be his final lap. And I can tell you as the others come round, Graham Miller has just finished. So he will finish second. And he was that far back from Chaffardon. He was almost half a lap down. I think that was why the timing display would sometimes show some false readings there. But Chaffardon will come across the line. A very, very composed victory. Did not look in any trouble from first flag to last. And I think, yes, I think we had a late change for third. Suarez, I think, beat Prades to the line in the end in the battle for third spot. Again, doesn't matter a huge amount. Both of them will transfer through. Here's your full finishing lineup for the race. Mathieu Chaffardon with a really, really strong run. That was a powerhouse drive. Graham Miller second, so some good news for the Brits. They will have a representative in the 1/8 finals. Third for Joel Suarez. Manuel Prades fourth, and then everyone else on the outside looking in. A very distant outside looking in, I have to say. Alexander Pereira, Neroni, Habsburg, who had 2 flameouts in that race. Steve Shakespeare, Pascal Jutz, and Ricardo Simao. And then, just to round out, Helder Barros and Alejandro Perez. There's your finishing run for the 1/16 final B. As we march through the lower finals. Continues on here. We're coming up on the first of our 1/8 finals.
Are those quarters or semis?
I think the 1/4 are the quarters. 1/4, yeah, there you go, yeah. So this will be the last 16 effectively.
I see. Thank you for clarifying what's been going on in the YouTube chat. Whilst I'm looking, we are RC Racing TV. We're here live, Freixidas in Portugal, for the 1/8 Euro B Off-Road Buggy EFRA Championships. I'll just use all the words associated with it. Thank you to TKR Graphics, our sponsor for the event, VRC Pro, the sponsor for the replays of the event, and thank you to EFRA, for whom we are the media partners. Did you just twiddle my knob? No?
It wasn't intentional.
No, okay. I thought I saw you twiddling my knob out the corner of my eye. If you're wondering who I'm speaking to, then I'm chatting with our YouTube followers, listeners, viewers over in the YouTube chat, so come along, join in. If you're not already a member of the Facebook group, do head over there. The Facebook page, click like, and that keeps you up to date with what we're doing and where we're doing it, and the Facebook group to interact with other RCTV fans, viewers, followers. I saw something on Facebook I wanted to ask somebody. Let me just find it back up. I saved it on my phone. It was a picture from SJ Chandler. In case you're unaware, people sometimes send photos into the group, pictures of how they're watching us. I always love to see the different ways in which you're watching us. So if you want to do that, take a photo of your current setup, whether it's a telly, computer, a phone. I don't know, you'd have to have another phone to take a photo, but you get the point. SJ Chandler has posted in a picture of him working on some kind of CAD drawing, and I've tried to have a look and I can't work out what it is. He's got CAD on the left, RCTV on the right. I guess it's some kind of program like SolidWorks or something. It almost looks like the layout of a boat or something, but then I think it almost looks like the layout of an electrical circuit. I don't know. I'm intrigued, SJ Chandler. Please do enlighten me with what you are working on, because I'm a geek and it looks really technical. Let me just have a look through the YouTube chat. Crikey, loads of people have been talking. Kiwi76, hi from Australia. Hello from Portugal. How are you? Welcome along. Thank you for joining us. How many go? Oh yeah, good day.
Good day.
Good day, mate. How many go into the next final? How many? Is it 12? 12 per race?
Yeah.
12 per race. 4 bump up from the top of the previous race into the remaining 4 slots of the next race. I didn't explain that very well. How do the drivers know where their cars are on the track? I think he means their cars on the track. Yeah, with their eyeballs. They stand on a rostrum, which overlooks the track, and they control everything from there using their remote controls. Oh, sorry, Adrian, could you please put the camera on Chaffardon? I'm sure we must have done at some point.
Yeah, he won the heat.
I won the heat, good. So as I say, I look from a technical point of view, not a race point of view. How often do you record a live stream? I think there's usually about about 8 events per year, plus the Neo, so that make it 9, plus we do other bits and pieces. It tends to be in the summer months, but make sure you like our page and you'll keep up to date. Yeah, Adrian, when there's a big event, good point. Bum, 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 bum. Just go through the comments. There are top pilots, question mark. Yes, top pilots for a B Euro. Obviously, they're the ones making their way up the field or already qualified in the higher positions. Dun, 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 dun. Just flicking through. Crikey, there's loads of comments. This is brilliant. PS3 Wii Geeks twiddling my knob. Yes, I thought Adam was twiddling my knob, but he wasn't. He was just putting his fingers somewhere near my knob, so it's fine. He didn't twiddle it. He's mailing out next. Yes, she is. In car 5. You'll see that on the... She'll be starting in position number 5 on the grid. That was Bernard. I hope that answers your question. Oh, someone said Chris Marshall. No, Bernard. 2 more finals. No, she's out next. The Car Guy 13. Hi from Greece. Hello from Portugal. I don't know what hi from Portugal is in Greece. If I did, I would speak in your native language, but I don't. That's all the comments I have time to get through at the moment. So, hey? Oh, is it warming up? Well, when I think it's warming up, they're going live. When I think we're going live, they're only warming up. So we've got a 2-minute warm-up so the drivers can bring their engines up to temperature. Run them in just for 2 minutes. Get used to the track.
It's a 3-minute warm-up, but you have 2 minutes.
Oh, it's a 3-minute warm-up. Oh, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. By the way, about 3 o'clock today, it's going to be 4 degrees more warmer.
More warmer?
More warmer than this, according to Apple Weather. There are other weather apps available, of course. But yeah, another 4 degrees on top.
23 degrees, I believe.
Hey?
23 degrees, I think.
Goes up to 26 later. That's what mine said. Was Android saying 23? Maybe the iPhone was just being a bit optimistic. Adam looks like he's lost the will to live. What's wrong?
Just resting.
Resting?
He's wearing a dark shirt instead of his regulation white coat.
Yeah, where is... Can you get your regulation shirt on soon? Please.
It'll be cooler than
After this race. Because we've just been on camera, you've not got your regulation shirt on yet. I've even put mine on today. Frank's got his on, although he's rolled the sleeves up like he's at the beach. Yeah, but you'll burn there.
Yeah, but I don't want to line.
You don't... Crikey. Those legs are very white and hairy.
Here is a darker. So I'm trying to even myself out.
White and nerdy.
Yeah.
They see me rolling. They hate it. Patrolling. Frank's looking white and nerdy. Adam was singing.
Still white and nerdy.
White and nerdy. Adam was singing then. He didn't turn his mic up.
Probably for the best.
Right. 30 seconds on the clock now.
So we should probably run through the starting grid, shouldn't we?
Frank, please erect yourself in the direction of the camera.
So let's have a look at the grid for this first of the 2 1/8 finals. Alvaro Mordones, who will roll off first. Then it's Fernando Almeida and Frederick Kaderberg, Sami Fevre, and then Malin Carlsen. For those asking, we'll be rolling off 5th in car 5. Gabriel Magalhães, Anthony de Moraes, Pierre Rabulin, Jeffrey Halsema and Francisco Ferreira. Obviously Halsema and Ferreira transferring up from the previous heat, as well as our final 2 starters, Guerrero and Laniche. Let's get ready to go. Not many more rounds to go now. We are really clicking through today's action at a fair old rate. And they're under starters' orders. They just pause seemingly at 14 seconds to go. They just pause for a second just to make sure everyone's in the right position. And the countdown resumes again. So we'll get ready to go. Who will be heading into the quarterfinals? We will know in exactly 20 minutes time, and away they go. It's a relatively clean start for the top four. What they wanted just about, although big divot and caught the TKR triple all wrong there. Did the number 4 of Sami Favre, and they're now piled up there in the middle of the triples. Someone upside down, losing all the spots. And they're in trouble. We have a look through our leaders. It often takes about a lap or two to cycle out where everyone is packed together, so close together. And as they come round for the opening lap then, the top 3 is actually cars 1, 2, 3, Mardones, Almeida and Kaderberg. 4th is Carlson. No, that's not. That is car 8, Pierre Rabulin, who's moved up. Andre Guerrero, one of our transfer spot runners, is 5th. Looking for a triple bump up. Nicolas Laniche is 6th at the moment, and Malin Carlson, I was asking, in 7th spot. So let's pick up our 4th place runner. That's Pierre Rabulin in car number 8. Who's just heading up the tabletop now. Down again. Battle for 4th, picking up immediately. Let's say, and in fact, I think Guerrero has moved past him and trying to make this triple bump up a reality. He has actually moved through. He had moved into 3rd, and then he gets snagged on the inside corner, on the inside barrier. More cars getting snagged, and the Master's taking, just can't get to the cars in time. That's really hurt Guerrero's chances. So, sketchy opening few laps. I think that may have put Nicolas Laniche into 4th spot. It has. The yellow into orange car, which has been following him in that dramatic showdown for the 4th spot in the 1/16 final 8. He's now into the 1/8 final 8 and looking for another transfer. And I think he's under pressure from, I think that's the 8 of Rabulin, where he was. Did a big flip at the end of the main straight. So as they come round here, big slide for car 12. He is scored 4th. Let's follow Laniche closely then. Here's our 4th place runner. Interestingly, Malin Carlson has moved up to 5th. Moved back to the 5th place starting spot, so she's in with a chance. She's not that far away from Laniche either. If she can get some good car speed out of that number 5 car, she'll be in with a chance of a transfer up into the, effectively the quarterfinals. But it's Laniche that holds that spot right now. And Laniche making good early headway. 2.5 minutes in to start off this 1/8 final 8. 2 of each. And Carlson is right there. Carlson is closing in on Laniche. There's really not much of a gap. So it's just enough for a moment for Laniche to be a little bit comfortable, but not enough to make any sort of mistake. Anything at this point in time will be enough to bring Carlson directly into play. The top 3 are starting to break away. Almeida, Mardones and Rabulin are starting to break off just a little bit, as Laniche continues on in 4th. Carlson keeping him honest. And Carlson driving pretty good confidence here. And solid round the granite hairpin. A real disruptor of the corner, that thing. But Carlson has flipped off the final corner. That really does not help her chances at all. With the gap as it was only going to take something small to split them up again. But Carlson needs to regain focus quick, and he's already under pressure from car 9 of Jeffrey Halsema. Not one of the transfer runs, but we continue to focus on Laniche. Looking to make the double bump up here. And looking for the good run. Through the corner at the end of the back straight. The battle for second just in front of them is picking up a bit, but we don't really mind too much about that. As I say, those two are at least fairly comfortable in their positions. It's a battle between Rabulin and Almeida, but it's Laniche that we watch now because of that all-important 4th spot. But the top 4 are still fairly close together. Battle for 5th is still going off between Halsema and Carlson, but Laniche continues on and is looking okay so far, looking pretty solid. And these top 4 are all staying pretty close together as well. I think Mardones has actually fallen to 3rd, he has. So the top 4 compressing together. Cars 2 and 8 that lead the way, Almeida and Rabulin. And then it's car 1, Madonis, the early leader, down to third now. And it's Laniche, who's fourth, and these top 4 are breaking clear. It's almost like they're trying not to disrupt each other's race too much. All 4 of them have great car speed. And though Malene Carson is back into 5th, she's still got a long way to go to try and make up some time on Laniche and the top 4. And may even be a bit more difficulty full stop. I don't actually see the car out there. I think it may have flamed out. I'll keep an eye out. No, Carlson is still running, but it's been very much delayed. But we have a look at Laniche here. Have a watch. Oh, goodness me. What on earth happened there? What on earth happened there? That was Alvaro Madonis' car. The steering has got to be broken on that thing. It can't go anywhere. It's crabbing all over the place. That was very unusual. It appeared to just go straight on at that corner there. Flying right over onto the back straight, straight into one of the back banners. Very, very puzzling. And overall, it will have cost him a lot of time. So, we have another twist in this race. We have another dramatic moment. And I'll see if we can get a replay on that in a minute, because I would love to see that. It just appeared that the car just did not go. I just went straight over onto the back straight and then across into the banners and the barriers on the other side of the track. So right now, we continue to follow Laniche, who is now third, having inherited that spot from Mardones. Here's the VRC Pro replay. Now watch this. He goes for the turn in, then it veers to the left, keeps going, and it's like the throttle stuck over. He goes flying off into the banners at the back there. That's very strange. It's like the steering and the throttle all stuck on at some point. That was really strange. The car appears to be running okay now, albeit down in 6th spot. That's very, very strange. Now, let's see if we can find car 9, Jeffrey Halsema, who has now been promoted to the 4th spot. Frank's already got him. Already orange, all orange car 9. Who may actually be able to go for 3rd here, because Laniche has just had it off. So Halsema, both of these guys looking for double transfers. Halsema looking for 3rd off Laniche. Just looking to solidify themselves, because Gabriel Magalhães has moved up into 5th spot and appears to have pretty good car speed. So these two had better not hold each other up too much. The battle for 3rd is going to take on a little bit of urgency, because they want to put some cars between themselves. That was a good pass from Halsema. He takes the spot. Takes position very nicely. And in fact, I can tell you, Malin Carlson has actually repassed Magalhães. So Laniche has just been passed by Halsema. These two scrapping over 3rd spot. They've got to be careful, because Carlson is really coming back into play here. It's an ever-evolving race, and remember, we do have pit stops to contend with as well. I haven't seen any happen yet, but there's a lot of cars on track and a lot of pit stops happening. So, Halsema just ahead of Laniche. Laniche, I don't think quite has the car speed on Halsema. But I tell you what, he's going to have the car speed on Carlson, because Carlson has moved back into play here. Carlson is very close behind. Oh, and a flip for Halsema. So it's Halsema that actually sacrificed the position. And he's going to lose a few spots here. So in the blink of an eye it changes. And we have Laniche now showing 3rd. And that's car 8, Pierre Rabulin. I think must have just pitted. Rabulin now there. So this could be the battle for the top 3 actually as it stands. But again, I'm willing to bet pit stops are coming into play here. Carlson is right there. Makes the pass on Rabulin either way. And is actually passed Laniche as well. So I think Carlson might actually be leading this race now. Let's have a look as they come across the line. Yes, she is. So Carlson driving this weekend for Slovakia. But we've documented her previous reasons for driving under many flags. She is currently leading this race, looking for the transfer, ahead of Jeffrey Halsema. And then 3rd is car 8, Pierre Rabulin. 4th is actually car 6, or scored car 6, Gabriel Magalhães, but I think he's pitted. So that puts Nicola Laniche back into 4th spot. So we just watched Malin Carlson for a little bit. Carlson going very, very well here. It's come from some early. They're still under a lot of pressure here. Halsema. Carlson is in pit lane. Looking for a nice smooth pit stop. Away they go. That's okay. We've had a flame out for someone. That's car 3, who was Frederick Kaderberg, who wasn't in contention at this point anyway. So as Carlson rejoins, probably be about 4th or 5th on the road again. We've had another car flame out at the top of the tabletop. Now, who's that? See if we can get a visual. One of the marshals holding it there. Hard to tell from this distance whether it's someone in who is that? Which car number is that? I think that might have been car 11, Andre Guerrero. And that was Andre Guerrero, so the quest of a triple bump up ends here for Guerrero. And meanwhile, we continue to watch. It is Jeffrey Halsema leading Pierre Raboulin, Nicolas Laniche third, and Fernando Almeida in car 2 is now running 4th. Whoa, big pirouette for someone there. Big flip and a jump and a hop and skip, all going on. We continue to watch the front 2, Halsema and Raboulin. Now, where's Raboulin? Raboulin is the current leader. Halsema is second.
I can hear. It be your backwards. No, you're forward when you get a message.
So it's Raboulin and Malin Carlsen currently scored second, just ahead of Halsema. Halsema has currently scored 4th. I think he's moved past car 6, Gabriel Maglahais. We had someone just return to the pitch. Now, who was that? Hard to tell. We'll get that confirmed for you real quick, but we follow Malin Carlsen, who is just ahead of Jeffrey Halsema on the road. And as they come across the line this time, she is second place behind Pierre Raboulin and just ahead of Jeffrey Halsema in third. Halsema putting a lot of pressure on for second place. Carlsen doesn't technically need the spot. It's a better qualifying spot, obviously. Halsema appears to have better car speed. What does Carlsen do here? Does he allow the position away in the name of still running third? But a big slide for Halsema puts that battle to bed for a little while anyway. Maglahais is 4th in the blue and green car, so just behind Halsema. We have Maglahais, who's also in the yellow wheels on that car. And he's now inherited 4th, but a flip for Carlsen at the back of the track will put him to 3rd. Carlsen now to 4th. Down the main straight, they'll go. Carlsen then, how can she respond to this? Still in a transfer spot, makes the pass there on Pierre Raboulin, who's dropped away from the lead. Now Jeffrey Halsema who lead. Oh, but that was close. In avoidance there, a flip there for Maglahais, who's now down to 4th. These guys shuffling. It's like these guys are in a game of musical chairs, but they better be careful because Nicolas Laniche is still in contention here with the transfer spot, and he's not that far behind. Maglahais tries to make the pass on Carlsen, can't do it. Trying to come back again. Raboulin is also there. This is a fraught battle. They can all see Laniche not that far behind. Halsema is trying to get gone altogether. He's trying to just depart by the next train and head his way straight into the quarterfinals. Carlsen back up to 2nd. Maglahais 3rd. 4th, Raboulin. And Laniche a few corners back in 5th. So your top 4, unusually for this event so far, are all pretty close together at the moment. Maglahais is putting a little bit of distance on Raboulin, or trying to, as Carlsen's trying to gap 2nd to 3rd. They're all trying to push away and just try and get away from the trap door. So it's Halsema that leads. Carlsen 2nd. Maglahais 3rd, but a flip for our 4th place runner and a poor recovery as well. That was car 8, Raboulin. That was a terrible recovery there, and that's cost him a bucket load of spots. It's definitely cost him 4th spot. Laniche is through to 4th, and it may also have cost him 5th spot. He's trying to tell who is in 5th spot right now and whether he passed him there. It was Sami Favre in car 4. I don't think he has, so I think Raboulin is 5th, but Laniche is back to 4th, and that could be a potential game changer. Really frustrating. A small mistake kind of compounded by a poor recovery from the marshal. Meanwhile, Laniche continues on his way, and Laniche is our 4th place runner. Laniche is in the middle of the track right now. Middle S section, yellow into orange car 12 with the white wheels. There's your 4th place runner, and it feels like he's been there for a very long time. It's where he was for most of his 1/16th final. But he's happy if he stays 4th for the rest of the day, if it means it gets him up through the ranks and up through the rounds. It works for him. At the moment he scored third. Halsema is your leader. Carlson second, Maglahais third. And it's been a good scrap, and in fact Carlson challenging a little bit for the lead here, but we will focus on the battle for fourth, which is currently being occupied by Nicola Laniche, as we are coming down to
5 minutes
to go. And in those final 5 minutes, into the final quarter we go. Laniche continues to hold his position and is actually building a fairly decent lead over Sami Favre, who's the fifth place car. Rabulin actually fell back behind Favre there. Must be so frustrating. Rabulin had that spot there, but Laniche was closing in. Regardless, that battle for fourth would have picked up. It just appears to have been compounded as Laniche goes through beneath us and is really marching on here. Meanwhile, Carlson has just fallen to third behind Maglahais. But actually, I think we may have Maglahais may have dropped back a little bit. I'll just keep my eyes open on, keep following Laniche for now, but I'll keep my eyes open on Maglahais. I think he may have at least fallen to fourth. So Laniche continues on. It's Halsema is the comfortable leader. Carlson scored second. And third now is Laniche. So yes, Gabriel Maglahais is the next car behind Laniche. Is the green and blue car. And is that orange car someone he's battling with? It's hard to tell. Maglahais is fourth, so that's a lapped car. So Maglahais doesn't have to deal with him. The blue and green car, number 6 of Maglahais, is fourth place right now. And number 4 of Sami Favre, I can tell you, who is the fifth place car, he's not far back. So this battle for fourth could be on all over again here. Especially if that traffic does not get out of Maglahais' way. It does. Maglahais has to signal the jumps though. And Favre is not a million miles away. It's actually very close. So this battle for a fourth and final transfer spot is really coming down to it. With just over 3 minutes to go. Maglahais who occupies it right now. It is Favre on the outside looking in, looking to take that spot away. Halsema, Carlson and Laniche are still your top three. They are okay as it stands. They've got a healthy advantage and they're looking all right. And it is right now, it is Maglahais who is really trying here. He just looks to have enough on Favre. And especially now Fevre's had a flip on the back straight. That should hand him enough of an advantage to see this out. Just about. I mean, it's going to be close. It's not going to be. It's not going to be easy by any means. As, in fact, I think Maglahais has been given a lifeline. We dropped back one car. Laniche has just had a flip. So Laniche now, the yellow and orange car, is back to fourth spot. And now he's directly in the firing line in front of Favre. So Favre really on the edge of a transfer spot here, but he needs to pass someone. Be it Maglahais or be it now Laniche, who you can see right in front of him. We've had someone flip on the back straight as well. Has been collected by Laniche, and that's put him in all sorts of trouble. That's lost him fourth spot. Now who was it he collected? It was car 7, who's Anthony De Marias, who's a lap down and out of it. So now, all of a sudden, Laniche has fallen to 5th, and Sami Favre is your 4th place car. The green, white and red car, the car number 4, with the white wheels. Over a minute and a half to go, and Sami Favre has suddenly inherited the 4th spot. This is really interesting. As the races continue, we have a minute and 20 to go, and Favre is on the verge of a transfer that at times in this race looks really rather unlikely. I can confirm it's still Halsema, Carlson, Maglahais, so your top 3. But it is Favre in 4th. And in fact, Laniche has dropped so far that Pierre Rabulin, who was confidently in the transfer spots earlier, has actually moved back to 5th. But he's still got a little bit of work to do, and he's in fact flipped and transferred the spot back to Laniche. So it is still Laniche who is probably the closest contender for the 4th spot. But he does still have work to do. And not much time to do that work in as Favre continues on. He should have about a lap or so to go here. Round the concrete tile hairpin. And on to the main straight again. Favre has about 31 seconds to go, so I'd assume that it will be just about done by the time he gets back around. We have a car being held up. Who's that who's flamed out? Hard to tell from this angle. It's car, I think that's car 5. Oh, you're kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. It's Malin Carlsen who's flamed out in the late laps. He's done, the car's down on pit lane. They're trying to fuel it up again. Can they get it refired? Or is it too late? This would be absolute heartbreak. It was a comfortable position. Malin Carlsen back out again then. So Carlsen is probably out of it then. What a shame. She was up well in the positions, well in the transfer spots, but flamed out with a lap to go. I wonder if it just didn't get enough fuel in the tank on the pit stop. So as they come across the line, the final scoring then, I think we'll see Halsema through confidently. And Maglahai is second, Sami Fevre third. And out of nowhere, it would appear that Fernando Almeida will be the man to capture fourth in the unlikeliest turn of events. That's why you never stop paying attention to what's going on up in front. All of a sudden, a late problem for Carlsen. Absolute heartbreak. That was a real shame. So let's analyse the final results for you. It's Jeffrey Halsema with the win. Gabriel Maglahai second, Sami Fevre third, and then Fernando Almeida would have been expected to go home about 30 seconds ago. But he's been handed another round in the competition. He's through. Nicholas Onish was in the transfer spots for a long time, as was Rubulin, and as indeed was Carlsen. 5th, 6th, 7th in his heartbreak alley right there. Anthony Demarais 8th, Ferreira 9th, and Kaderberg rounds out the 10. Followed by Andre Guerrero. His hopes of a triple bump up faded quite early. This is Alvaro Madones.
What a shame for Carlsen.
Agreed.
That's a real shame. I hate it when that happens, especially when it's the younger drivers as well. Because my dad mode kicks in and I think, oh, that was my son or daughter. Anyway, let's move on. I seem very quiet.
Teaches them about life, doesn't it?
It does. It does teach them about life, that sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And sometimes your dad doesn't put enough fuel in your tank.
It's eternal disappointment.
Hey ho. We are RC Racing TV. We are here live in Freixidas, Portugal. Portugal? Pardon?
Freixidas.
Bless you. Freixidas, you are really not going to put a shirt over a shirt in this heat, are you, Adam?
I had it on
Two
yesterday.
shirts in the blazing sun.
I had it yesterday.
Dude, you're going to pass out.
I'm fine. I'm not water, I'm okay.
Okay. At some point, viewers, we may be turning the camera round to watch the demise of Adam Johnson, the decline as he gets hotter and hotter and hotter, because he's chosen to wear 2 shirts. Oh, who am I to question? We're RC Racing TV. I can't even get my words out, TV. We're live here in Portugal for the EFRA 1/8 Buggy Championships B Nitro Off-Road. Rearrange those words into a particular order and you'll get the sentence I was looking for. We're here, thank you to TKR, TKR Graphics, and of course to EFRA, for whom we are the media partners of, bringing you all the action from around Europe as it happens. If you've not already done so, head over to Facebook, go and like our page and join our group. We have a group for the viewers and we have a page to keep the viewers up to date with what we're doing. Frank, it really looks like you're going on holiday, dude. What do you want? Your phone?
I'm in Portugal in the sun. Come on.
Let's have a look over on Facebook what's been going on. Let's just remember where I was. Hi, Frank Grease. Bernard, it was really unlucky because Malin did drive a good race. So annoying. She was in too early for a one-stop. Good point. Expletive recovery. And too bad Malin. Yeah, the general gist of that race is too bad Malin. That was a shame.
There were 11 other drivers in the race.
He's gone now and he can't hear us. What's your views on Adam's 2-shirt theory?
Bad.
I think Adam with a 2-shirt theory will be as successful as an early one-stop on this track. Watch this space. If he does kind of start to faint or anything, we will be bringing you that action live. we will divert the attention of the cameras from the track into the RCTV towers here and bring you the fainting as it happens. Just getting ready for the warm-up for the next round. Where is the current race schedule? Chris Marshall, if you look at the link I put in earlier and then navigate around my RCM, you should see it in there. Time schedule. In fact, here you go. Because oh, no, that's yesterday's. We don't have a time schedule online for today. It's a good point. Yeah. Have a look on Facebook. We posted a picture of the timings for today. Head over there and you will see them there. Sorry I can't be of any more use. Kiwi said, at least Adam won't get sunburnt. No, I get the feeling he'll be about 2 stone lighter there by the end of today.
Is this a good time to mention the type of sunscreen that he has?
Factor 15.
No, that's mine. The one that he brought.
What did he bring?
Something baby skin something.
Factor 1000. Was it that one off RoboCop? Factor 3000. It looks like a jazz ice cream when you put it on. Do you remember that? You must remember. I'll show you a picture. It's all like green and red and yellow and blue swirls when you put it on, and they're all around the pool like. It's Factor 3000. Have you watched the RoboCop reboot?
No.
Oh, I was going to ask you what you thought of it.
I generally don't, because I usually suck for reboots.
I liked it, but a lot of people think it sucked. But I'm a geek. La 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 la. Yeah. Yeah. Are you shopping for shorts, Frank? Thought you were.
I just ordered a bucket hat.
A bucket hat?
Yeah.
What do you put in the bucket hat?
Well, water, so you can dunk it over your head, but it's got a full brim.
What?
So it's fun to protect your eyes and the back of your neck.
Oh. I'm going to get a sombrero for the next one. That's this hot. No, my tan's coming on lovely. My wife's going to be really annoyed because it's been absolutely chucking it down with rain back at home. And the rest of her family were all doing something. Not together. Her mum went to Scotland, her dad went somewhere, her sister swam in Lake Windermere, her brother's watching the football games in France, and... Is that everyone? Yeah. So literally she's by herself in the rainiest weekend.
Yeah, but she could be watching this.
She could be watching this. I doubt it. One 1/8 B now? Question mark. Yes, it is. Thomas Lavelle. With impeccable timing of, I was going to say 14 seconds to go, but it just seems to have frozen. I wonder if someone's called a timeout. Pardon?
It does at 40 seconds to go.
That, right, I see now why you wanted to wear 2 shirts. Because you would rather wear 2 shirts than take a shirt off in front of us.
Exactly.
Blatantly.
Yeah, but he could do
Why?
it there, and he wouldn't
It doesn't matter.
trust you not to turn the camera around though.
Get out of it. Adam's shy. So at one point, your shyness was going to lead you to wearing 2 shirts. Half asleep watching from Sydney, Australia. Good day, mate. I can talk. We can't be. There's 14 seconds on the clock. Pardon? Wrap it up. Okay, less of the jibber jabber. Over to proper commentary. Go away.
And as we start 1/8 final B, we have a developing story in that the pole box was left empty. Now, is that a start from the pit lane? Doesn't appear to be. A lot of crew heading back over there. But the rest of the field are underway. The field in question include Oscar Ingren, who was our pole sitter, who didn't appear to have started, Yale Zurfler, David Benito, Nuno Ferreira, Alberto Pelias, Vare Garcia Caldueno, Stefan Matteo, Bruno Costa, and then our transfers from the last round, Matthias Chaffardon, Graham Miller, Joel Suarez, and Manuel Prades. So as they complete the opening lap, as they run after the opening lap, it is Benito, Garcia Caldueno, and then Graham Miller has moved up to 3rd. So finally the luck of the Brits might be starting to change here. I say that very tentatively. And Stefan Matteo is up in 4th in car 7, the orange and white car. Just ahead of, well, he was just ahead of Joel Suarez, and then Suarez got involved in an almighty bundle with a lot of cars all scattering into each other and going in all sorts of directions. So we follow Stefan Matteo, car 7, through the 1/8 final B. Garcia Caldueno is also up to 2nd spot. And a bit of contact there as well. It is now, the positions are changing pretty drastically lap after lap. So it's Nuno Ferreira, who's now showing as 4th, back up to 4th in car 4. And so let's see if we can find Ferreira. Car 4, yeah. And it's indeed found car 4. Nuno Ferreira, car 4, is 4th. And Joel Suarez, car 11, is 5th. So the pink and blue car 11, is your 5th place runner. And the car just in front of it, the all yellow car 4, is 4th. Nuno Ferreira, David Benito, Graham Miller, and Vare Garcia Caldueno are your top 3. And actually Caldueno is under a little bit of pressure from Ferreira now. Ferreira trying to advance up and trying to put a car between himself and Suarez, because Suarez is coming very, very fast here. Chasing him down, all 3 of them within a straight. And in the end, it's flips for both Suarez and for Caldueno. So Caldueno got lucky there. He flipped out of 3rd, but avoided falling out of the top 4 altogether. So we now have Ferreira and Garcia Caldueno as your 4th and 5th place runner, your 3rd and 4th place runners, I should say. And they might be 2nd and 3rd place runners here, because car 10 of Graham Miller has just flipped there. So Miller now down to 4th. Miller's still in an okay spot, has to be said. He's not in too bad a position, but these are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all in the same frame. David Benito has bolted somewhat, and Suarez is still 5th. But a big wreck on the back straight. Suarez has fallen away, and Miller seems to have had an issue. No, Miller's back up to 3rd now. Miller's moved past Caldueno, so Miller battling back. He was up in 2nd, now down to 4th, now back up to 3rd. A topsy-turvy run, meanwhile behind Alberto Pelias has moved past Joel Suarez. So Suarez looking for that double bump up. He's going to have a lot of opposition in doing so. Down the back straight they go. Garcia Caldueno, the seniors class, flying around the granite hairpin. Coming down the front straight once more. We are just about coming up on 5 minutes into this race. The first quarter almost done. With Nuno Ferreira now to 2nd place. Benito has checked out on the field to the tune of about 6 seconds. And it's Miller and Garcia Caldueno who are showing on the screen right now. They're in a battle for 3rd and 4th, the final transfer spots. And 5th place is Alberto Peleas. Peleas is about a corner or two behind these guys. Oh, but a flip there. That's a flip for Graham Miller. An agonisingly long recovery. No real fault of anyone there. Just got in a bad position there. He straight away makes the repass on Yale Zurfler. But Graham Miller has still fallen to 6th in amongst all that. He's now behind Suarez, who's now to 5th spot. But Alberto Peleas has inherited the 4th spot. And now car 5. We have a car upside down. We have Peleas stuck on the barrier. It's all going on. It's another one of those races where no one wants to be 4th. So, let's have a look here. Yeah, Suarez, I think he's now up to 4th, ahead of Peleas. I think Peleas may have fallen back behind Graham Miller as well. Miller now looking for the position on Suarez. They go side by side into the hairpin. They're really battling hard. Miller with a big power slide. How do they come across the line that time? It is Suarez scored 4th. Miller scored 5th. Alberto Peleas 6th. So what we're seeing on the screen here is 4th, 5th. Well, it was 6th. But now that's badly faded away. And Peleas got himself all tangled up there. Barriers are his nemesis. But now Graham Miller is hunting down Joel Suarez to get back into the transfer spots. Ferreira and Garcia Calduno have a little bit of breathing room now bought for themselves. So now it is between Suarez and Miller, and this battle is head to head. Miller makes the pass, gets a better run down the back straight, over the jumps, gets more momentum, he gets the pass done. Suarez doesn't quite have the car speed of these guys, I think. But Miller's pitting. Miller is pitting after 6 minutes or so. So that's an early stop. That's got to be a 2-stop run for Miller. He's back out again. This is going to be an interesting one because Suarez has stayed out. Suarez is just coming up onto the EFRA. He's coming into the S section just before the EFRA tabletop. Now he's on the tabletop itself. And Suarez is now your 4th place runner. Bearing in mind he likely has a pit stop to make as well. But when, we have very little idea. We've seen very varying strategies. Many varied ways around this track and many varied ways around the pit stop conundrum. So we'll see how that shuffles out. But Suarez is definitely, provably the 4th place runner right now. And Benito, Ferreira and Garcia Calduno are your top 3. They're all just okay right now. It's Suarez that we're paying attention to right here. Suarez, who is the 4th place runner. Suarez, who is just ahead of Matthias Chaffardon, who's coming in, who's another guy looking for a double transfer. And Chaffardon is actually closing in. Chaffardon was very, very good in the 1/16 final. So he was very strong there. So now Chaffardon is hunting down Suarez at quite a rate of knots. Graham Miller is trying to come along for the ride as well. And I think Garcia Calduno just had a pit stop. He's just come up behind Miller. Oh, but a bit of a scrap. Chaffardon went for the position there on Suarez. Oh, he makes a nice pass there. Chaffardon definitely has the pace. He cuts up the inside of the EFRA tabletop. Finally gets it done at the 3rd time of asking. Good pass, but put him offline for the back straight. Will that affect his run? No, he does it very, very well. So Chaffardon now up into, I think, in the 4th spot. He is actually up in 3rd spot. Suarez 4th, Miller 5th. So I think it was a pit stop for Garcia Calduno, who's put him out of the transfer spots for now. But it's Chaffardon 3rd now. 4th is Suarez. And 5th is Graham Miller, still on the outside looking in. Remember, he had that pit stop a little while ago. He's going a different route with this. Different route with his strategy. See if it can pay off. But in the meantime, it's all about raw pace. So now Suarez is under pressure from someone else. And he loses another position to someone else. So he's lost 4th again. But he may get it back in short order. Because Chaffardon had an incident at the granite hairpin. And Suarez somehow manages to keep 4th by the skin of his teeth. Graham Miller's made it through. And now Matthias Chaffardon's in contact with Suarez. Suarez now knocked offline. He's on the barrier. Lost some time there. That should promote Chaffardon back to 4th spot. A little bit of contact in the mix. Got physical. Garcia Calduno is also in there as well. Coming back from his pit stop. Whatever hindered his advance earlier. So now we are watching Graham Miller, who should come round to be scored, the 4th place runner this time. It's Chaffardon and Miller, third and fourth, with Suarez in fifth. Suarez actually sixth behind Garcia Calduino, who's right behind Chaffardon. And Alberto Pelias in seventh is also keeping tabs on this as well, so there's a lot that can still change here. This is high pressure, high intensity racing. Exactly how we like it at the 1/8B European Championships for Nitro Buggies. Oh, but a big flip at the end of the straight for Chaffardon. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's stuck up against the barrier. That will not be a quick recovery. He even got snagged on the barrier as well. So now Chaffardon falls out of the top four, and he's all over the place. Has he got broken steering maybe? The car looks all sorts of damaged. Correction, that was car 8 of Bruno Costa. So fourth place right now is scored as Nuno Ferreira in car 4. So he's had a topsy-turvy race, but he's back to fourth again. So I think they're coming through the granite hairpin now. I see Miller coming through that corner. I see car 3 coming through. No, Miller's scored as the leader actually. Benito is second, so that's what your 1 and 2. We are looking for car 4. Car 6 is Garcia Calduino. That's third. The car immediately behind Garcia Calduino is your fourth place car. Nuno Ferreira, the bright yellowy green car. And he's battling for third. He looks for third, but he's also acutely aware that just behind him are the guys that could take away his final transfer spot. But a flip for Garcia Calduino now. And no one. Oh my goodness me. And then some contact for car 8 as well. And it's just difficult. There are certain elements of this track where it just takes that little bit longer for Marshall to try and recover. Really puts them in a tough spot. So, car 4 of Nuno Ferreira is now scored fourth. So Nuno Ferreira scored fourth right in front of us here. And he's battling with car 5, Alberto Pelias, for third spot. Pelias has snuck his way up into third. Chaffardon is still fifth somehow. He can't quite believe what's going on. This has been an utterly topsy-turvy 1/8B final. As the lower finals click on at a rapid pace. Head on towards our main final at 4:30 local time. That'll be in about approximately 4 hours' time. Will any of these guys be there? They've got a lot of work still to do in this race to get there first. As Ferreira continues in fourth. Right now we have Graham Miller and, well, just Graham Miller who's in a position to do the double bump up. Chaffardon is trying to be the other guy to do so, but he has got to pass. He's got to pass Graham Miller by the look of it. I think Miller's fallen back. Could this be the second pit stop that he had to take, maybe? Not entirely sure. We are following at the top of the hill Pelias and Pereira, who should come round to be second and third now. So if that's the case, we'll drop back one car to Graham Miller, who will be the new fourth place car. We'll come across the line. Yep, Pereira fourth, Pereira second, Pelias third. Graham Miller is fourth. So Miller in the blue into yellow car 10. He's your fourth place runner now, and he's having to fend off the attentions of Chaffardon. It's like a rerun of the lead battle for the 1/16B final. It was between these two for large parts of it, but now it's even more significant than ever, because this literally is the battle as to who progresses in this tournament and who goes home early. Who starts packing up to leave earlier than potentially anticipated. Graham Miller looking to extend his event, looking to extend his championship. Chaffardon looking a little bit nervy, a little bit tentative on the turn in. They are working so hard out there. Really, really warm conditions here. The track now is starting to resemble what it did yesterday. Dry, abrasive, breaking up, rugged, real tough challenge. But Miller is looking solid, and he's actually looking on the back of Nuno Ferreira for a pass, as Pelas has made it up to second now. And David Benito is about 5 seconds up the road in the lead. So Benito is trying to make this one as smooth as possible. Ferreira and Miller now battling for fourth spot. Some pit stops going on here. That's car 5 and 4 and 3 all in at around the same time. So car 5 was Alberto Pelias, 4 was Ferreira, and 3 was David Benito. So So this may put Miller up into the lead now. We will see how they cycle around in just a second. Let's follow car 4 Ferreira now, or I think he'll either be 4th or 5th once this shakes out. We'll have to pay attention here, although Ferreira is now stuck up against the inside bollard there. It's going to cost him time. He does not need to cost himself. Keep an eye as they come round the timing screen this time. Benito snagged on the inside wall. But it is Graham Miller leading. Mateus Chafradon up to 2nd place. 3rd is David Benito. And 4th place is Alberto Pelias. He's just coming down in front of us, in front of the TKR triples. And he's now in the middle section of the track. The red into white into green car with the yellow wheels right in front of us in the S section. There's the car that's been scored 4th right now. He's just ahead of Nuno Ferreira. But bearing in mind, do Graham Miller and Mateus Chafradon still have to make additional stops? That is the question. As Pereira looking for the move on, I think that is David Benito, the erstwhile leader of this race for long stretches of it. Comes around the final corner. And down the main straight once more. Pelias looking for that position. Oh, and he's going to get the position, but they all start tangled up. This is going to play right into Ferreira's hands. This brings Ferreira right back into play. Ferreira the big slide. Ferreira now right back into the battle. The battle for 3rd has suddenly become a 3-way battle for the final transfer spot. This is so close. Pelias, Benito, and Ferreira. Nose to tail, banging wheels. Ferreira is just waiting for one of these guys to trip up. There it is. He stole the opportunity there. Opportunistic move, got the good run. He's around the outside of Benito. He must be getting frustrated here. Benito led this race for the longest time. And then a slow pit stop has cost him dearly here. So Ferreira now up to 4th. Ferreira now back into the 4th spot. Benito down to 5th on the outside looking in. Chafradon, Miller and Pelias are still your leaders. Those are your top 3. But we are watching the battle for 4th with interest here. It is Pelias or Ferreira who holds it right now. And then David Benito, who holds it. He's trying to get it back. And he's working desperately hard to do it here. He's got 3 minutes to try and get that position back, and he is working so hard. Look at the body language of that car. It is aggressive as anything, but it's tense, it's nervy. Contact there on Ferreira. And Ferreira's now trapped on the barrier. And Benito is being held. Now, was that a time penalty or was they give the position back penalty? It may have been a whole penalty, but it doesn't matter because Ferreira's now jumped on top of Suarez's car. So it is now, we think, Benito in the 4th spot. They come round. He did wait there, but Ferreira was so badly trapped on the barrier that he ended up, even though at the time he tried to give the position back, it just was not enough. So Ferreira now, I think, is behind Garcia Calduno. I think Calduno is actually a lap down, so he's actually on the comeback trail. So Ferreira now looking for 4th back, but he's got a lot of work to do. Benito in car 3. He's just heading up the tabletop. And he's now in a prime spot with 2 minutes to go to take the 4th and final transfer spot. Pelias, Miller and Chafradon in ascending order are your top 3. And they look fairly secure. So we could have a pair of double bump ups here in Chafradon and Miller, replicating the finish of their 1/16 B final I should say. They move through the 1/8 final B in a very similar fashion. Benito, who was the erstwhile leader of this race for a long time, seemed to have a slow pit stop, had some issues, and is now in 4th. Pelias is not that far ahead, but I think Benito has to stick rather than twist here. With 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, he has a 7-second advantage over Nuno Ferreira, the man who held 4th for such long spells of this race. He's battled many different people to get that spot, and now it looks like it's gone away from him again at a crucial moment. It might be a little bit controversial. There's a bang of wheels, Benito, but it forced Ferreira off, and now Ferreira's flipped as well, so that will just compound his misery and his disappointment. It'll compound what looks like a victory for, well, not a victory, but a transfer for Benito. Meanwhile, Pelias and Miller having a battle just ahead of them. But Benito we're focusing on right now. The last lap is occurring right now. And Benito has clear track in front of him and behind him for the final transfer spot. Mathieu Chaffardon has played another great race, as has Graham Miller, to take, and are looking on for another 1-2. They did in their 1/16 B final. A really, really good run from them. And through they come to take the flag. There's the finish then. Chaffardon with the win. Graham Miller finishes second. Pelias third. And fourth, eventually, for David Benito. Oh, that was pretty intense. That was good stuff. And here is your final finishing result from the 1/8 B final. It's Mathieu Chaffardon, Graham Miller, Alberto Pérez, and David Benito that march on into the quarterfinals. Nuno Ferreira, Fábio Garcia Calduino, Manuel Prades, Stefan Mateo, Yael Zurfler, and Bruno Costa, as well as Oscar Ringo and Joel Soares, are those whose tournament has now ended for, unless any of them are in the Masters or Junior finals later on. But for them, a run in the main tour is over for today. You're watching us live on RC Racing TV as we get ready for the quarterfinals. The finals action just keeps coming your way on finals day here on the Sunday. We have the quarterfinals now, and then the semi-finals coming up at 2:15, and then the main final later on at 4:30 local time. It just does not stop round here. It's unrelenting, just like the sunshine, as James has just gone to get us more refreshments, which are going to be put to very good use on a day like today. We're in the crow's nest, and we are at the mercy of the sun for pretty much the entire day, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry, I just had to have a natural break.
That's fine.
A visit to the Thunderbox. It's not too bad in there, actually. I was trying to think of the worst natural facility toilets at an RC track I've ever been to, only from a heat point of view, and that was via the lead. It was a portaloo just next to the track in heat hotter than this. It just got hotter and hotter and hotter, and literally you came out medium rare when you were finished in there. So everybody, we are RC Racing TV. We're here live in, I'm going to pronounce it my way, Freixidas in Portugal, for the EFRA European B Championships 1/8 buggy off-road nitro. And if you're listening to us, thank you for joining us. We're a few minutes away from the next round. I'm just giving my colleague and commentator here, Adam Johnson, some chance to relax his voice. And Frank McKinney over to the left on camera. He's relaxing his legs and his eyes. He's looking very sporting, like he's at the beach today. Shoes off, sleeves rolled up.
Guns out.
I wonder if they've got ice cream today. And I wonder how many trips Adam will take to get the ice cream today. Will he beat yesterday's personal best of 4 trips to not get an ice cream?
It depends if you get an ice cream or not.
It's true. Let's just have a look, see if anyone's been chatting. Well, there have been lots of people chatting in Facebook. A lot of them, though, in foreign languages, which I don't understand. I hope you're not talking about me. That'd be terrible. Are the Dutch in the finals? I'm not sure.
What are ducks in the final?
Ducks, yes. Are there ducks in the final? No, Dutch. Can we get the timing board back on the screen? It should already be on the screen. Oh. Put the timing board on the screen, please. These are the drivers who are up next. They've not started. Have they started? Have they done the warm-up yet? No. So you still got me for at least in the 2 minutes. Whee! We're here, thank you to TKR Graphics, the sponsors of this event, and the providers of our new 2016 RCTV clothing range. And also thank you to EFRA. Can't get my words out today. It's because I've just had another espresso. That's 4 today. Yeah, but it's the kind of thing. Just go down when you go for. I can't carry 3 drinks and 2 espressos. Sorry, Frank's whinging because I didn't get him an espresso. And thank you to EFRA, for whom we are the media partners of, bringing you all the live action as it happens, live from around Europe, as it happens live. I just slowed down then because the biggest insects flying around RCTV towers here. They're all right. They've left me alone. I'm on understand. It's in there. What? Oh, I thought you meant repellent. You mean that? There we go. Ah. Let's have a look. Any more chatting in the next race? Maybe Bernard. Wow, that's a big fly. He's Bernard in this race. No, Bernard. Not Bayard. Don't forget, if you're not already a liker of the RCTV page, do head over to Facebook, find our page and like it, and don't miss any of the action, because that's where we post what we're doing next, so you can stay up to date with it. And then, of course, if you want to, head over and look for our group, and you could join a group of like-minded individuals like yourselves, where you can converse, share stories, pictures, links to all things RC related. But I warn you, if you share links to fake sunglasses, knockoff handbags, or unwanted financial pyramid schemes, we will ban you. We will ban you, because we don't want spam in our group. No siree. So they're just going out to do the warm-up. Have no fear. You may hit in nitro engines, but you're not missing anything. You can continue to listen to my dulcet tones. It's getting even hotter. Let's just see what's around. Still fairly calm at the moment. We need to decide when we're grabbing lunch. Yeah. Where's the schedule? Yeah, it's only like 15. Oh, 15, 25 minutes. So we go from there to there's 45-minute gap there. Could do that. 1:30. Oh, and that leads straight into the 40 plus and the junior anyway. So yeah, we'll go and grab some lunch at... Oh no. Oh, I don't know. We'll discuss off camera. Anyway. Oh, what a lovely day. It's a shame we're going back to the UK early hours of tomorrow morning to rain and lots of it. But at least we'll have our tans and our memories to take back with us. Have you just rubbed yourself in olive oil, Frank?
No, some Nivea.
Oh, it looks like olive oil.
May as well be.
Probably doesn't taste the same. Don't put your hand on the camera. There's a waspy bee thing on the strap. There you go, it's gone.
Alright, they're in.
They're in. Get them up on the board, quick. Quick, Adam. Quick. Quick. Oh, you've crashed the graphics. Oh. Pardon? I don't know. I'm waiting for Adam to just read who's on the race.
All in good time.
Read.
All in good time.
Speak.
Says you, the person earlier who was nagging me not to rush.
Speak. Go.
No, I think you should speak a bit more. No. In this race, then, Nuno Rebelio, Ricardo Abreu, Christian Villar, and Ruben Barranco, and Reese Hurd, Vincent Meertans, Pablo Landaburo, Bradley Baird, Jeffrey Halsema, Gabriel Magalhaes, Sammy Fevre, and Fernando Almeida, the four that made it through from the 1/8 final A, and they are now in the quarter-final A. That enormous insect has returned to the crow's nest. It's just going on its merry way. As long as it doesn't disrupt us, it's all good. So, let's throw up the timing screen and let's get ready to go. Away they go. Solid start from the top three. They make it through cleanly. Well, a little bit of contact there for second place has demoted Abreu right down to the bottom, and then there's synchronised flips off the TKR triples. They're all tumbling all over the place. It's absolute bedlam out there. But the top 5 or so have made it through, bar Abreu, of course, who really had a bit of a stinker off the start there. And as they shuffle through this opening lap, we will see how they filter out. Obviously with a lot of incident, a lot of action, a lot of wheel banging, a lot of flipping, a lot of rolling around. And there's a car stuck on the inside of the granite hairpin. So after the opening lap, the positions are Christian Villar in car 3, leading the way ahead of Nuno Rebelio. Ruben Barranco is 3rd, and then 4th is absolutely anybody. So there's about 20 cars trying to go for 2 positions, they being 3rd and 4th. Barranco and Magalhães. Magalhães was actually scored 4th for a brief moment there. Now coming through is the 3rd place car definitively. I think that's car 6 of Vincent Meertens. And as they finish lap 2, it is car number 4, Ruben Barranco, who's the 4th place runner. Come down right beneath us once more. Ruben Barranco, he's your 4th place runner, and he's under a lot of pressure from Magalhães. That's a different kind of pressure, flipping onto your opponent. And then a ton of cars stack up behind them, so that should help split up the field just a tiny bit. And onwards goes Barranco and Meertens. They are, Barranco and Magalhães. As the battles pick up again. Oh, goodness me, stack up on the back straight. I think that was for 4th spot. As that battle rages on. Big slice through the granite hairpin. It's Barranco still 4th. Rhys Herd, who's now 5th. Back up to position 5 off the start. And car 2 is also making his way back through the field at a healthy odd lick. That's Abreu with that big stack up at the first corner. And we now have Barranco, who is position 4, and he's heading up over the EFRA tabletop right about now. So he's your 4th place car. Rhys Herd is 5th, and he's right there in contention for the 4th spot. This is so close. This is really, really tense stuff. He's really going for it. These two, the battle to make the semi-finals, remember. They're getting towards the sharp end of this event very, very quickly. Up to the quarterfinals now. And this the race to get into the semis. With Barranco holding that last spot here, trying to take it away. Down nose to tail right now. Could not be any closer as they head down the back straight. We see a lot of passes made here. Somebody gets a better run through the jump. We see Hare do exactly that. But he is cut off going into that corner by Barranco. Barranco keeps it smooth through the granite hairpin. Down the main straight they come again. 3 minutes in roughly. The top 3 have compressed, but they are all in solid qualifying spots. We're watching this one with Hare on the outside looking in. I'm sorry, absolutely, that is not Rhys Herd at all in car 8. That is Bradley Baird in car 8. Rhys Herd was in car 5 but has dropped back. Hasn't got them crossed up there, but it's car 8 who's Bradley Baird, the pride of Ireland out here this weekend. The only Irish representative, and he's making a pretty good test of it. Oh, around the outside of the granite hairpin. They bang wheels multiple times there. No quarter asked, and indeed none given. So Baird continues on his way. Really working hard. Barranco still protecting his position with everything he's got. Baird trying to find a way around him in some way, shape or form. So difficult to do though. Flip-flopping back and forth. And now Baird has the position, and now Baird has made his pass. You see so many passes come on the back straight. And they get the superior run out the jump, and they get the momentum down the straight through the jumps after that. So Baird is through, but Barranco is straight back there for the position. So this battle is really not abating right now. It is so close. They're looking for it, and bearing in mind, just behind Barranco is Ricardo Abreu, who's on the comeback trail himself. So 4th, 5th and 6th, all in close attention here. Baird trying to now pull a little bit of a gap on Barranco, who's just now flipped, so that should give Baird all the breathing room he should require for now. And a spin as well for Abreu, and another flip for Barranco, meaning that it's going away. It's falling Baird's way right now. Meertens, Rebello and Vilar are the top 3. Baird with a big wiggle there. Working very hard. Oh, and a flip though. It's a flip. And that should bring car 2 into play. Abreu now up into 4th place. A little mistake from Baird. That's how close it is at the moment. So fiercely contested. Baird now down to 5th once again. And he's behind Abreu, who's on the comeback. He started this race 2nd, but was knocked down to the last spot after the exit of the opening corner. And Abreu, you should think, should have car speed on Baird if he was able to qualify so far ahead. But obviously, today is a different day from yesterday. This will be the first time these guys have hit the track today. And car 4, Ruben Barranco, is now down to 6th. I say, and we've had an off for Abreu. That hands the position right back to Baird. You really can't take your eyes off this thing for a second, can you? It's so close, so tight up the front. And they are really working hard out there. Such a warm day. Focus is so hard to maintain. Baird just edging ahead of Abreu once more. And Abreu is actually pitting here. Wonder if this is a strategic, I think this says strategic and tactical all in one word. I wonder if this is a strategic ploy to get Abreu out of that mix early and get in some clean racetrack to try and race into. Meanwhile, we continue to follow Baird, who's still in the 4th spot. We'll go down the back straight. Doubles the 1st, doubles the 2nd. Textbook rung down there. He's doing it very well. On the back end. And then down the front straight once more. So Baird is on a good run so far. Abreu is fading back. And now Reese Hurd is back up into the 5th spot. But he, I can tell you, is still some distance back from Abreu. Some distance back from Baird, I should say. As Baird has some traffic of his own to deal with. Guys in front, I don't think those are the guys in front of him in terms of positions on the track. It may well be though. If that's car 1 and 3, then indeed there will be. So Baird will have some positions to advance into here. They are 3 and 1, so that's Vilar and Rebello who are 2nd and 3rd on the track. So Baird might be able to move up some spots here. Vincent Meertens has just checked out on this field with some seriously fast lap times. So he's looking fairly confident for advancing into the semi-finals. But in this quarter-final one, a little bit of a flip there for Vilar, I think that was. Puts him down to 4th now. Baird up into 3rd. That gives him a little bit more wiggle room. 4th now for, I think that was Vilar. So he's now, it's not disastrous, he's still 4th. And Baird goes very wide though. They switch back as they go down the front straight. They touch wheels just a little bit. Great bit of racecraft there. As they scrap now for 3rd spot. This is a qualifying spot for the semi-finals. Both of them are qualifying spots for the semi-final. And I can tell you, Ricardo Abreu is actually lapping faster than both of these guys right now, so they better be careful. This scrap does not get them into trouble. Although Abreu has just flipped himself. What is it about me going, oh, the guy in 5th catching up? Oh no, he's not, he's flipped. I should probably just stop doing that, really. Baird and Villa, lovely pass. Oh, that was really well done. That's how you use the hairpin to your advantage, as car 5 has just flamed out. That's Reese Hurd, so that should probably put an untimely end to his hopes in this race. They were unlikely at best. Had a car flip in front of 3rd and 4th. That is car 1 of Nuno Rebello. So the battle for 3rd now becomes the battle for 2nd, and a 3-way battle of that. Very entertaining stuff, and all of this happening just far enough ahead of Abreu to be a little bit more relaxed about their position. As they continue on, they're coming up on halfway in the race. Baird now back through to 3rd. The battles continue. So Baird has just come in the pit lane. See how his stop goes. It's a good stop, and it will get him out comfortably in front of Abreu. So he should maintain the 4th spot. Should be all right for that. Abreu is right there though, so depending on how the pit stops go, Abreu is going to have to try and get a pass done here to at least get himself into 4th on the track. It'll work out very well for him. Baird just had that pit stop, it wasn't too bad. Had to shake it up before he got it back in the car. Baird got the car back out there, I should say. Abreu is just struggling a little bit to keep up, but he is gaining on Baird. It's small increments, it's nothing huge, but it really is tightening up a little bit for 4th spot. Go around the top corners, around the back, down through the middle section. Baird still holding on to 4th spot just about. James Parry still topping up on Sun Cream, as I think we all will be throughout the day. Baird still holding his focus. Abreu still trying to find a way to chase down and pass him. I'll say, depending on Abreu's strategy, it could be something to at least give him a vague hope or something he absolutely needs to do. Either way, the pass is something that he absolutely has to do just to get in front, give himself any chance of finishing ahead of Baird to transfer up into the semi-finals. And I can tell you, Rebello, Miertens and Villar have largely broken clear. Villar is about 7 seconds up the road from Baird, so after that pit stop for Baird, that's put him back there. So those three look in a very comfortable spot at the moment. They look okay, and Baird is looking good here. He's holding Abreu at arm's length for the moment. And it's been smooth sailing for Baird in such abrasive, difficult conditions. It's easier said than done. So Baird continues on his way. We've got about 8 minutes to go in this one. This is quarter-final A. The 1/8 EFRA. The EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships. And our coverage presented to you on RC Racing TV by the guys at TKR Graphics and by EFRA themselves, of which we are very proud to be their official media partner for 2016. It's just had an issue for Baird. And is that damage to steering, it looks like? It looks like the left front is all out of whack. Has something happened? I think it has. It has. Baird, massive issues here. Really major problems. He's had to be transported to the pits here. I think he just took some damage to his left front wheel and it damaged the steering. And he's in all sorts of problems. Has his race ended? Well, it's got to be all over now. He's going to be almost impossible to come back from that. So Abreu will inherit 4th spot. Over the EFRA turntable he goes then. And a stroke of luck for Abreu. It fell into his lap in the end. It was a big instant for Baird at the end of the main straight. And he could tell straight away, as soon as the car tried to get back going, the left front was all twisted. It was all at a rough angle. And a pit stop for Abreu now. I guess he can now take it now. They've got enough breathing room. I think they were hoping to try and get past Baird before they did it. And now they have. Now they've comfortably got the position. Baird still scored 5th for the moment, but I don't think he's been able to rejoin. I can't see his car back on track. Yeah, and indeed, Pablo Landaburo, Fernando Almeida are now being scored. Now he starts tumbling down the rankings. That's a real shame for Baird. He was driving a really good race, a really smooth one, to bring it home to qualify. But right now it is Abreu on the back straight and doing a very good job. He's been driving a good race and has been rewarded. You make your own luck in this game sometimes. Right now on the last lap he was scored about 16 seconds up on 5th place Pablo Landaburo with about 6 minutes to go. That's a really decent gap to have. So Abreu in the middle section of the track. Rebello, Miertens and Villar are still comfortably leading. They're okay. There's about 4 seconds between Rebello and Miertens, 1st to 2nd, and then about 6 seconds 2nd to 3rd for Miertens and Villar, and that's for Abreu in 4th. Fairly sizable gap, got to say. In fact, Abreu has not actually started the same lap as the top 3. Now he has, and he's about 11 seconds up the road from Villar in 3rd. So Abreu is pretty much on his own at the moment, because he is comfortably ahead of Landaburo by the tune of another 11 seconds. So it's another one of those races where it was very competitive for the longest time, and then suddenly a freak change of events has, but a flip at the top of the hill for Abreu. Careful, he's still got to get it home. We saw what happened to Baird. He hit steering damage and that crippled his race pretty much on the spot. So Abreu's still got to keep it clean. Abreu's still got to keep this thing pointed on the right direction. We've got a VRC Pro replay of that for you. And you just see he just gets a little bit off camera. He's sort of turning as he hit the jump.
Grip roll.
A grip roll there. Up over the EFRA tabletop. Yeah, the gear is getting a bit warm up here, isn't it? So we're into the final 4.5 minutes of this race. And Abreu, despite that flip there, that grip roll, continues on. And he's still in a very good spot. He's still 12 seconds up the road from Pablo Landaburu. And this is going to be one of those finals that kind of peters out a little bit. That's okay. It's fine. That's how it goes sometimes. We've been treated some great finishes here. Some finals that looked very, very much set in stone for the longest time. And then we've had some late twists to really compound the event. And I wonder if Abreu is actually gaining a little bit on Christian Villar. So, right now we are watching cars 11, 12 and 6. So we're watching our leader Vincent Meertans in the orange and yellow car 6, who's our leader right now, navigating some lap traffic. And he's got a healthy little advantage over car 1, Nuno Rebello. So he's working his way around. Meertans, your leader, and has looked very comfortable for the longest time in this race. It has to be said. As he comes right down in front of our position in the crow's nest. Meertans has just put a lap on car 12, which is Fernando Almeida, one of our transfer drivers. Nuno Rebello not too far back, but just far enough to make this comfortable for Meertans, who has got just over 2.5 minutes more racing to navigate before he can take his place in the semi-finals coming up in a little while. We'll have a little bit of a rest after the quarterfinals, just to let the semi-finalists have some additional practice. And then we'll have the semi-finals, and then have some bonus finals, our main final. 4:30 local time, about 3.5 hours away. And Meertans will be hoping to be there. He's doing everything possible to get into at least the semi-finals, I can tell you that. He's running very, very strongly. And I can tell you, Abreu has actually taken third from Christian Villar. I think that was a battle at past position on the track. Yes, it was, I can tell you that for certain. As we continue to follow Meertans, we just see Abreu has made it past Villar, but both are still 12 seconds up the road from Landaburu in 5th. So the identity of the 4 in the transfer spots is pretty much secure right now. So Meertans is marching to victory as he heads up towards the EFRA tabletop, the top corner, and then round now onto the back straight. He has 90 seconds to go before he can clinch the win. And in such high heat here, right in the middle of the afternoon, the sun is at its highest point. We're desperately fanning ourselves and giving ourselves top sun cream with water. It's a testament to these drivers to be able to put together such consistent running lap after lap in such tough conditions for their concentration and for the cars to deal with. So it's Meertans, Rebello, Abreu and Villar who look to be your qualifiers. 2 Portuguese drivers, 1 Frenchman in Meertans and 1 Spaniard in Villar. Meertans is looking comfortable. This should be close, whether this is his final lap or not. He may get one more in. It depends. If he fancies backing the pace down, this will be his final lap. Otherwise, he may squeeze one more in if he fancies it. 30 seconds on the clock left now. Meertans has made this one look very easy, hasn't he? This has been a great drive. Rebello, Abreu and Villar have also looked very good. And it was a real shame for Bradley Baird, who looked like he was a real contender for the 4th spot. As soon as he got his damaged steering, it was game over for him, and it pretty much set the top 4. So, and I think Mietans is going to squeeze another lap here. One. No, he does have to squeeze another lap. He tried to back out right at the end. He didn't want to. He will continue on for one final lap. Oh no, he has pitted. Okay. That'll be race over for him. They come across the line. And the finishes are confirmed. So let's take a look at the final finishing order for you then. It is now Vincent Mietans who takes the win. An unusual sort of ladybird thing is investigating us here. But it is Mietans who takes the win in that heat. In the quarterfinal, who will advance on to the semi-finals. It's Nuno Rebelo second, Ricardo Abreu third, and Christian Villar fourth. Those are your transfers up. Landaburo, Almeida, Fevre, Herd, Baird, and Buranco, as well as Magalhães and Halsema. Their tournament ends here. As we get ready for the second quarter-final. James, you got some updates from social media?
No.
That's literally it.
No. Everyone is chatting in the YouTube comments in French. Or Portuguese. I can't recognise the language. So, yeah, I'm a bit stuck. I can't interact with them. Because they're not speaking in a tongue I understand. We are RC Racing TV. My name's James Parry. To my left is Adam Johnson, and to my left is Frank McKinney. Adam Johnson on the mic, usually, and Frank on camera. We are RC Racing TV. We are here, live in Freixidas. Frank keeps correcting my pronunciation. In Portugal, it is boiling. It's scorching. It's so hot. I just had to put my microphone in the shade so I could pick it up. We're here for the European 1/8 Buggy B Euro Championships for EFRA. Thank you to TKR Graphics, our sponsor for the event, VRC Pro, for sponsoring the replays. And thank you, of course, to EFRA, for whom we are the media partners. And thank you to them for inviting us along. We cover all of their European legs races throughout the summer months. So if you'd like to keep up to date with what we're doing and when we're doing it, then go over to our Facebook page and give us a like, and then you'll be notified in your news feed of upcoming events that we'll be part of. And if you'd like to interact with other people of your... Please... Oh, I thought you were rubbing the microphone on your groin. The buzzing must have been coming from somewhere else. And if you'd like to converse and interact with other like-minded people, other RC fans like yourself, then head over to the RCTV group and click join. And once we've confirmed you are not a seller of the fake sunglasses, the knockoff handbags, or indeed a pusher of the financial pyramid schemes, we will welcome you into our collective.
That is your triumvirate of doom, isn't it?
My what?
Your triumvirate of doom.
What's that?
A trio. Three thing.
Oh, what?
Your seller of fake sunglasses, financial pyramid schemes, and what was the other one?
Knockoff handbags.
That's the one.
Yeah. I have the same pattern. I'm not a commentator. I can't just say things. So I have to stick to the same pitter-patter. If you'd like a shout out or you'd like to interact with the other viewers, then please head over to the comments on the YouTube stream. Lots of French people in there at the moment. So I can't even pronounce, let alone understand what they're saying. I haven't done French since school and I've forgotten it all. Other than things like avec le poisson, with the fish. Écoutez, s'il vous plaît. Listen, please, because the teacher used to say that to me a lot. Répétez, s'il vous plaît. Repeat, please. And the usual school stuff, table, règle. Je m'appelle James Parry. Yeah, I'm stuck now. That's my French vocabulary done. If you're watching live and not just watching the archived video at a later date, thank you for joining us as I repossess myself on this hot plastic chair. Ah. Frank's touching into his Cheezos. What are they? I've forgotten. Cheetos. I had a pack last night, didn't I? You enjoy them?
I didn't know if you ate them.
Yeah.
How about mine for today?
I know. We've got some. What are the notifications? Are there people asking to join? Like us. Excellent. Jose Carlos, Silva Tavares, Jokaz RC. Who else? Hang on. RC Takeout page. Julian Dupree. Sheikh Kija. CRB Zabija. A Chinese name I can't pronounce. Oh, that's going back a bit now. Hello, welcome along. Thank you for liking us. Do we have people waiting to join the group, I wonder? There might just be enough time to give them a shout out live on air if they want to join. Ah! I've lost what page I'm on. No one waiting at the moment. Oop. Andre Costa. Is that person in the race? Costa. The name rings a bell. He says, hi guys, welcome to Portugal. Hi Andre, thank you for the welcome. It's a pleasure to be here.
Bom-vindo.
Pardon?
Bom-vindo. Bom-vindo.
Bom-vindo.
That's what he's saying to us.
Yeah. Bom-vindo. Bom-vindo back. I hope Frank just hasn't made me say something rude in Portuguese. Apologies if he has. Thomas Lavelle, very good French. Very funny. It was terrible. I can only apologise. So up next is semi. Quarter. Sorry, yeah, apologies. Last of the quarter-finals, in fact. And then we will be taking a break during the practice because I think for health and safety reasons, if for no other reason, we all need to go and get some shade. So we will be focusing the camera widely on the track for after this race until 2:15. Have we got time for a wireless walkabout today? I wonder if we've got time for a wireless walkabout. Pardon? Because we've got a lot of time to kill there. Basically half through an hour.
The junior final, there's going to be a lot of people we'll want to speak to who are in there.
True. Yeah, we can't wait till that time to have lunch. I will waste away, believe it or not.
Shall we?
Be my guest.
Right then, here's the starting grid for the second quarter-final, and it's many British fans' favourite out here this weekend. It's Milan Dragoslovic leading off Borja Rodriguez, Alessandro Romea, Kevin Michelet, Pablo Ortuño, Felix Puegla, Pedro Sousa, and Michael Todd. And then we have our transfers up from the 1/8 final earlier. Mattia Chaffardon, Graham Miller, the British Hopes, Alberto Pelias and David Benito. They're on starters' orders. And away they go.
Impeccable timing.
Thank you. And a fairly impeccable start, mostly. Only 2 cars upside down, 3, some more now. About as impeccable as you're going to get from these off-road buggy races. But they are underway. And up for grabs here are the last 4 spots in the semi-finals. Last 4 spots into the chance to make it into the grand final, the main final for later. As they filter around after lap 1, the top 4 or 5 have broken clear a little bit. 6 places tagging along as well. Rodriguez, Ramir, Dragoslovic, Ortuño, Sousa and Kurgler are your top 6. So Dragoslovic has now fallen out of the top 4 just a little bit. He's just behind. Oh, he's just tagged on top of car 7, which is Pedro Sousa. So right now, 4th place is held by Felix Kurgler. And that's a further mishap, I think. No, that's Kurgler who's just gone upside down. And so the top 3 coming through down the back straight. It is car 7, Pedro Sousa, who holds 4th spot in the early going. And he's got Polster to Dragoslovic chasing him down. Pushing hard. Working hard. To get through these early laps. It's Sousa who holds the 4th spot for now. And it's Dragoslovic looking up the inside and now the outside. And he's right in the loose gravel and loose material off the outside of the corner. That was never going to work. He's looking for a pass here. That's where the mark is going to be made. Good stuff, Dragoslovic. He moves back through. Past Sousa. Into the 4th spot. It's the coveted 4th spot. As the top 3 break clear a little bit. A lot of slides through there. They're nose to tail, so they're all battling among themselves. They're also breaking clear. Dragoslovic 4th. Starting to put a little bit of pace on Pedro Sousa in 5th. There we go. Through and round. And Dragoslovic better not look behind him too much, because not only has he got Sousa there, he's got a resurgent Kurgler there as well. And Mattia Chaffardon going for an unlikely... That'd be a triple bump up? Yes, I think it'd be a triple bump up. Along with Graham Miller. So a very unlikely triple. Make it all the way to the semi-final. That'd be quite something. But at the moment, well, Kurgler's just flipped and Chaffardon has just had an issue at the end of the back straight, so that's not happened. And Dragoslovic then continues in 4th. He's in the centre of the track. Dragoslovic is in the central section of the track. In the S section, he's the pink and blue car, being tailed by the blue and white car 7 of Pedro Sousa. That's your battle for 4th. And Sousa has really closed back up on Dragoslovic. This is tense times once more. I feel like this will be a battle. I was hoping this will be a battle that continues through for the rest of the race. We shouldn't have flameouts or issues with these guys. What put paid to battle in the last race. Of course, Dragoslovic will hope for nothing more than a boring run till the end, because it means he has the best job of getting home and into the semi-finals, and he is starting to put a little bit of a gap now on Sousa. Dragoslovic, the top qualifier in this heat by some distance, and he really put some good pace in. So you'd expect him to start favourite for this one. He had a rough start, lost positions, and at one point was down as low as 7th in the early going. But now is right back in contention. And he's not just in contention, he is in the transfer spots as they stand. And he's actually starting to chase down Pablo Ortuño in 3rd place in car 5. But a spin for Dragoslovic. That's going to bring Sousa right back into play. That's how close these battles can be. You measure them almost in the amount of mistakes you can afford to make. And just a spin for Dragoslovic. He didn't even go upside down or anything like that. But now a flip for Sousa. And that's paid the debt right back. So the mistakes for Sousa. So he's now dropped off the back of Dragoslovic. He got very, very close to an instant at the back straight there, and he's now closing in on Ortuño in the 5 car. Remember, we'll also look out for pit stops as usual in these races. They work on. We're just about done through the first quarter. And Dragoslovic still comfortably fourth. Rodriguez, Ramia and Ortuño. Rodriguez and Ramia have trying to check out on the field to a degree, and they've got a healthy gap over Ortuño in third, who is just ahead of Dragoslovic in fourth, who is now about 5 seconds up the road from Michael Todd in fifth spot in car 8. So we continue to watch Dragoslovic as he comes speeding past below our position here in the crow's nest. The bakingly hot crow's nest right now. Everything is running hot out here this weekend. And as we tick towards the conclusion of this event, and it's a half flip and a spin there for Ortuño. That will give third spot over to Dragoslovic. So that will buy some insurance for Dragoslovic. Just give him about a position or two space over Ortuño. Well, over the being able to transfer through and not. But Ortuño's coming straight back at him. It's quite an entertaining battle in prospect here. Michael Todd is not a million miles away. These two have got to be careful not to start fouling each other's races right up. That's very, very easy to do. Rodriguez and Ramia still first, second. That's okay. Dragoslovic still third, just ahead of Ortuño, still fourth. Sousa has fallen to sixth, by the way. He was the guy who was in the fourth spot for a little while. But he is, if anything, faded and has dropped behind Michael Todd now. Michael Todd appears to be the closest contender for the fourth spot. If he can get close enough, which is his main problem at the moment, just can't get close enough. Dragoslovic and Ortuño running very solid lap times. Both just a slight bit faster than what Michael Todd can manage at the moment, but of course, mistakes happen at any point on this track. You and I know that better than anyone. All the viewers here will know that for the previous rounds of this competition out here today. So Dragoslovic and Ortuño continue on their way. And they continue their scrap. Very entertaining here. In fact, no, that's a battle for a pit stop is occurring right beneath us as well. It was for car 3, which was running second. That was Alessandro Ramia. And he gets out still ahead of Dragoslovic and Pedro Sousa, who I think might be back to fifth now. We'll just see how this filters through, how this sorts itself out as the race continues on. Ramia was scored leader last time through. At the moment it is Ortuño who still scored as fourth place. We'll see as they come across the line this time where we're at. Borja Rodriguez, Michael Todd is scored as the lead now. Borja Rodriguez second, Ramia third, and it's Dragoslovic scored fourth. So Dragoslovic right in front of us in the middle sector. Dragoslovic fourth. It was Sousa fifth, but I think Sousa has just had his first pit stop of the race. This all coming around the average time of it. We're about 9 minutes into the race and counting. So Sousa fifth, Ortuño down to sixth place now, instead of Kurgler. But Ortuño, we have just seen on pit road, on pit lane, so that should just be okay. The breeze is just picking up here, and I'm not complaining a bit of it. Dragoslovic against the TKR triples, just fine. It's a really smooth run. And Dragoslovic is doing everything he needs to do right now. Bearing in mind, I think Dragoslovic still has a pit stop to make of his own. The pole sitter for this race, lost it early on and has had to come from behind. Rodriguez, Ramia and Toddy are top three right now. So Michael Todd has actually jumped up there, but I think he must be due a pit stop anytime soon. Keep an eye open for you on that one. So Todd is continuing on. Dragoslovic is actually gaining back in on Michael Todd, who is third on the track and was fifth before the pit stops began. And a little bit of a mess up for Ortuño down in fifth. I think it is Todd who's causing this one to... Oh, goodness me, that was a poor recovery there. The car over there, I think that was Mathieu Chaffardon, who's trying for the triple bump up. He won't be able to make it now. The car just behind Dragoslovic and he's already laps down on these guys. Kevin Michaud, this race didn't even get underway really, only 3 laps in the books. So, watch Dragoslovic come by once again. Now Dragoslovic scored 3rd, so I wonder if Michael Todd's made his pit stop. Yes, someone's coming off a pit lane. Yes, Michael Todd appears to have made his pit stop now, and that's dropped him back down to 5th spot. So it is Ortuño in the white and pink car that will retake 4th. And is holding in fairly capably at the moment. It's looking fairly solid in terms of the top 4. Rodriguez, Ramir, Dragoslovic, and Ortuño still scored 5th. I think this time around he will have taken the position back from Michael Todd, and he scored 4th. Indeed he is. So it is Ortuño that we're following right now, your last transfer spot runner, and Michael Todd is not that far back. So Todd, if he can get some ground speed going, then he might still be in contention here. Directly behind him is Felix Kurgler, who actually has a lap car in between him of David Benito. But we continue to follow Ortuño, who's being closed in on now by Todd. So this is where things start to get interesting. Ortuño, a bit of a flinch there, coming through the granite hairpin. Michael Todd right there. Car 12 with Benito is not a factor here, so he's okay. Fastest goes Ortuño, fastest goes Todd. And Todd is fairly close, you know. This is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, especially with 8.5 minutes to go. That's an absolute eternity. And in fact, now Felix Kurgler has closed up behind Todd as well. So maybe Kurgler fancies a go. Fancies a shot at the transfer spots here. And Todd is definitely closing in on Ortuño. It's small increments, and it probably looks closer when they're in the tighter, twisty sections. But there is about 3/4 of the length of the front straight between Ortuño and Todd, and it works out at about a corner between each one. So Todd is close, and in fact, if anything, he's being closed in by Kurgler, which may push him on to go faster. Or it might well be that Kurgler ends up passing him and making the charge for 4th place himself. But Ortuño is just being kept honest here. Over the doubles goes Ortuño. Todd is right there, and in fact Todd has been passed now, and into the end of the back straight. So Todd has now been passed by Kurgler. Kurgler now up into 5th spot, and Kurgler is now the chief rival and opponent for Ortuño's 4th spot. So Ortuño is just being kept honest. He's not having this his own way. He's got a comfortable enough gap of about 4 or 5 seconds, but that can all go away with one grip roll, one flip, one misjudgment of a jump, one turning in onto an early apex and hitting the inside barrier. It all comes apart very quickly, or can do. So Ortuño with a big slide through the granite hairpin. Same too for Kurgler, who does definitely have car speed on Michael Todd. And actually now we have a pit stop for Ortuño, which will hand 4th spot to Kurgler. So a pit stop with 6 minutes 45 to go for Ortuño. Potentially change the compensation of this race once more. Michael Todd pitted fairly recently, so he should be okay here. We just wonder what Kurgler's plans are. What Kurgler's strategy is. Kurgler is the pink car with the yellow wheels down the back straight now. And Michael Todd is the car just behind. He's trying to make the pass. So Kurgler right now should be scored 4th. And indeed he is. Michael Todd 5th. And we have a pit stop now for Kurgler. So I'll hand the position right back to Ortuño. That answers everything. And I believe that was also a pit stop for Michael Todd in there as well. He hasn't come through, so I'm assuming that's... No, Michael Todd is still out there. Michael Todd is still out there. So he will now inherit 4th spot. Ortuño is in 5th, having repassed Kurgler in the pits. So Kurgler's made his, we assume, his last stop with 5 minutes 45 to go. Ortuño is pitted for what we assume is the last time. Does Michael Todd now follow them in? If I remember rightly, he seemed to pit quite early. He's not in this time. He keeps going. We need to be following Michael Todd, who's right in front of us, car 8. The black and yellow car with the green wheels. Right in front of us in the S section. And heading round, I just noticed a flip for Ortuño off camera, by the way. So that's putting behind Kurgler once more. But we follow Michael Todd, who's actually up to third because Borja Rodriguez is now down to fifth spot. So Michael Todd is scored third. Fourth is Felix Kurgler. So if we drop two cars back off of Todd to the pink car of Kurgler, car 6 with the yellow wheels, just there with Ortuño, who's the pink and white car with white wheels and a white wing. This is the battle for fourth as it stands. Michael Todd then is up to third. And Kurgler and Borja Rodriguez right there as well. It's in fourth, just ahead of them, the orange and white car. He's coming to play, and I think he's made a stop. Kurgler gets that corner just a little bit wrong. Kurgler and Ortuño battling for fifth spot right now, which is all well and good, but the car they really need to be chasing down is just in front of them, Borja Rodriguez. I'm just wondering if Michael Todd's due another pit stop, and that's where we're going to get this back corrected. But either way, Rodriguez has not helped his cause there. And that actually distracted Kurgler for a moment, led Ortuño through there. Ortuño and Kurgler, nose to tail. This is seriously close. They're both chasing down Borja Rodriguez, who is at the moment in fourth spot. And with 3 minutes 55 to go, you have to just go for it. There's no way of waiting for if somebody takes a vital pit stop. You just have to really charge for it. Rodriguez holds the last transfer spot. Ortuño is chasing him down. They're both dropping Kurgler just a little bit. Ortuño is fifth, held fourth for a long time in this race. A big slide there, trying to look up the inside of Rodriguez. Now I'm just watching the timing screens to see if Michael Todd drops back on them and if he pits again. I don't think he will. I think he's going to go the rest of the way. So that leaves these two to battle. Kurgler's just flipped, so that's effectively taking him out of the running. It is now coming down between Rodriguez and Ortuño for the final transfer spot. Rodriguez holds it for now. Ortuño would appear to have good car speed. Can't get the move done. A little bit scrappy at the moment. They're working very hard, but a flip there, and that has really handed the advantage to Ortuño. Rodriguez was able to recover quickly, but he still had the advantage handed to him by Ortuño. Ortuño now comes across the line fourth. Rodriguez now fifth. So Ortuño back to fourth. The question we need answering now is what is Michael Todd's fuel situation and whether he can make it. I assume he will, given how late we are in this race. If he doesn't, that will surely filter him out behind the man we're following right now, which is Pablo Ortuño. Oh, but he might do that anyway. Todd just made a mistake on the back straight. So Ortuño, remember, is fourth right now. Michael Todd third, Rodriguez fifth. So it's all coming down to a great battle here. Todd versus Ortuño. Ortuño is really closing in on Todd here. He's desperate to make this secure. Oh, a little bit of contact there. He just paused. Make sure he didn't gain any advantage out of that. That's very sporting, very good. Racecraft and conduct. Now up the EFRA tabletop. Round and down we go. Todd and Ortuño, the two guys who we've watched here, and who at the moment both guys are in the transfer spots. It's Rodriguez who's on the outside looking in. We'll just wait to see if Todd's fuel strategy is going to work. Oh, but a flip for Ortuño. That's going to play Rodriguez right back in. Rodriguez straight on the back wing of Ortuño. Swarms right up behind him. The tension is very real at the moment. Ortuño caught in a rock and a hard place. He tried attacking Michael Todd, made the mistake, and has now played himself right back into the hands of Rodriguez. Does he stick or does he twist? We've got a VRC Pro replay of that brief moment for Ortuño. It's just the smallest of mistakes, but it's enough to buy Rodriguez back into this. To come down the front straight in front of us. Michael Todd still third. Ortuño still fourth. Rodriguez still fifth with one of the number stickers flapping off his car. We've got about 50 seconds to go, and this couldn't be more tense. Ortuño is desperate to pass Michael Todd. Michael Todd makes the flip. Michael Todd may have just cost himself a transfer into the semi-finals, and now contact between Ortuño and Rodriguez. Rodriguez paused for a moment, but still the recovery felt pretty slow there. Rodriguez now up to fourth, and Ortuño is the big loser in all that. Todd initially at the spin, and Ortuño suddenly finds himself in fifth and out of it. A big flip at the end of the back straight. That's surely it all over now. I think they'll only have time for one more lap. So Michael Todd, I think, is going to make this work. And Rodriguez is going to come through for second. It's going to be slightly controversial. There's a little bit of contact between the two, between him and Ortuño. But Ortuño, his hopes appear to have faded. I think his focus is broken and his concentration's broken. But what a great battle this has been between these three, as Michael Todd has held off all comers. It didn't look like he'd have the ground speed to keep them held off. It's Alessandro Ramir who will take the win ahead of Milan Dragoslovic. For those of you wondering, those two were in their own postcode by the end of it. But it is Michael Todd who's going to come home to take third. A great strategy call and a great way to get him up the order. Rodriguez comes home fourth in the end. And what disappointment for Pablo Ortuño. A real shame. But what a great race that was. That was real tension right through to the flag. And let's have a look at the final standings. It's Ramir from Dragoslovic, from Michael Todd, from Borja Rodriguez, Pablo Ortuño 5th, Felix Kurgler 6th, Pedro Sousa, Graham Miller, Alberto Pelias and Matthias Chaffardon complete the 10 ahead of David Benito and Kevin Michaudais. So now we know our semi-final lineup. And we are just going to have the slightest of breaks beforehand because we have been having a lot of racing this morning. It's been 5 hours of racing so far, gone by in a flash, really. And we'll be returning to you for the semi-finals at 2:15 local time, 3:15 Central European time. We're off to find some shade. I think we need it. We've got the semi-finals coming up. We'll see you in a bit on RC Racing TV.
But it's too windy. It might, I don't know. It was too windy yesterday for sure.
Go on, go get some to eat.
Shade.
215. What is it? Almost 2.
So is this semis? Yeah. And then final, or is it then quarters and then final? No, it's semis, isn't it? Yeah.
Hello, RC Racing fans, and welcome back to RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. Here, scorching hot day in Freixidas, Portugal, and we are presented today by TKR Graphics and by EFRA themselves, of which we are the official media partner of. We thank them for having us along for this event. And now, we've been watching so far today, it's been serious stuff. It's been the lower finals, and we've been moving through been moving through, and now it's where things start to get really, really serious. Because this is the first of our semi-finals coming up. As they head out for the first of their 3 minutes of warm-up. Let's have you a look at the starting grid. As it's Gonzalo Melo, who is our TQ yesterday. And it's Gonzalo Melo who will lead these guys off. First of the two semi-finals. Yesterday's TQ. And he took it on a dead heat in the end. It was so close. Some seriously quick runs though. And Melo was very, very impressive. And probably is the home fans' favourite here to take the victory. Along with the man rolling off second in this heat, Thiago Aguiar, who qualified third overall. Zacharias Villalba, Thomas Musso, and Guilherme Hebert. Here top five, ahead of Nuno Casal Ribeiro, João Rodrigues, Baptiste Brou, and then our four transfers up from the first of the quarterfinals we saw just before the lunch break. Vincent Miertans, Nuno Rubello, Ricardo Abreu, and Christian Villar complete the list. So let's have a look at our starting lineup for first of the two semi-finals here at the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. It's got Gonzalo Melo who will lead them off. The junior stars out here in our TQ overnight. He put in some sensational runs yesterday. Thiago Aguiar qualified third overall. Roll off second is Zacharias Villalba third. Fourth is Thomas Musso. Fifth is Guilherme Hebert. Sixth is Nuno Casal Ribeiro. Seventh is João Rodrigues. Eighth is Baptiste Brou. Ninth is the first of our qualifiers from the quarterfinals, Vincent Miertans, ahead of Nuno Rubello. And the final two starters are Ricardo Abreu and Christian Villar. Let's get ready to go. They are to be under starters' orders any second now, as they look for a place in the main final, team with a shot at becoming European B champion in the Nitro Buggy discipline. There are 4 spots available to them. And so, let's get ready. Let's get ready. And away they go. It's a clean start. Right down to the first corner. And mostly through the first corner very smoothly. Melo and Aguiar straight away side by side. Wheel banging as they head up through the first few corners. They deflect off each other and straight away into the morass of cars. Everyone bunched together quickly. They find their own way and they spread out fairly soon after. But for now, it looks to be fairly clean, considering some of the starts we've seen out here earlier in the lower finals. I've seen a lot scrappier efforts than that. And this is a lot better overall. So as they come around to complete the first lap, it is car number 3, Zacharias Villalba, who leads them ahead of Thiago Aguiar. And then Gonzalo Melo is third, followed by car number 6. Well, car number 6 has just taken third spot, actually. That's Nuno Casal Ribeiro. But a couple of flips there. Nuno Casal Ribeiro also upside down. Aguiar was upside down there. Marshall's stacking it, trying to get those cars back going the right direction. Eventually, as Villalba still leads ahead of Aguiar. And Melo, the pole sitter, still in third, remember. And a lot of shouting down in the pit lane as well. Barked instructions already. We are looking at the top 3, but one of the top 3 has flipped. Is that Melo? It is Melo. Melo has now fallen down some spots and may well be out of the transfer spots. He's looking for the big fight. So it is 6 drivers who will go through from these semi-finals through into the final each to form the 12-car grid for the final. So in the earlier heats our focus was on the top 4. It is now on the top 6. So there's 4th, 5th and 6th all in the same shot, and they're all battling each other. One of them's come a cropper and will lose a couple of positions there and slip out of the top 6. Is that Melo in trouble again? It is. Now that's very surprising given Melo's car speed. He's been getting in a few scraps early doors he probably shouldn't have got himself into. But some incidents in front of him and he does avoid that really nicely. That's a couple of cars crashing in front of him. He gets through there okay, and that should put him back on the tail end of the top 6. But another instant though, Melo just can't keep it clean so far. It's a very competitive semi-final. Melo, our TQ, is right in the middle of the action. He was hoping to have it quiet up front, have a fairly settled ride. Not so far. This field are really going great guns at him. And let's have a look at the VRC Pro replay. Just a little stack on the inside of the curb. That's all it was. That's all it is really. It's just so easy to make mistakes around here. So if you can minimise those, then you are pretty much almost all the way there, as he takes a shot to the rear end there from car number 6, Nuno Casal Ribeiro. Now, Casal Ribeiro has been scored 6th and Melo 7th, but Melo is now up to 6th place and Casal Ribeiro 7th on the outside looking in. The battle is on here. It is 6th place we're paying attention to here. The front 2 are broken clear, Villalba and De Bruyne. Mousseau and one of our transfer guys, Abreu, is up in 4th spot. 5th is another one of our transfer guys in the quarterfinals, Nuno Rebelo. And then it has got Harlow Melo, our TQ, who is at the moment, rather surprisingly to many, just hanging on to a qualifying spot for the final of the EFRA European B Championships, the 1/8 buggy discipline. Right now it's Casal Ribeiro and Guilherme Hebert is putting a lot of pressure on. It's mainly Casal Ribeiro in the green and blue car is putting the most pressure on, but he's actually fading a little bit there. Melo gets a little bit raggedy there. Bearing in mind, these guys did just have a practice session to make up for the fact they haven't been on this track since around 4 o'clock yesterday. Melo stuck and in trouble at the final corner. He's losing all sorts of time. He's lost 3 positions in one go. Another costly mistake for Melo. And that now puts Nuno Casal Ribeiro into the 6th spot. And he's immediately under pressure from Hebert. Hebert putting all the pressure on in the car 5. Car 6 is Casal Ribeiro. And short of not only falling behind those 2 guys, Melo has also lost a position to Vincent Meertans, another one of our transfer guys from the quarter-final. So he has got a lot of work to do. Melo seriously quick yesterday. How has the track changed since then, and have they been able to keep up with it? That is the big question. Casal Ribeiro is trying to drop Hebert here. Casal Ribeiro looking for that final spot in the main final later today. Meanwhile, the guys in front of them are looking a lot more comfortable than normal. Villalba, De Bruyne, Abreu, Rebelo and Mousseau are your top 5 after 5 minutes. And 6th in that all-important last transfer spot is Nuno Casal Ribeiro of Portugal, one of the home favourites. And he is under all sorts of pressure now from Guilherme Hebert, the Frenchman. And Melo, by the way, has been able to make it back up to 7th spot. Or 8th spot, I should say. But it's still quite a distance away. But a mistake from Casal Ribeiro demonstrates just how quickly these semi-finals can change fortunes. And we have one car with damage down in front of us. That's okay. That was car number 2, Thiago Aguiar, who has fallen out of contention. Real surprise, car number 3, one of our top qualifiers. But we continue to follow our 6th place car, which is Hebert now. Car number 5. Very tentative through the granite hairpin. We have another VRC Pro replay. This was how quickly the position changed. That corner is so deceptive. You just turn in a little bit too early. It's off camera on the apex anyway, but you turn in a little bit too early, hit the inside barrier, and it is all over. So Hebert now in 6th place. Casal Ribeiro 7th. Melo 8th place. Tiniest bit of cloud cover coming in, a bit of a breeze picking up here in Freixidas in Portugal. It has been scorchingly hot this weekend. The track has been a constantly evolving beast. Everyone has talked about the need to evolve, second guess what way the track's going to go and make changes accordingly. Now has that played into their hands? I think that was car 12, which is Christian Villar, so he's not a factor. But that has helped bunch up the battle for 6th. Hebert now makes a mistake, lets Casal Ribeiro back through, and Melo is back in the fray. Surely Gonzalo Melo has to get physical there with Hebert. Hebert turned back into him there, and both of them banged wheels. And this battle for 6th is a fierce struggle. Nuno Casal Ribeiro is back through now, into 6th spot, and it's 7th is Melo, who has been up against it this entire semi-final. He makes a little mistake there. Him and Hebert side by side down the back straight, over the jumps. A spectacular visual, and it's a battle that, for now, Melo wins. He's the car that should, on paper, start as favourite, and he pits here. He pits in, and this is right at around 7.5 minutes. Squirt of fuel and he's down and away. I wonder if he's expecting to pit one more time out of that. He might just be predicted to go to the end. So, that's put Melo back a little bit. He's one of the first guys we've seen in the pits. So, where's Nuno Casal Ribeiro? He's just on the EFRA tabletop now, coming down and onto the back straight. Casal Ribeiro. Well, he's got a brief respite from Melo for the moment, but he's still got Hebert all over him at the moment, looking for the pass on the inside. This is a frenzied battle. Now it is Casal Ribeiro's time to pit. This will be vitally important. Car number 11 also in and out. That was Ricardo Abreu, who was in 3rd. And Melo has beaten Casal Ribeiro out of the pit. So Casal Ribeiro is down a position on the road. And he's just come out behind Vincent Miertans, who I don't think is in the fight so much. But Casal Ribeiro has actually lost out to Melo in the pits. Melo has gained a position back in the pit cycle. Melo is the yellow with red accents car going over the EFRA turntable tabletop right now. Down the back straight. Melo put in such searing times yesterday. Such consistency was really the hallmark of his qualifying times, and now it seems he's starting to get it together with some clear track in front of him. With pit stop starting to happen, he took the early stop. I wonder if that was a strategic call to get him out of the action. He seemed to be getting frustrated, was making mistakes, getting into it with other cars, and now he's able to relax a little bit more and get on with his race. And right now, he is scored as still 7th, funnily enough, because Ricardo Abreu has also pitted in front of him, but I think there's a couple of guys who have gone long on their first stint. Baptiste Brou, I think, has jumped up. So, see how this shakes out. We continue to follow Melo, who has beaten Nuno Casal Ribeiro out of the pits, and in fact is now ahead of Hebert on the track as well. So Melo is scored 6th now. Hebert has fallen behind, and also in there as well is Vincent Miertans in the orange and yellow car. He's actually right behind Melo. So that was me thinking he wasn't a factor. He actually is. He's right in there. And Melo is now chasing down Ricardo Abreu, who has a grip roll at the top of the tabletop. And Melo goes through, and he'll lose a lot of positions there because Abreu is taking a while to get recovered. Sometimes that happens. So that should put Melo up into a net 5th place as he comes around to complete another lap. It does. He's up to 5th now. Miertans is up to the 6th and final transfer spot. And suddenly there's a bit of clean air between Melo and his nearest competitor. As they come across the line, Miertans has just been in and out of the pits. So that should hand the position back to Hebert. Now Hebert is not that far behind Melo. Hebert is just climbing up the EFRA tabletop now, round that top corner, and through and onto the back straight, over the doubles. 1, then 2. Textbook technique there from Hebert, and he's going to have to bring all of his A game here to try and chase down Melo. They are effectively, as it stands, battling over the last transfer spot, although Hebert has the final transfer spot for now. Melo is 5th. So Ricardo Abreu is the man on the comeback trail who is trying to chase down Hebert. He was safely in the transfer spots and is now on the outside looking in. So Abreu is a few corners back. He's about 5 seconds down the road from Hebert. That's exactly 5 seconds down the road from Hebert. But right now, Hebert is the one in the great position there. Melo is getting on with it and getting some really good lap times in. This is much better. This is more like the Melo we saw yesterday in qualifying. He's doing what he needs to do. He's being pragmatic. Had a very rough start to the race. Really had a lot of issues. Got caught up in the early traffic jams. He's getting into incidents. But now he's sorted out. As soon as the pit stop started to happen, they took him out of the cycle, although now he makes a mistake and he clashes with Hebert. So Hebert back up the inside. Hebert will move to 5th place. Malo 6th. So this is not the worst thing in the world for Malo. He is down, he's still in a transfer spot, but he wants to try and move up. Of course, these will also go towards qualifying positions for the final. He gets into a little bit of contact with Hebert. They're battling away. Hebert comes into the pits. So that little skirmish will cease for now. We have about 8 minutes to go. We have a VRC Pro replay. Just demonstrating the pass for the position. A little bit of a roll there. Malo just had a little grip roll. Coming over the jump. Hebert tucks up the inside. They bang wheels. Physical racing here in the buggy discipline. And Malo keeps going then. He will. We've just had a flame out down here. That's car 7. That's Juan Rodriguez. He was running 10th anyway, so he was not a factor in the race. But now Malo is still 6th spot. So Hebert, I think when Malo comes around this time, he'll be scored 5th, which indeed he will. So we once again look out for Gulami Hebert, who I think is not the car directly behind Malo. He just dropped a couple of cars back, not the one that's tumbling and fishtailing all over the place. We look for number 11, which is the car coming through the shot right now. It's the white and orange car of Ricardo Abreu. Abreu is the man who's now up into the final transfer spot at the expense of Hebert, who I think has hit some trouble in traffic. He's come out right into a hornet's nest and has actually faded back. So Abreu is now in position and is looking for the double bump up. He came up from the quarterfinal. Can he do it again to make it to the final? He's in position right now. And the nearest guy to him, Miertans, is not a competitor right behind. He is pitting in now. Abreu's pitting, so this is going to be crucial. Where's Hebert? Hebert's coming down the final corner now. Hebert will retake the position. Out goes Abreu. Abreu returns to the track. But Thiago Aguiar is also in contention as well. Aguiar, remember, 3rd in qualifying, but has really looked out of sorts so far in the race. He's not really been a factor so far. Miertans was scored as the 6th place car as they came across the line that time, ahead of Hebert. So I think with the pit stop taken into account, Miertans will go up to 5th, Hebert 6th, and Abreu once again on the outside looking in. I think as we come across the line this time, we'll just show you who is in 6th spot as they come across the line. It is Gulami Hebert, who is still scored 6th. So Hebert, the green and blue number 5 car, right in front of us in the middle sector, right in the S section. Car number 5 with the white wheels and the clear wing. And he is just on the back of Vincent Miertans as this battle has evolved constantly throughout the race. Malo, by the way, has made his way back up to 4th, so he's slowly clambering back up. But the 2 cars on screen right now are your 5th and 6th place runners. Miertans, another guy looking for the double transfer up from the quarterfinals, and Hebert, who is just hanging on. And Thiago Aguiar, 3rd overall qualifier, is not far away, although he has just pitted a 2nd time. So that'll hand that position over probably to Ricardo Abreu. And Abreu, I'm just looking at it on the screens right now, he's substantial distance back, not a huge amount. But as we head towards the final quarter of this race, the 2 cars on screen are your final 2 transferees. 2 final guys going through the transfer spot. The pair of French drivers, Vincent Miertans and Gulami Hebert. These 2 are... They've just got to be careful now. They've got to be calm. They know they've got a decent gap over 7th place Ricardo Abreu. In fact, the gap they have is about 7 seconds. So that is not worth making a mistake over. One flip or one grip roll in the wrong place where a marshal can't immediately tend to you, and suddenly that battle is blown wide open again. But they scrap for the position anyway. Miertans versus Hebert. The battle is on down the back straight. Over the doubles. Both guys with very smooth technique. Nicely done from the 2 French drivers. Hebert really trying to chase on, really pushing hard. The pace is good. Your leader is Baptiste Brou, by the way. Currently with Nuno Rebello 2nd. Now there's another guy who is looking for the transfer, but you have the battle for the position here. Miertans fends off Hebert there. Good, clean racecraft there. And these 2 starting to skirmish, so the 5th spot. Thomas Musso runs 3rd, and Gonzalo Malo, our TQ overnight, runs 4th. So he's safely fought back from those early troubles to make it into the transfer spots, and he's not that far up the road from these 2, so these guys will keep him honest. But he'll be hoping that these two scrap away to their heart's content and drop off the pace from him as car 7 just returns to the race. That's Joao Rodriguez, who's many laps down. Meertens and Hebert continue their little scrap, and they are, I can tell you, only getting away from the man who's now 7th, which is Thiago Aguiar. And Aguiar across the line like last time showed up 8 seconds down, so these two are putting in a really good pace. They're battling with each other, but they also appear to be pushing each other forward to faster and faster speeds. That's no bad thing for them, of course. Oh, Hebert looking for the pass up the inside, very difficult there. Actually pushing each other around the granite hairpin, both of them taking a very tight line. And remember, there's every reason for these guys to still battle for the position here. They're both in transfer spots, but of course, this will help them qualify for the final. Hebert looking up the inside, there was no room there, but he made some. There was absolutely no room there from Hebert, but he made some up the inside. There was too late for Meertens to close the door. Hebert makes a great pass for 5th spot, and that solidifies his spot in the final. It'll also help gain him an extra position or two in the final. Meertens now in danger of falling back a little bit, but he still does have a healthy gap back to Aguiar of around about 6 or 7 seconds. So he is okay as we have 2.5 minutes to go in this first semi-final that's really flown by at a rapid old rate. There's been a lot to watch all over the track. The rise, fall, and then rise again of Mello, all in about the first 10 minutes of the race. And Hebert is actually trying to chase him down now. And of course, as I say, these guys have got a battle because these positions are all going to count towards their starting positions for the final. So if they can make up positions here, it gives them a better starting spot for the final. So Hebert had every right to force the move on Meertens there. It wasn't a case of like earlier where they'd still be starting largely at the back anyway. Here, they're fighting for everything, and they're fighting to not only get to the final, but give themselves the best chance of doing so. Now, who's that who's just flamed out over there? That's car 3, Zacharias Villalba. He wasn't in contention. De Bruyne, Rebello, Musso, Melo, Hebert and Meertens are your cars in contention. That's Meertens upside down though. Is there a late twist? We've got 90 seconds to go. Aguiar will not need any more motivation to catch up to him, and he is right there now. He's right there on Meertens, who just made a crucial error with 90 seconds to go. And it was one of those jumps, one of those spots where the marshals couldn't respond immediately. That happens, and suddenly Aguiar is right there. Our 3rd place qualifier overnight. The 3rd fastest man, third fastest driver around this joint yesterday is now hunting down the final transfer spot to move into the final. He must have been one of the favourites for this event. He must have been one of the favourites to transfer. And I'll tell you what, I did think for a second he was bringing Nuno Casal Ribeiro with him. And now the battle is on. The battle is on. He's all over Meertens. He's crawling all over the back of him. Aguiar up the inside. An aggressive move through the EFRA tabletop. An aggressive but strong move there. And he makes the pass. There wasn't a lot of room there. He made it so. He put his car up the inside. And he had the line just about there. And the home fans are happy with that. And the tension is really reaching breaking point. This will be the last lap for them. Aguiar, Meertens is right there. Nuno Casal Ribeiro, he scores a lap behind these guys, so he's not involved. But now, that was Aguiar has flipped. And he's flipped again. It's all over. It's all over. What a shame, considering the power move that he put on Meertens to take the position. What a shame. What a shame. And it's seriously tense for the finish now. Aguiar now, though, is actually in 6th spot, though. So Meertens has still fallen out of that position. But we'll see as they come across the line here. Here comes Aguiar. This is a seriously fraught end to this race. The stakes are galore, and the battle for the final transfer spot will come right down to it as they're coming across the line. Baptiste de Bruyne should be our winner here. Some donuts for Musso as well. Well, you know what? If you've made it home like that. So let's have our final rundown then, shall we? An absolutely fraught first semi-final. That was fabulous stuff. It's Baptiste de Bruyne that takes the win. He probably had the calmest ride out of all of them out there. Nuno Rebello makes the double jump up from the quarterfinal. Thomas Musso 3rd. Gonzalo Melo, the TQ, recovers from a tough opening stint to finish 4th. 5th for Guilherme Hebert in the end. And 6th for Vincent Meertens. In the final laps, he just defeats Thiago Aguiar, who made the power move at the tabletop to make the position and then made those 2 crucial mistakes that cost him dearly. Ricardo Abreu 8th, Nuno Casal Ribeiro 9th, and Zacharias Villalba completes the 10, with Christian Villar and Joao Rodriguez never really getting going in that semi-final. I tell you what, as the first semi-final, that was a pretty good way to get us underway. What a way to set up from what's been going on and what will continue here. So we now turn our attention a little bit towards the second semi-final, which is names such as Juan Carlos Cañas, who was actually only beaten into second, only lost out to Melo on the TQ spot by countback. Once the drop scores were taken into account, that was how close it was. Also features Joao Lopez, another one of the home favourites, Manuel Iniesta, Alejandro Duras. And behind them, we've got some pretty strong guys who qualified from the quarter-final. Guys like Milan Dragicevic. Should not discount them at all. Michael Todd and Borja Rodriguez were the last two qualifiers. Alessandro Ramia was your top qualifier from the quarter-final B. Now up into semi-final B, we saw one or two guys do the double transfer from the quarter-final in the first semi-final. And I have a feeling, sneaky feeling, we've certainly got guys good enough to do the same here. Whether they can actually do it is a very different matter altogether, of course. This is where things have gotten really serious, but it has been a great finals day so far. Remember, we still have this semi-final, which will decide the remaining identities that you will see later on in our main final. She's coming up here. She's coming up here at 4:30 local time. She's 5:30 CET. So Juan Carlos Cañas, it's worth pointing out, actually won the warm-up session. Was fastest in the practice session they had during the lunch break for the semi-finals. So Cañas was the one who went quickest.
The warm-up race that they had
He's been one of the joint quickest. Well, he was right up there for the TQ as well. He was joint fastest there. He was only on countback that he was beaten in second by Melo. So Cañas really has been fastest in the warm-up races, fastest, joint fastest in qualifying, pretty much. To say he's one of the favourites is rather a lot of an understatement. This is going to be good, but there's a lot of guys in there who will fancy themselves. There's a lot of talented drivers in there who are fancying themselves to make the final. They're just about getting ready to head out on track fairly soon. Gives me ample opportunity. There's a nice breeze is now sweeping through the track, and I don't mind that too much. So the sunshine, the way it's been searing down on us on the track today, means you've got to take every opportunity to cool off. And it just gives me a moment to remind you our coverage on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European B Championships is presented by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, in which we are the official media partners for season 2016. As the cars for this semi-final head out on track for their warm-up. Just wondered for a second, car 3, Manuel Iniesta, paused for a second, but he's okay. It's just a positioning thing. Just to get some clear laps in the warm-up. So we already know 6 of the drivers that will be in our grand final later on. And in about 23 minutes time, we will know the other 6 who will complete the main final lineup. And really, considering the depth of competition and how close the racing was in the previous semi-final, I don't see why we should expect anything but more than the same for this one. The driver quality in this one is, once again, seriously stacked. And that's the misnomer, really, about the European B Championships. Yeah, the very top guys in the world aren't here. The very top guys in Europe aren't here. But the point is, these still feature some of the strongest talent in Europe. Some of the guys who will go on to feature and win the main European Championships in this discipline. And maybe go on to star events like the Neo, officially nicknamed the Indoor Worlds for buggy racing. And you'll recognise some of these names if you watch some of our Neo coverage. So they were there or thereabouts, and this is the tournament they want to win, solidify themselves as a top name in this class, and to serve notice to the top drivers in Europe and the world that they are ready to join the top table of the RC racing discipline. So here is your starting grid for the second semi-final. It's Juan Carlos Cañas who will lead them off. And he was so supremely quick, very similar to Gonzalo Melo in the qualifying rounds in terms of all-out speed. Joao Lopez was there or thereabouts as well. Manuel Iniesta third. Fourth is Alejandro Torres. Alberto Ruiz will roll a fifth ahead of Roman Volta, Elia Marcon, and Miguel Angel Trillo. And then our four qualifiers in the quarterfinals: Alejandro Remir, Milan Dragoslovic of Britain, Michael Todd, and Borja Rodriguez. There's his starting lineup. And they are waiting and heading out to their starting positions below us right now. So, 6 drivers are already through to our final later today. We're about to find out who the other 6 will be. We see some unexpected surprises from the guys coming up from the quarterfinals. You should expect the unexpected in these races, and away we go. Straight down into the first corner, which has not been good on the top guys. There's always been one of those top guys that has come out of the first lap or so feeling like they've been in a washing machine on full spin cycle. But the top 3 have stayed line astern for the moment. It is Roman Volta in car 6 who's putting the most pressure on the top 3. But cars 1, 2 and 3, Cañas, Lopez and Iniesta, have stayed pretty much in formation. And they've got about the best possible start they could have hoped for. Although Roman Volta cuts up the inside for third. Remember, these positions are not quite as important. These are all within the transfer spots. So, come across the line first time, it's Cañas and Lopez from first and second on the grid. Volta and Iniesta. And then Ruiz and Remir. It's Remir in car 9. Who is in the last transfer spot. Car 9 is the white and green car, heading through the middle sector of the track with white wheels and a white rear wing with green trim on it. Heads over the tabletop and down again. It's actually putting pressure on Alberto Ruiz. Ruiz is in 5th spot. 6th is Remir. Well, he was. Well, no, he still is, I think. As we had a spin at the end of the back straight. Remir still scored 6th as they came across the line that time. And at the moment, he's fending off immense pressure from another quarterfinal qualifier, Michael Todd. These guys must feel like they'll be doing this forever. They battled all the way home in the quarterfinals. And now, same thing's happening again in the semi-final. But Michael Todd was seriously persistent, seriously determined earlier on. And as well, Borja Rodriguez is still there for a play. It's the battle of the quarterfinal qualifiers to do the double bump up. Which one will succeed? They may have just been handed a little bit of a lifeline. One of the cars in front of them just had a flip down the back straight. I think car 11 has moved through. Who was that who had issues? I think it was Manuel Iniesta. It was Iniesta. He's now scored a 7th spot. Michael Todd is in 6th spot. The car 11, well, he was until he spins. Iniesta ramps off the front of him and keeps going back into the transfer spots just as quickly as I could say he was out of them. Car 7 of Elliot Marcon is in there as well. This is a frenzied scrap at the moment. top three starting to break away just a little bit. But it looks like it might be number 7, Elliot Marcon, who's jumped up into the 6th spot. As they come across the line, we'll get a clearer picture for you. Michael Todd appears to have slipped back out of the transfer spots. He has. It is Elliot Marcon now, car 7. The green and blue car with the yellow wheels and the white wing right down in front of us in the middle sector here. Who is now in 6th spot. Well, he was. He's now got himself horribly lost. He has no idea where he's going. He's back on the track at last, but he has now lost the position just as quickly as he explained he'd taken it. And I think that means Iniesta is back through to 6th spot. A position that just keeps changing lap after lap. But Iniesta, who had a great start, a solid start at least, and then fell out of the transfer spots, he's now back into it. And we had an incident at the final corner as well. That was car 6 of Romain Volta. So no one really secure in the transfer spots just yet, especially when you've got this angry battle pack behind them of Elliot Marcon, Michael Todd and Alejandro Duras, who are right there should any of these guys in front of them trip up. Not just Iniesta, but the three in front of them, I'd say. It's only the front two of Cañas and Lopez who have broken clear and are really laying down some fearsome laps at the moment. They're pushing each other faster and faster. Cañas, obviously second only on the slimmest of margins to Melo in qualifying. The battle intensifies here. Is that a passing position? No, that's Volta under pressure from Manuel Iniesta, who now flips. He recovers quickly. He was lucky with that one. And I think he was also lucky in that Michael Todd and car number 7 of Elliot Marcon, well, Michael Todd's now flipped, so he's out of contention for the moment. But Marcon, and I think that's car 4 of Alejandro Duras still in there, but they appear to be slowing each other up, battling for the 7th spot. 6th place, still being held by Iniesta. We have the VRC Pro replay. This was how close it was. A little bit of a grip roll as he came down. He just hit the wrong angle on the surface, but he recovered quickly. And he was okay with that. There was a flip at the final corner as well. Now, who was that who just had trouble? It was Iniesta. It was Iniesta who had a little bit of trouble there, but I think, yeah, he still appears to be ahead of the 7th place cars. He had just passed Volta and has now fallen back behind him again. Iniesta showing some great pace. He had some great pace at times in the qualifying session yesterday. Just couldn't quite string it together in the same way Melo and Cañas and Lopez and guys like that could do. But really here, was showing that he's got good racecraft here. He's hunting down Volta for a second time, and he makes the pass. With a great landing down the back straight. 2 perfectly double jumps. Volta coming straight back at him though, on the attack. Just showing the last race just how quickly things can change. Neither of these guys want to be in the final transfer spot and have their chances of going through in the lap of the gods. Much more so than they would be if they were 5th, 4th, 3rd, or indeed 2nd or 1st. Iniesta then has moved past Volta, but Volta is chasing him back down. And both these guys hoping to kind of push each other forward and out of the clutches of the likes of Duras and Milan Dragoslovic, who I can tell you has moved up to the 8th spot as the breeze is really starting to pick up here. And that's blowing a lot of dust across the track. The loose surface gravel, which will be causing more issues for grip. The track itself is very dry and the surface is getting worn down, but it's been regularly swept clean last night, which presented a fresh surface for the morning. Across today, it's a bit of a slow corner for Romain Volta. Not a mistake as such, but just a slow corner that appears to have given Duras a little bit more of a lifeline. Bearing in mind, any time from now on, really, we've seen pit stops earlier than this, but pit stops will also be a factor here. Much more so in the final, at 45 minutes in length, but in these semi-finals, they've been a big factor. As Iniesta now is just a little bit further up the road, and he's actually starting to put pressure on the 4th place car of Alessandro Rumia. But we continue to follow the 6th place car, who is car 6 of Romain Volta, and he's just had an issue there. But luckily, I think he timed his run. Yes, he did. He was very lucky there. Alejandro Duras, who was in 7th place, just made his first pit stop. So Volta didn't appear to lose much out of that trouble there. He goes up the tabletop once more, and he's looking pretty clean. But I'll tell you what, as we continue to watch Volta here in 6th spot and holding it down, a guy I'm going to keep a little eye out on is the rapidly advancing figure of Milan Dragoslovic, who's worked his way up from the qualifying spots. He had a pretty scrappy quarter-final, but we all knew he had great pace. He was top qualifier for his quarter-final, and we all knew just how much pace he had in that machine. But he now might well be giving Volta the hurry up in a few laps' time. I'm just going to keep an eye out for him. Oh, don't tell me that's the car that's just flipped. Yes, it is. So I spent all that time hyping him up, and it's kind of for naught really because he's just flipped. But still a fair, decent way to go in this race. 12 minutes still to go. There's still a lot of work to do for Volta, who is now pitting. But the car that's just gone past him is car 9 of Alessandro Ramia, who I think had just pitted himself, so that'll put Ramia back to 5th. And out goes Volta, but he has lost the spot. Volta has lost the position to Alejandro Duras, who we just saw pitted. So, at least the first cycle of stops done for these two. And Duras is now up into a net 6th spot. So the battle you're seeing on screen is for 6th and 7th. Volta held it for the longest time, and now Duras is through. He's obviously putting some great outlaps after his pit stop. And so he's now starting to not only moved ahead of Volta, he's actually starting to pull away a little bit. And Volta might well slip back into the clutches of the resurgent Michael Todd, who still just refuses to die really in these races. He just keeps in there, and in fact Volta with a half spin at the first turn. Michael Todd he's coming back into play in this. He's not done in this one yet. But Milan Dragoslovic has actually fallen back to 9th now, so my prediction that he could be in 4th here appears to have been a bit premature. But Duras is your 6th place runner. Duras now, and Volta now on the outside looking in. Duras, 2 of your 6th place cars. Well, we're following him right now. We'll wait and see if they'll have a second round of pit stops to do. They might have to, considering we still have about 10.5 minutes to go here in this second semi-final. Volta is, if anything, coming under more pressure from Michael Todd, although Duras just had a run-in with car number 9, which I think is Alessandro Ramia. So Ramia's now fallen to 5th, and it might have backed Duras up a little bit. It's fascinating to see how this turns out here, and a flip down the back straight for Ramia, and he's in big trouble. They can't retrieve him until the other two go by, and more cars coming through. He's losing positions hand over fist, but obviously the marshals can't reclaim that car whilst this car's flying in the air at them. So a disastrous moment, and that has surely put Duras back into a net 6th place. Car number 1 filtering through as well. That's Cañas, who's putting laps on these drivers. Romain Volta still being scored as the 6th place driver. Well, Volta is back to being the 6th place car. He's on the tabletop right now, the blue and green car. So he's back into 6th spot after that trouble for Alessandro Ramia that's dropped him right down to 8th spot. So that puts Duras up into 5th. Volta back into 6th spot with a big slide through the granite hairpin. The racing surface with so little grip has rarely been seen in any discipline than this one. But Volta is back in, heavy landing there off that jump. As Cañas is putting laps on the field in front of them. Cañas is definitely going to be one of the favourites here alongside Melo, who served notice of that in qualifying yesterday. Great pace all the way through. And Duras in 5th spot, who's not far up the road from Volta. I'll tell you that for nothing. But Volta does not mind too much. He would like that position. It gives him a better starting spot for the final. But if he stays right where he is for the next just under 9 minutes, he'll be absolutely fine. He'll be in the final and he will have a shot at glory. And the closest car to him right now is in fact Alessandro Ramia, who is one of our qualifiers from the quarter-final. We've got a car upside down on the back straight. I'll keep an eye on that for you. I don't think it's one of our leaders. So it is still Volta that we're tailing at the moment. We're following at the moment as he goes down the back straight. And this is pretty smooth. Volta's been pretty composed here. We'll come round, we'll get our answer as to whether that was a lead car. I don't think it was. The lead order is still Cañas, Lopez, Alberto Ruiz, Manuel Iniesta, Alejandro Duras, and Romain Volta. So basically the top 6 who qualify for this race are your top 6 right now in a slightly rearranged order. None of our qualifiers from earlier are close. Ramia still 7th, but losing time hand over fist. Oh, a little bit of a heavy landing there. Volta's car has looked a little bit uncomfortable in this race, but luckily he's still driven it a lot smoother than those behind him. Or it just doesn't look like it's quite landing smoothly. Might need to tweak some suspension settings between now and the final. He gets there. which if he stays right where he is for another 7.5 minutes, he will do. Walter is making this look pretty smooth now. It's just when you get that gap, it's just when you realise that the guy behind you challenging you for your final transfer spot has faded just enough, and it's not even in your eyesight, in your kind of peripheral vision as you're watching from the driver's stand. You just sort of, things sort of relaxing, you sort of ease into a pattern. And Walter is doing well. Oh, but that was a rough landing there in the middle section there. There was a divot in the middle of the road, and that car has not been dealing well with landings so far. It feels rather stiff on landing, so I just wonder. There's also a pit stop going on beneath us. A couple of pit stops actually. That's for cars 4 and 5. Duras and Ruiz. They'll be now 5th and 6th, with Walter moving past them. So if we just drop back one car from Walter to the white, orange and blue car of number 4 of Alejandro Duras. Duras will be scored 5th this time around, and 6th will be Ruiz, who's also in there. Both those guys pitted in. In fact, I think that was car 3 of Iniesta. It was. Those three, there's nothing back. But the nearest car to them, well, actually, Alessandro Ramir is not far away. Just made a little bit of a mistake. More pit stops happening in front of us. Car 2 has just been in and out of the lane. That's Lopez. Cañas also in and out. I think Cañas just gave up the lead to Lopez, who has immediately flipped and is now giving up the lead back to him. Here comes Duras and car number 5 through, Alberto Ruiz. So they've just passed Lopez and put him back in a fairly compromising position. But with pit stops happening here late in the game, we've got about 6 minutes to go. So a lot of these guys going for safe 2 stoppers. They're running them that fast. So they just can't go for the 1 stop without losing too much time on the lean mix of the engine. So Walter, I think, should still be in a net 6th place as they come through once more. As they come across the line this time, yeah, it looks to be the way. Walter still in 6th spot. So cars we are following right now, car 3 and car 4. That's Iniesta and Duras, who are our 3rd and 4th place runners. Cañas and Lopez are still out in a world of their own at the moment. So cars we're following are numbers 3 and 4, and they are 3rd and 4th. And let's just see if we can drop back one car to the familiar blue and green car of Walter. He's just given up a spot there. He was running 5th. I don't think so. I think that's a lap down car. See if they come around this time. That's car 12. Yeah, that's car 12, Borja Rodriguez, who's several laps down now. So Walter is in a net 5th place. And Alberto Ruiz, who is not the car immediately behind, but the car 2 cars behind, which is the red, white and blue car with the yellow wheels. There's his 6th place runner, and he just has to navigate past Rodriguez, who ends up tagging Alessandro Ramir. Ramir spraying clouds of dirt everywhere as he tries to recover. But it's... So Walter, into the back straight now. That's 5th. 6th place. Man, right now on the granite hairpin. And that's his 6th place runner, Alberto Ruiz. Car number 5. He's had a shaky run here. But so far, it's the top 6 fastest cars in this heat on qualifying pace that are top 6 so far. But it's been topsy-turvy to say the least. So this could all still change with 4 minutes to go as they continue to battle hard. And he's actually trying to chase down Walter, is Ruiz. Give himself a little bit more breathing room, especially because Alessandro Ramir is not that far behind and I think has slight car speed on him. I think Ramir's consistency has let him down in this race as he just has a half wheelie at the end of the back straight. So as Ruiz comes beneath us once again, Ruiz has actually, it looks like Ruiz has actually passed Walter here. So Ruiz back past Walter. I think Walter made some sort of mistake. The last thing he needs is put him back in 6th spot, and Ramir is closing in. Ramir is definitely closing in. I don't think he's going to have enough time to make the move, but the gap is closing, certainly. So Walter has fallen behind Ruiz, and the 2 of them now battling for 5th spot. They come across the timing line and down onto the main straight once more. Ruiz and Walter, cars 5 and 6 in positions 5 and 6. But can they stay there? Ramir was threatening an almighty shot. Walter goes up the inside, makes the move, can't make it stick. He runs wide. And Ruiz back through. It's a risky game for these guys to play. Start scrapping among themselves when Ramir is not that far behind. I keep telling you, he's not that far behind at all. He is about only only 3 seconds down. Last lap through. Oh, and Ruiz so close to disaster there. He just ran a little bit wide down the back straight. He slides in, a little bit of contact with Volta. Volta retakes fifth spot. A little bit more contact. They're really battling away. And a flip for Volta. And they're absolutely furious down in the pit lane. A flip there for Volta in what was a battle for fifth. But they still had a transfer spot to go. Suddenly, Volta has flipped and has fallen out of the transfer spots altogether. Ramir has got the get out of jail free card that he was looking for. He was chasing them down anyway on pace. And suddenly, Ramir could be out of nowhere, be about to do the double jump up into the final. Late drama here. And there was some anger down in the pit lane there just a moment ago. Let's watch the VRC Pro replay. He went up the inside. Ruiz just cut across him. Oh, that was a little bit, I don't know. We've seen moves. You always expect physical moves in buggy racing like this. But I don't know. He's very unhappy down in the pits for Volta's camp. You can understand why. And he's got 90 seconds. Has he got anything for Ramir? But Ramir, to be honest with you, even before the incident, looked a little bit faster than two in front of him. So Ramir is in sixth place, looking for that double transfer into the final, out of the quarterfinal. And he's driven a solid race. He was in the transfer spots early, fell out of them, and has been pushing hard ever since, trying to get the way back. And Volta, if anything, is falling further back. I don't know if it's just missing speed or missing focus. The mechanic's running across the track. There is a car that's flamed out over there. That's Dragoslovic. So, sad end for Dragoslovic's hopes in the end. But let's continue to watch as the crewman trying to get the car back across the track. He will make it. He will make it. So, where is Alessandro Ramir, our sixth place car? Coming beneath us right now is car 4. That's Duras. He's running third. Fourth place is Ruiz. Fifth place is Iniesta in car 3. So, right in front of us right now. Ramir is right in front of us in the TKR triples. Sixth place is right there. And Volta is so agonisingly close. But they are going to have, this is their final lap. So Ramir just has to keep it clean for another half a lap. And remember, it wasn't his fault what happened with Volta. It was the incident with Ruiz that was the controversial moment. And Ramir is now actually hunting down Ruiz for fifth place. Oh, but he makes a little mistake there. Does he stick or does he twist? I think he's got enough. As they come across the line now, Ramir is going to take the final transfer spot and make the transfer up from the quarter-final all the way through to the final in another hugely tense and really, really engaging semi-final. That's 2 for the books. And now we know the lineup of our finalists. Here's your finishing spots then. When Carlos Cañas really had it all his own way in that one. He had searing pace, and I can't wait for the battle between him and Melo and the others in the final. He's got to be one of the favourites here. He also won one of the warm-up races going into it as well. So he starts as favourite with a dominant performance in his semi-final. Joao Lopez second, Duras third, Alberto Ruiz fourth, that controversial move on Volta. Fifth in the end for Manuel Iniesta, who was also quick but a little bit scrappy. And Alessandro Ramir takes the sixth and final transfer spot. And in the end, Volta so close and yet so far. Very frustrating for those guys. Elliot Marcon 8th, Michael Todd 9th. Miguel Angel Trillo completes the top 10. Instead of Borja Rodriguez and Milan Dragoslovic. So there's our semi-finals complete. We now know our lineup for the main final coming up later today. And boy, oh boy, that was a really, really tense pair of races. With the final transfer spots not really decided until the very closing moments. Easily within the last lap or so. Just great racing overall. It'll be very interesting to see if there is any fallout from the Ruiz-Volta incident. To me, it looked just about fair game, but it's the question of whether Ruiz turned across the path of Volta. I don't think he did. It's a very aggressive style of racing in buggy racing. It's always going to happen. But in the end, it is Ruiz that transfers through. And going into that final, well, Melo and Cañas have been two of the fastest guys out here. They tied at the end of qualifying. Melo winning it on a tiebreaker when drop scores were taken into account. On a countback system, but Cañas has to start as favourite. A dominant performance in his semi-final. He won one of the warm-up races here, and he's been fastest consistently in practice sessions and across the weekend. He starts as favourite, but we've seen already that anything can happen in these races. They are some of the most unpredictable things out here. It's unbelievable just how quickly they go by and how quickly things can change. So, we'll have the main final for you at 4:30 local time. That's 5:30 Central European time. Also 4:30 UK time. Brits watching back at home. This is RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. Presented by the great folks at TKR Graphics and by EFRA, of which we are the official media partner for season 2016.
if they are in the junior final, because they could easily, just say they want more track time. Usually they don't. But
Just going to see if it's fine. So, have you made a note of who he's going to speak to then?
Juan Carlos Cañas, Hano Melo, Joao Lopez, tell you what,
Get Nuno. Isn't that our contact here?
Nuno.
Nuno Casal Ribeiro.
Just try and grab some of those. Think about some questions you've got to ask them about being in the final.
Yep.
We'll go and get the cannon. We'll just play it in.
And also the wind, because I noticed that they're taking the second jump is happening a lot shorter.
Yeah, you're right.
About 5 feet shorter than it normally is.
Don't you be hooking at us in your nice shady cabin downstairs.
Yeah, but it's all these elephants up here jumping up and down. Anyway.
Spray.
Yeah, good shot.
Finally getting red, eh?
I'll swap you. Right, I'm just going to wait for this clip to finish uploading, and then I'll apply the thumbnail, then we're going to do it. And then we can chill then until.
Yeah, good call.
And we'll.
Just play, I guess you'll have a timer on the thing so you know exactly when. I mean, look, this is why I pull these up, James, look.
Not far behind.
Yeah, but you were in your digger. Singing your Bob the Builder song or whatever. Does he have a song? I don't know.
Bob the Builder.
Did I, cheers, bud.
He must have some sort of song.
Sorry.
I want to go find a tree to lay down.
Position
Well, hello and welcome back to RC Racing. Thank you for sticking with us. We are refreshed, refueled, and everything else. We're ready to tackle the main. Whilst we were gone, as well as getting some refreshments, we had chance to myself and Adam had chance to go and speak to some drivers in the pits, and here's what they had to say.
Down here in the pits just before the main final, the anticipation is really building, and we just found a couple of the drivers to get their thoughts coming into this. We're with Alejandro Duras. You've made it through the semi-final. Just how tough was it out there in the real sunshine coming down on the track right now?
Yeah, at the start of the semi-final, I have some problems with some drivers on too many cars, and the track is bumpy and it's hard to drive, but yeah, after this, the car is consistent and we can stay inside the final.
Excellent. The breeze is really picking up. How does that affect your driving style in terms of going over the jumps? The wind is really getting quite strong.
My car fly very good, and it's easy to drive. No, it's not difficult, the air for me. No, it's not a big problem. Yeah, maybe for other drivers, yes, but not for me.
But not for you, it's all good. I wonder if that's a poker face act for the other drivers, we'll see. But what changes are you planning to make between the semi-final and the final to try and keep up with the track?
Yeah, I think it's strange, but I have too much grip now. And I want to do something for the car more smooth on the corner and a little bit more easy to drive. But I think new tires, different tires, and we'll see. We'll see.
Excellent. How confident are you feeling going into the final that you can become European B champion?
My plan is try to win, of course, and yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's difficult to know something.
It's a very competitive field, but I think you've got every chance in there. Thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck. Thank you. We've just found the third seed coming into the final. Baptiste de Breu, one of the French representatives in the final. First off, let's talk about that semi-final. Just how tough was it out there?
What?
Just how hard was it to get through the semi-final?
The semi was good. The car was fast, and I think the final is in good way.
It's all good. Just how difficult is the track out there right now in terms of the surface and the kind of grip on it?
There is a lot of hole in the track, so the car scratch on him. So we do mechanics for ameliorate that, and that will be good. So I think the track is a little bit hard. It's simple, but the whole
set up at the car. It's all right. It's cool. You just come out of a very tough semi-final. It's all right. Right. Final question. How confident are you going into the final that you can win this thing?
What?
How confident are you going in? Do you think you can win this thing?
I'm very. Comment on dit confiant? Confiant. I don't know how to say.
You feeling good about the final? You feeling good?
I'm feeling good.
Excellent. There you go. That's all you need to know. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Appreciate you're not much English in there, but best of luck for the final. Thank you. So we're down with one of the other French representatives in the final, Guillaume Hebert, and it was a very tough semi-final for everyone out there. Just talk us through how difficult it was to make it through the semi-final out there.
À quel point c'était difficile de faire la demi et comment tu t'en es sorti?
À quel point c'était difficile, le départ très compliqué et je me suis sorti en essayant de laisser la voiture sur la roue.
Very tough start for him. Many crashes with other guys, but then after let's say 5 minutes, he find the rhythm and like just drive consistent, not very fast, but just consistent without mistake, and it success to like go ahead in the classification and finish 5th. So it's good.
Just how difficult are the track conditions and the weather conditions to adapt between each session? I've noticed it's got a bit windier now. So how does that play into making setup changes for the final?
Tu as trouvé que la piste était très différente par rapport à hier? Il y a plus de vent, il fait plus chaud, peut-être plus de poussière. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Ouais, peut-être. Après, le vent, ça peut-être un peu aussi. Et après, sinon, non, pareil.
He said it's a little dustier, the track, and the wind make the jumps more difficult comparing to yesterday and the practice day. But overall, it was mainly like driver mistake, more than track or conditions.
So it's kind of more down to the driver than the weather conditions specifically.
Yeah, I think so, because they are all young with not enough experience, so they just drive a little crazy. Especially in this track, you just need to be consistent, drive smart, and
and go safe basically. So we try to teach them, but it's when they are up, it's difficult.
Of course, it's very difficult to tell a race driver to go slower, to go faster, of course. So, final question, just how confident are you feeling going into the final that you can win this championship?
Est-ce que tu es confiant pour aller dans ce final? Tu penses que tu peux gagner ou faire un podium? Qu'est-ce que tu attends de ce final?
On verra comment ça va se dérouler et on verra quoi.
He has not really expectation now. His goal was to make the main, which he did. Now we will just enjoy this and that's the better he can, basically, the best he can, and hopefully get a top 5 or podium. The top guy or the two fastest guys are super fast, so it will be difficult, but maybe it's stay open for the rest. So
Excellent. Well, for some of these guys, just making the final is good enough, and from here on out, no more expectations. It's time just to go for it. Guame, thank you very much for talking to us. And we have found another one of the French contingent. It's great to have them down here. And we are now talking with Vincent Mertens. And just on the similar theme to what we've spoken about before, just how hard was that semi-final to get through?
C'était dur la demi-finale de passer. Qu'est-ce qui t'est arrivé?
En fait, la course était bonne, mais sur la fin j'ai fait une petite faute. Donc de la 4e place, je passe à la 6e place, mais je remonte quand même en finale. Donc ça s'est super bien passé.
It was easy till almost the end, and then he had a crash just before the end, and then he had to fight for the 6th position, the bumping position. So it was a bit stressful at the end. But for the rest, he looks easy. He has the right pace as well as 10 minutes drive time. So
excellent, all good. So overall, feeling pretty confident now. Going into the final, how do you feel your race pace will stack up with the others? Do you feel confident that you can really challenge for a podium out there?
Tu penses que tu as le rythme, quel rythme tu vas avoir pour la finale, et est-ce que tu penses te battre pour le podium?
On va essayer de faire le mieux possible, parce qu'en finale tout peut se passer, il y a 45 minutes, donc il peut y avoir des casses, des problèmes pour les autres, donc on va essayer de faire le meilleur et de tout donner.
Okay, let's say he will do his best. He's expecting the final to be tough and long for everybody, so everybody can happen. So he say, I will do my best. I hope he will do better than he did best, because I want him to go in the podium. So I think we will push him a bit.
No pressure, no pressure. It's all good. And finally, what sort of changes are you anticipating to make to the car and the setup going into the final to keep up with the weather conditions and how the track's changed across the day?
Alors, quel changement tu vas faire sur la voiture pour l'adapter aux conditions qui sont peut-être un peu changeantes pour la finale? Est-ce que tu as prévu de faire des changements?
Non, on n'a pas prévu de faire de changements, juste au niveau des pneus. Au lieu de passer en soft, on va être en médium, parce qu'il commence à faire très chaud. Et vu que ça dure longtemps, il faut quand même que ça tienne dans la longévité. Mais à part ça, sinon je vais rester sur mon setup de base. Ça devrait bien se passer.
He said he won't make a big change. He won't change a lot on the car out of the tires compound. He will swap from soft to medium, because he feels that on the 45 minutes it will be a bit more durable, and also he's expecting the temperature to be a bit higher. So he feels that the medium will match the racetrack condition.
Excellent. Nice bit of insight in potential tyre compound choices for the final as well. Along the final means you've got to pace yourself a bit more to the end. With the weather conditions out there only getting hotter, it's going to be even more important. Vincent, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello fans, welcome back to RCTV. I hope you just enjoyed our chats with some of the drivers that you'll be seeing very soon in the main final of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships. Feels hard to believe that we've started at the start of the day with the 1/64 finals, and we've powered all the way through to now, and we are about very shortly get our main final underway after two enthralling semi-finals. They were 20 minutes apiece. This main final is going to be 45 minutes, so the same length as those two semi-finals combined, and then 5 minutes more. So a lot will be slightly different about this one. Still a lot of questions to be answered, namely who's going to be our 2016 European B champion, and what will be most interesting will be the fuel strategies for this race. Now, bearing in mind, we've seen some alternate strategies already in the earlier rounds. The logic in the pit lane seems to suggest that these engines can do between 6 to 9, 10 minutes on a tank of fuel. So between 6 and 10 minutes. 6 to 9 minutes will probably be more common. So you either go the straight route of trying to make 9 minutes, which should split it rather nicely into 4 stops. 9, 18, 27, and 36. Or you go slightly shorter, you run slightly richer. You pit around 6 to 8 laps. Or 6 to 8 minutes, I should say. And you make the races a 5-stopper. I don't think anyone has got enough, or anywhere near enough, to be able to make it a 3-stopper. That'd be almost impossible. It'd be very difficult for them to do. If they can stretch it out to 12 minutes, it'd be very impressive if they can do it. But the bigger issue is how much speed they then lose by running the engine that lean to save all that fuel. And that'll be the big question to ask here. In amongst everything else, I mean, the theme of talking to those drivers down in the pits really was a case of just how tough the track is right now. It is so difficult. The surface is hugely abrasive. It's rutting, it's breaking up. It's only got more difficult as the weekend has gone on, with the sun beating down upon it. A breeze has swept in from about the last few hours, but it's really still been hot and incredibly dry on the track. As driver intros just underway beneath us, so we have our time to watch. And we spoke to all the French drivers there, plus Alejandro Duras from Spain. And I can tell you, they didn't get a chance to speak to him. He was very, very busy. But Carlo Melo, the TQ, the guy who made it through his semi-final, looked incredibly nervous about this one. He was very tense, and that was a theme shared by a lot of people down there. That's the thing about this European B Championship. There's a lot of younger guys, there's a lot of talent who are waiting to take the step up to the big stage. And a lot of them don't have the same experience, or the same know-how, the same nous yet with the guys we see at the major European Championships, because they've been there, they've done it in a lot of cases. These are the guys waiting to go there and do it. And today could be the day that one driver stakes their claim and makes the name to be the next big thing in the nitro buggy category. So Baptiste de Roux, he spoke to, as well as Joachim Hebert, Vizar Meertans, Alejandro Duras. And I can tell you that a healthy crowd has packed out the arena here. There's plenty of fans around the fences and in the grandstand just off the edge of the EFRA tabletop corner. Even the improvised tables and grandstands. Basically, as anything, it doesn't matter. They're lining the fences here and ready to watch what will be a very exciting final of racing. There's even a couple of cars parked at the side of the road once more, waiting to come over and watch, or have come over and watched. We've seen that as a common theme throughout the day, and expect even more now. As we have Carlos giving the introductions down below, and we are getting ready to roll off. Really, it's hard to pick this final. It is so difficult to pick this final. On raw pace alone, Cañas and Lopez have to be your strong favourites. But De Boer, one of the guys have been quietly consistent. Duras made it through his semi-final in solid fashion. And Gonzalo Melo, I just keep coming back to him. He won the TQ position, won the TQ honours on countback over Cañas. As I say, he just looked very nervous, and I think he betrayed some of that at the start of his semi-final. He got very wrapped up in some of the traffic, which is where he's going to be starting in for the final. He's going to be starting 7th for the final. I think if he can get clear of the traffic quickly and keep his head while everyone else loses theirs in the opening laps, he's got every chance. But he's in a lot of difficulty. The thing is, with the off-road racing disciplines, grid positions can change very quickly in the first lap shuffle. If you just get a bad run through the first corner, you'll have the field on you and some contact. And 2 or 3 drivers at the very least often get shuffled out in the opening half lap or so. So the aim will surely be for those top guys to make sure it's not them. And the aim for Melo will be to make sure it's not him and to profit, to snatch as many positions as possible in the opening exchanges. And from there on in, you have the excitement for the opening laps, and then you settle in. It's like a Grand Prix. You settle in, your pit strategies play out, and we will see how they go through. I say, do you go for the 5-stop? Do you run it richer, around 6 to 8 minutes per fuel run, and get that extra performance? The Royce being introduced onto the track now. Big cheers for the rest of his team, as you'd expect. But do you run it a slightly richer combo for 6 to 8 minute runs? Do you go straight down the middle in 9 minutes? Is that a good compromise? Will we see guys who are running those slightly richer strategies make late splashes, splash and dash pit stops for fuel? Just short runs at best. Do you go the other way and go try and make 12 minutes or 11 minutes? Between 11 to 12 minutes per run. That, to me, I think we saw that in the Neo, that just doesn't work for the most part. You just have to run. You lose too much performance from the engine if you try and do that, but it'll be interesting to see if someone does try that. You feel like for the guys down the back, the guys who have qualified through, especially guys like Alessandro Ramir, who made the double jump from the quarterfinals, they're happy to be in the final. For some of the drivers we spoke to, their expectation was to at least make the final. The fact they're now here, they now have 45 minutes to prove themselves and to go out there and to enjoy themselves and to have fun in RC racing. So you get the feeling that for some of those guys, they'll be prepared to take a gamble on a strategy here. For those up the front, the margin for error will be much slimmer and the pressure will be much higher on them, especially for the home drivers. They're really feeling it this weekend. The pressure is on for them. The heat is on rather literally in terms of the weather, but the pressure is on at all levels. You just see our own James Parry down there in the middle of that lot, getting photos of the drivers in the final lineup. A big squad. That's one of the... most of them out there now. And, well, wait, still not quite done yet. Pre-race ceremonies. Continuing on, I see Thomas Musso down there as well. Musso has been fairly quiet, and you don't see me moving through, but they are the ones that can sort of be the sleepers, and sometimes be the ones that can come out of nowhere to surprise and take the victory when the favourites stumble. And just see Juan Carlos Cañas beneath us. Cañas and Melo, you can understand the nerves, the pressure, and Joao Lopez as well, especially for Lopez and Melo. Going to be feeling a huge amount of pressure. Young guys, some of their first major tournaments, and the power of home expectation behind them. It is going to be huge. This final is going to be off the chain. I look forward to bringing it to you. It's the RC Racing TV team here. I'm Adam Johnson, and here's James Parry.
I haven't done this to you in a while, so I'm going to do it off the chain.
Off the chain, yes.
Off the scale.
Off the scale, yeah. That works.
Off the chain. Never heard that one. Not saying it's wrong, just never heard it.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, sorry for just coughing down the mic there.
So, how was the what was the feeling down there on the grid? A lot of nerves down there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was alright. Like you say, the top guy was a little bit nervous, but it was alright. The pits are eerily quiet now. It's very hot down there, as you'd expect.
It's very hot everywhere right
now. Did I
now.
mention it's hot today?
You might have done.
Once or twice.
You don't need to remind me either.
So when the guys warm up, we will show you the graphic of the starting grid. I believe it's a 2-3 minute warm up. And then on with the business. We're RC Racing TV. We are here. We're in the last 100 yards. Well, it's more than 100 yards technically. We're in the last 100 yards of the main final for the EFRA European B Championship 1/8 buggy. We're here thanks to TKR Graphics and, of course, EFRA, the governing body of these races, for whom we are the media partners of that there establishment. Don't know where I was going with that sentence. If you're not already, then feel free to join us over on the YouTube chat. Lots of people talking in there. I saw... I think Nick's put, thanks Robert for the kind words. What did Robert put? I've not been looking at the chat. Robert. Ah. What did he put? I don't know what he put. Top driver there. I never pronounce it right. Robert Bataille. Ah. Yes, I see it now. I was looking at some of his French comments. Yes, thank you very much for the kind comments. Thanks for tuning in and being with us for the main final today.
It's Baya.
I thought it was Bataille. I was told that once.
I was told it was
by
Bataille.
Ollie. I don't know. Robert. Thank you, Robert. It's very tense and quiet.
Well, if he's
oh,
listening,
not anymore.
If he's listening to us right now, maybe he can be the final arbiter on how we should pronounce his name.
How is he going to do that through the medium of text?
Well, how you pronounce it, how I pronounced it, he could say who's right. James is right.
He could.
James is right.
He could, but we're about to go into the main, so we're not going to do that.
I'll leave it in his hands.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, we're actually just interacting with our viewers on the YouTube chat, so head over there. Come and join us. It's a long 45-minute final, so plenty of time to chat and put your views to the rest of the group. Whilst Frank tops up his sun cream, I consider opening a can of orange, and Adam continues to turn more like the colour of an uncooked lobster. Or is it a cooked lobster? What are they? They're blue. Do they blue and then go red when they're cooked, or the other way around?
Cooked.
Cooked red. It's a cooked lobster, yeah.
I am nicely toasted at this point in time.
Yes. You hear the engines firing up. Do you know, I've never actually spoken to Robert. Considering his nice words there, I've never actually spoken to him.
Well, now we have an excuse to.
Excuse me, Robert, how do you pronounce your name?
No, we're not doing that on air. You completely lost my train of thought. I had a big train of thought there, Adam, and you've completely thrown it now.
I'm sorry. It seems rather easy to derail.
Very much so. Ashley Patterson, who do you think is going to win? I have no idea. I think it's really difficult to call these 45-minute races because anything can happen, anyone can flame out. I think the only one where you can even begin to call the winners are Neo, because it's always the same winner.
I think it's going to be someone in this race.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's a crazy statement. I don't know what you've based that on.
Well, you know, we try not to have favourites in the commentary box.
A couple of people in the chat predicting Cañas. I'm kind of with them in terms of if I had to call a prediction for this one, which is crazy to do with so many variables in 1/8 buggy racing and with the event we've seen so far. Cañas is right there. It depends on the start and then the other 40 minutes, really. That's the great thing about this race is they're never fully decided.
No.
Right until the end. It's not really like a sort of, oh, well.
It's not over till it's over.
Quite literally.
It's not over till the fat lady sings. It's not over until that black and white checkered flag is swung in a figure of 8 over the finish line. I'm out of analogies now. 1 minute to open the track. You didn't have to turn the microphone down then, Adam, to adjust your shorts. It's okay. No, the viewers wouldn't have heard that.
Well, you know, I think it's just polite. Calls for Lopez. Cañas is getting a lot of comments on the stream. Cheers from America. Good job. Thank you.
Coat to the Giants.
I think their Kota is in the race circuit for a second.
Good job with the stream. Thank you very much. Oh, what's happening over there? Marshall just adjusting his shoes there before the race.
He was talking on his shoe as if it were a phone.
Oh.
The top secret phone transmitter, shoe-based transmitter.
That was dancing with the accordion band the other day.
Was it that man?
I think so.
Was he dressed as the?
No, we never found out who the Falcon was.
The Falcon was the Falcon.
Right, let's get down to some serious race talk now. Less the jibber jabber chit chat. Adam, could you clear the graphics on the screen? And talk us through the grid.
So here is your starting grid for the main final of the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B European Championships. Juan Carlos Cañas rolls off on the pole and he starts as red hot favourite, and that is saying something considering how difficult these races are to call. He starts with some searing pace in the bank and he looks seriously quick in his semi-final. Joao Lopez is the best of the home favourites and they have got a huge amount of home support behind them. He rolls off second. Third is Baptiste de Roux, who we spoke to in the pits beforehand, and he was feeling pretty confident. Pretty good, about as confident as anyone can be. A lot of nerves down there. Nuno Rebelo fourth. Fifth will be Alejandro Duras. Fifth, Thomas Musso. Sixth, Thomas Musso. Seventh, Gonzalo Melo, who was joint TQ, but probably was showing the nerves the most. They're in the pits beforehand. Guillermo Hebert, 8th, Alberto Ruiz 9th, and then 10th for Manuel Iniesta. And the final two starters, Alejandro Ramia, one of the transfers from the quarter-final, and then Wissam Mertens concludes the starting grid. We have 45 minutes of main final coming up for you as they conclude their warm-ups. There's a lot of nerves on that driver stand right now. A lot of guys who stand on the cusp of cementing themselves as a growing force in RC racing in the European Championship scene. And a lot of guys here who are just experiencing this top level of competition for perhaps the first time, or one of the first times. And that adds a real element of tension, as if there wasn't enough tension around a European Championship final. Quality on display has been second to none. Some of the action on display has been absolutely fantastic. And that was only in the lead-up rounds. And it has been a pleasure covering this tournament. And we're about to bring you the conclusion, the main final on RC Racing TV. Our live coverage of the entire event has been brought to you by TKR Graphics and by EFRA, of which we are the official media partner for season 2016. And any second now, the drivers will be under starters' orders. And they come, they're being ushered out onto the track now. We move out, crew chiefs and the mechanics heading out onto the grid and taking their positions. Lots of people pounding right now. A lot of nerves down there. Can't stress that enough. That first turn and the first half a lap is going to be absolutely crucial for Cañas and those guys at the front. They'll be looking for a smooth start to have their own race and control it from the front. For guys like Melo, they'll be looking to come through the eye of the storm and pick up positions right in the early going. This is going to be absolutely fascinating. Let's get ready for the main final, the EFRA 1/8 Buggy European B Championship. And away they go. It's a very good start from Cañas. He takes off like a scalded cat and he gets the jump and the run through the first corner very smoothly. A lot of dust being kicked up behind. Surprisingly few cars falling by the wayside. They've gone through quite smoothly. I can just see Nuno Rebelo has moved up to third. Great start. Baptiste de Roux has been tangled up in a little incident just behind them, but the top three in a little breakaway already. Cañas and Lopez trying to give this field a goodbye look, but car number 4 of Rebelo is sticking with them. And now around that hairpin, which has already seen so much drama today, and I'm convinced it will play a huge factor in this race as well. They're coming across the line for the first time in this 45-minute final. It is Cañas from Lopez. Qualifiers 1 and 2 lead, and in positions 1 and 2 to start off. It is Rebello in third, occupying the final spot on the podium. But Guilherme Hebert has made a fantastic start and has moved up from 8th spot to get up into 4th. So he's done very, very well. I'm just looking down the timing screen. It looks like Melo is still down in the midfield, so maybe he's taking a more kind of restrained approach. Just let the field sort themselves out a little bit. Let the early craziness get out of the way, and then start picking your way through the field. And a pass for third. The battle for third is underway. And Guilherme Hebert has made an absolutely fantastic start to this race, and it's all gone horribly wrong. Some commentary jigs working in record time there, but he has retained the position. That's a stroke of good luck right there, but he has brought a lot of other cars into play now, including the third place car, Baptiste Debrou. His fellow Frenchman, Nuno Rebello, is also there, but it was a very clean pass for third from Hebert up onto the final podium spot. He's now leading a pain train of cars down the back straight, over those doubles, taking with such confidence and vigour. But I can tell you, Cañas is already starting to leg it here. He's really taking off at some speed here. Hebert, interestingly, Hebert goes over the jumps there. The left front wheel looked to be wobbling slightly, so I'm not sure if he's actually had some damage on that car in any way. But we'll see as that develops. The left front appears to be either very loose. We'll see what happens, see if they investigate that on the first pit stop. It doesn't appear, it's not slowing him down any. He's made the pass for third. He's got great speed. We watch more of the battle for fourth. If they come round, it'll be, I think it's Nuno Rebello. Oh no, it is actually car number 3 of Baptiste Debrou, who's moved back into 4th spot. The third place starter. And the more I look at it, the more a lot of those left front wheels, a little bit of an angle, big burnouts and big donuts. That's Melo getting caught up in a couple of incidents there, getting tangled up. That's what happened to him at the start of his semi-final. Just got a little bit scrappy. I wonder if he's just putting a lot of pressure on himself, the young man. But he's certainly got more time. He was able to make up those positions in the semi-final, and he was able to make up time as we got a car that actually buried itself underneath the pit lane on the main straight. It's a little bit bizarre. I saw a marshal rifling around underneath the pit road itself. So the top 4 around underneath us right now. And Cañas and Lopez are starting to get away, but Lopez is sticking with him rather well, I'd say. He's doing a pretty decent job. But, right now we are focusing on Baptiste Debrou, who is the 4th place runner. Breaks nice tight line through there. Actually, that is. And let's just have a look here. Let's see if we can find our leader, Cañas. He's just going through the EFRA tabletop right about now. The orange car with yellow wheels, car number 1. Now coming round onto the back straight. Over the doubles. There's your leader, Cañas. An early look at him. And I'll tell you what, he's already pulled something like 9 seconds on Joao Lopez in second. So he's putting in an absolutely spectacular drive to start with. Remember, a long way to go still. We're already 4 minutes in. Hasn't even had his first round of pit stops yet. So he's still got a long way to go here, but this sort of searing pace is enough to give him a stranglehold on the race before anyone else can do anything about it, really. So as he heads up round onto the back straight, we're watching our leader Cañas, who's just laying the beat down on this field for the moment. Let's see if we can drop back to the 3rd place battle, which is Guilherme Hebert. He's now coming round onto the back straight right now, over the first of the jumps, then the second. He's car 8, the blue and green car, at the end of the back straight now, round onto the granite hairpin. There's the 3rd place runner, and not that far ahead of a whole gaggle of cars behind him. Hebert made an excellent start to this race, making up those positions early doors. There's always one that profits from those early fracas, the early accidents, and Hebert looks like he's got excellent ground speed. He's actually lapping slightly faster than our 2nd place man, Joao Lopez, so he might have something for him in short order. Head down the back straight once more. The car that was, you may see a car in front of Lopez. That's the lapped car of Alessandro Romea. This is a scorching pace that already Cañas putting cars laps down, but Hebert is definitely closing in on Lopez. Hebert good on that start. This man who started third is his fellow Frenchman Baptiste de Broer. The man who's immediately behind him. As he continues to follow Hebert as he chases down Lopez. He's really gaining in on him, you know. Aggression in the early stages. Perhaps Hebert thinks he's got something for Cañas. I'm not sure. Whoa, that's not going to help him though. That is really not going to help him, and he struggles to get back on the track as well. He's having all sorts of problems. He lets de Broer back through. He did technically cut a part of the track, recovering there, so he loses the position. Does he get any more of a penalty? We'll see. But cars 1, 2 and 3 are now back into positions 1, 2 and 3 with de Broer back through. Hebert immediately putting pressure on his countryman, on his fellow countryman. Oh, caught in the rear wing. He's getting aggressive now. Nuno Rebelo is a little bit further back, but this is the main battle on the track right now. I can tell you, Juan Carlos Cañas has absolutely trashed the field here. We've got a VRC Pro replay. Let's just watch here. He comes down the back straight. He misjudges his landing on the first one, just falls off the track. You see there, he skips the second pair of jumps, tries to rejoin, cannot get over the barrier, flips back, turns round on himself, then has to recover, come back over here. He loses a lot of time. He loses the position to Baptiste de Broer, even though he shortcut part of the track technically. So I think the judges ruled he did not gain an advantage. So he's okay. And now Hebert has gained a position back because it was an incident for de Broer. Mistakes made early, and I think de Broer has actually sacrificed another position to Gonzalo Melo. So Melo now moving up through the field. Melo recovering from that slow start. And he's actually pitting early. So Melo is one of the first of our stoppers at approximately 7.5 minutes in. So you'd think, unless he can string out some of his later stints, so that's going to be a 5-stop run. So Melo going for the ultra-rich run. Probably the best, so he can run full aggressive. Really suits his driving style a lot more. As we continue, and the first round of pit stops well and truly underway. And that was Joao Lopez just gone beneath us. Let's see if we can just find Melo. Oh, we've got more pit stops underway. That is Hebert in the lane, car 8. Third place car. It's back underway. And he's just ahead of Melo, who was one of the first cars to make a stop. So Melo made his stop, and Hebert made his first stop at around 8.5 minutes. So he may be one of those guys that's pushing more to make straight 9-minute stints. If he can stretch one of his later stints out just a little bit more, he should be okay. Hebert versus Melo, the main battle on the track right now. Melo is not too far back on the battle for Hebert for third. Around the back hairpin. Melo's definitely got car speed, hasn't he? He was so quick. He did not merely fluke a TQ. I think Melo, some of his racecraft today, some of his nerves I think have got to him. Some of his racecraft hasn't been quite there. I can tell you what, just on the back road, there are actually cars lining the edge of the road, parking up to watch what's going on here and watch the final. Absolutely marvellous to see. And they're being treated to a good race so far. The battle for third, in particular, is the intriguing one. It's the one we're watching right now. Both these guys made their first stops already. Hebert at 8.5 minutes, Melo at 7.5. So keep that in mind for the rest of the race and what their strategy dictates from here on out. Melo driving very, very aggressively. Joao Lopez is in a safe second place, but he is already a country mile behind Juan Carlos Cañas, who is dominating this race. Hebert is not too far behind the second place car of Lopez. In fact, maybe running slightly faster lap times he is. So Hebert still feels he's got some pace for the top guys. Oh, but Melo's right there. His immediate attention should be behind him, not in front. Melo doesn't quite get the momentum down the back straight. He'll lose some time there. But Melo certainly has a quick car here. He just needs to keep his composure. He's easily got enough car for a podium here. Remember, he pitted almost a minute before Hebert. You see the dust kicked up as the gravel on the surface is moved around by the wind. It's also been swept up overnight. So these guys have got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. That's car 9, Alberto Ruiz. They should get out of the way for them any minute now. Got no cars around him as Ruiz. He's the last car on the road. But Hebert and Melo. Oh, that was a really good bit of driving from both those guys. Reith actually got into a half spin at the granite hairpin and just stopped to try and let the other two through, and they had to thread the eye of a needle on the apex. Both of them just snuck through. Oh, now Melo banging wheels as he gets past Hebert. That was an aggressive move from the young Portuguese driver. Really, really good move. And it's through into third. Just the right level of aggressive. But Hebert coming straight back at him. The battle for the final podium spot is easily the most intense one on the track right now. Easily the battle to watch. This has been ferocious stuff so far. Cañas out in a dominant lead right now over Lopez in second. He's about 7 seconds up the road from these two. This is the main battle we're watching. Melo coming up from 7th on the grid versus Hebert starting 8th. These two now running 3rd and 4th. I think overall Melo just has that slight edge in terms of speed. He might be starting to get away a little bit from Hebert now. Just as I say that, he flips on the inside of the corner. And that's been the hallmark of his day, really. Just little mistakes, just when he's building some momentum. So he continues on, though. And just keeping one eye on the clock going into the race as well. The one when these two pitted. Hebert at 8.5 minutes. Melo at 7.5. Here's the VRC Pro replay. This is how Melo lost the position that he just gained. Just took a little bit too much out of the apex. He's off camber anyway. Then you get up onto the barrier and it tips you over and he's turned turtle. And the Master did a good job recovering him quickly, but it was still too long. Hebert makes it back through. Hebert back into 3rd spot. Both these guys having a really good scrap for the final podium spot. As Cañas, by the way, is up over 20 seconds on 2nd place Joao Lopez. So this is definitely the battle to watch right now. Lopez in a comfortable 2nd, but no one here has anything to match Cañas. Very rarely am I fairly confident in my predictions, especially in dirt RC racing where so much can happen, there's so many variables. But I had a good feeling about Cañas, but an instant there for Hebert, back in this battle for 3rd. And a mistake now lets Melo through. It's one of those battles, isn't it? You make a mistake, I'll pass you, and then vice versa. Melo has to defend now as Hebert comes straight back on the offensive. He gets aggressive. Hebert knows he can't let Melo get away and settle into a rhythm. Got to keep the pressure on. Melo with a big slide through the granite hairpin. And they've got to be coming up on the 2nd round of stops in about a minute or two's time for these two. Melo 3rd then, the Portuguese star, the TQ overnight. And 4th is Guilherme Hebert, one of the French drivers. We spoke to him before this final. And those guys, a lot of them, their expectation was to just make the final. They were stoked to make it. And from there on in, it was a case of let's see what happens, let's go for it. And Hebert will be really enjoying this run so far, but he'll be frustrated. He just can't quite get the job done on Melo so far. Melo, I think, has the faster car, but he just keeps making little mistakes like there. Just small errors. And that brings him back into the clutches of Hebert. Hebert knows he can keep clicking off consistent laps, not quite at the same pace as Melo. There's another mistake. There's one of those mistakes I was talking about from Melo. And suddenly Hebert's right back into it. Can't take your eyes off this battle for a second. Now, if the pit stops are going at regular time intervals, we should see Melo in at the end of either this lap or the next. And then Hebert in not long after. There's about a minute separation between their first round of stops. So we've got the VRC Pro replay. There's a shot of, you see there, Melo's car just swung to the left a little bit in midair. And he just got himself all tangled up on the landing. And great shots there on the VRC Pro replay. And Melo is continuing on for another lap. So he'll be pitting in after about 15 minutes. That makes about rough sense because he pitted after 7.5 minutes for his first stop. So splitting it up that way. Hebert will be going slightly longer on field, so it'll be interesting to see the difference in terms of outlap. Maybe that's why Hebert does not quite have the car speed. Maybe Melo's running a little bit richer, so his pit stops are at regular intervals. Maybe Hebert trying to cut down, lose less time in the pits, because of course, you save fuel, even if you still have to pit as many times. Here comes Melo into the lane. Right on time. Melo into the lane. In it goes. Nice smooth stop. That's a good stop. Out he goes again. He'll rejoin in 4th, I think. I don't think he'll fall behind Baptiste Broad. No, he's 4th. And Hebert is the man to watch now. He should be in a little while. Maybe after 17 minutes or so. 15 minutes 35 gone so far in this race. We're about a third in. And it really has breezed by so far, hasn't it? The battle for the win has not really been there because Cañas has been showing an absolutely clean pair of heels. But largely, this battle for third has been very engaging. Hebert continues on. And what I was saying was that even if Hebert has to make the same amount of pit stops as Melo, if he can shorten the final stop, have to put less fuel in the tank on the final stop, that gains him an advantage. So I think there's a little bit of tortoise in the hair going on here. Hebert, I don't think, has quite the car speed on Melo, but he may have the fuel mileage, and he's going to have mistakes like that to help him along. Just off shot. We're watching Hebert right now. I can just tell you, Melo just clips the inside of the barrier and turned turtle. So that'll give Hebert a little bit of an advantage. Let's have a look here. I think he may be due a stop anytime soon. Not this time around. He goes on another lap. And he's setting a good pace. It's not to say he's miles behind Melo's pace. I mean, certainly on laps like that where Melo makes the small mistakes, he's absolutely fine. But Hebert, I think he's just losing out the odd tenth or half a second on the laps where Melo runs clean. But at the moment, he's running the cleaner laps and he's running slightly longer on fuel. It's working perfectly, this strategy. But here's a bit of context for you. As we're watching Hebert, Melo has dropped to about 5 seconds back. The car immediately behind Melo, the fourth place car, is Cañas. Cañas has already lapped up to fourth spot. Pit stop now for Hebert. He knew it was going to come. And I think he should get out in front of Melo. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. But Hebert retains third spot. So far that strategy is working very nicely. But that brings Melo back into play though. I'll say, this is real tortoise in the hair stuff. Melo with the faster car in terms of ground speed. Hebert with the smooth driving style, less mistakes, and saving a little bit more fuel, going longer on fuel stops. And this is a battle for third that just keeps on giving, doesn't it? Great, great stuff. Melo down the back straight, stalking Hebert's car, and Hebert gets it wrong on the landing. That allows Melo through. Now what Melo has to do is put together a string of really, really fast laps and start to build a gap to Hebert. So even if he loses any time in the pits or anywhere else, he can have that cushion in hand. As we've seen, Melo does seem to have the slightly faster car. Here's our VRC Pro replay of the pass for third spot. As I say, Hebert just dug in, didn't it, on the landing. It wasn't quite straight, and he swerved to the right. So Melo had to duck through there, and he took the position well. So Melo navigating those back straight jumps again. And he is pulling out a little bit of a gap over Hebert. It's just imperceptible almost, but it is there. And Melo easily had the pace for a podium. And it looks like if he keeps going as he does, I say if, because so far he has been a little bit error prone. So Hebert will know that. And he'll also know that the leader is immediately behind Hebert. That's how fast Juan Carlos Cañas has been running in this race. He's been absolutely storming through this field. We will see him in a minute. We're following third spot Melo, but we will see him in a minute just by dint of him coming up to lap Melo. Cañas has been in a world of his own in terms of pace. And it was really interesting to see because Melo had the pace in qualifying yesterday to just edge him out for TQ. But on race day today, Cañas has been in a class of his own, really. He dominated his semi-final, won the warm-up race earlier in the event. He just moves past Hebert to lap him there. Oh, the flip for Melo. There's the mistake. I told you about it. Just in front of our leader, Cañas, who has got an absolutely monster gap back anyway. So he won't worry too much about that. He makes it through. But once again, Melo falls into the clutches of Hebert. This has been such an engrossing battle so far. It's been great to watch. So, let's watch on the VRC Pro replay. Once again, Melo, he just gets a little bit aggressive on them apexes, doesn't he? He just takes a little bit too much sometimes, with especially the apex being off camber. And he just takes a little bit too much out of it. Just trying to take just a little bit too much, especially with Hebert right there. It's a sign of the pressure that Hebert is putting him under. But Melo has retained the position for now as Cañas moves past both of them. Our leader, who is in absolutely all-conquering form. Nothing short of a spectacular mechanical failure for that car is going to stop him getting his hands on the trophy. A big mistake from Hebert, though. This could be what swings it in Melo's favour for good. Hebert just misjudged the first jump there, got it wrong, fell off on the second jump. He was not able to keep going and recover quickly as we've seen before. He actually tipped off the jump. So then, the pendulum swings back in Melo's favour. It's been a really engrossing battle so far. can just tell you the breeze has picked up a little bit. They'll be blowing some of the gravel across the track, and that'll be affecting some of their jumps as well. And it's interesting to see. I wonder if some of those instances we're seeing on the back straight, with drivers being blown towards the driver stand a little bit, or kind of crashing off the jumps in the direction of the driver stand. I wonder if the breeze is just catching those cars a little bit in mid-air, making that adjustment in mid-air for them. Now, in terms of pit stops, I think Melo's due a third one in about a minute or two. He sticks to the 7.5 minute principle. The second stop was at around 15 minutes, so that should make sense for him. And Melo is still running on there, so Melo's stops are coming around 7.5 minutes. Hebert slightly longer, and Hebert generally has made up ground around the pit stop. You see again, demonstration of what I'm talking about there. Melo's car nearly coming a cropper on the jumps, and the lap car, I think that might be car 11 of Alessandro Ramia, came a cropper right there in front of him. Melo, that fast but slightly ragged style, it served him well throughout the tournament. Pretty good anyway. And I think Cañas has just had one of his pit stops, because he is now back behind Melo again. But Melo over the tabletop, and he's got a healthy distance between himself and Hebert now. I think, again though, the thing is with Melo, you've got to watch, because he has been a little bit error prone this weekend. So, battle for third is still not decided, but I feel like if he gets through this next round of pit stops, which he's now taking, his third pit stop underway, right on time, right at 22 minutes. And he fuels up and he gets away. And Hebert's right behind him again. Oh, the battle picks up again. It just won't stop, will it? You just can't kill Hebert with a stick, can you? He just keeps coming back. Melo has got to be sitting there thinking, what have I got to do to shake this guy? There's no way. But Hebert will be in for a pit stop. But Hebert will make the job easier for him. Makes a lot of mistakes. Hebert's turn for the mistake this time. And I think with Hebert still to make a pit stop as well, that may well have swung the pendulum in the battle for third spot firmly in Melo's favour. Now, Hebert just getting a little bit ragged himself now. That was a real shame. We nearly had a battle on there. Here's the VRC Pro replay. You see there, he just turns in far too early. He actually gets up on the barrier and slips down the inside of the corner, and he gets stuck there. And he ends up in real trouble. So it is Melo now in a fairly comfortable third spot. Or is that comfortable? No, it's not. Melo now making the same mistake that Hebert just did. This battle just will not die, will it? Melo makes the error now, and the pendulum swings back slightly more towards Hebert. I'm looking at it right now, maybe about 24 to 25 minutes when we expect Hebert in for his next stop. Right now we're at 23.5 minutes. And Melo is just doing enough to gap Hebert, despite the mistakes, he's just doing enough. Hebert really needs to stay clean, but now Melo with another mistake. And it swings back again, and Hebert back into third. This is a battle that you can't take your eyes off for a second. It is not settled either way. Both these guys learning their racecraft and learning how to deal with the high pressure scenarios, but at the moment both of them making slight mistakes. Now bearing in mind, Melo has a slight advantage because he has a pit stop due, Hebert has a pit stop due. Let's have a look on the VRC Pro replay what happened there. It's coming through again, just taking a little bit too much of those inside apexes, but actually he's okay, but he just doesn't have enough speed for those second doubles, and he hits nose in on the third of those jumps, and he rolls, and he gets in all sorts of trouble in the end. So the battle is on. Melo continues on, and I think Hebert must have just made a pit stop because he is now back behind Melo. That'll be right on schedule, just under 25 minutes for Hebert. The pendulum right now swinging back in Melo's favour, but we have seen him with a higher number of mistakes than Hebert. You can't really take your eyes off this battle for a second. What I can tell you whilst we follow Melo is that Juan Carlos Cañas is currently in a world of his own in terms of speed. We will show you him later in the race once we have a better idea of who's going to be in the battle for third. And in fact, Gonzalo Melo, he's scored fourth right now. And the man he's scored third is Manuel Iniesta, which is car 10. I'm going to keep an eye out for him, see if we can find our third place runner. I wonder if this, think of the pit cycle. As right beneath us we have car 6 pitting in. That's Thomas Musso, who's not really being in contention for this one. So Musso pits beneath us. Melo is now back to third. That's okay. Melo is right in front of us. So I think Iniesta has fallen back down again. He was going for a slightly longer fuel stint, but let's keep our eyes open on that, shall we? Let's stick with Melo, our third place runner. And actually, Alejandro Duras is scored fourth. But again, I think a little bit of the fuel cycle coming into play there. So Melo is third as it stands, and he's about 8 seconds up the road from Duras. Some of these guys going for slightly longer stints. Remember, these guys gone for 9-minute stints. Their third stop will be around 27 minutes, which is where we're right at. We are at 26 minutes 20, so fairly close. Melo has a little bit of traffic to deal with there. That's car 6, Thomas Musso, who've just seen pit. He's down in 10th spot. Up the inside, Melo, very clean. That's good stuff. And so far, he's been a lot cleaner. He's been a lot smoother. And I think, actually, what has happened to Hebert? He's now stuck in a monumental battle for fourth. So, let's wait at the granite hairpin for a second. And let's wait for our fourth place battle to come through. It's Alejandro Duras in car 5. Vincent Meertens in car 12. Here they come right now. This is our battle for fourth right now. Coming through the granite hairpin. And round onto the main straight. Car 5 and car 12. And in fact, it's ended just as we found it. Car 5 comes into the pit lane. That is right at 27 minutes. So he's probably splitting it 9 minutes per stint. And now, we're watching the fourth place car, Vincent Meertens. Now, I wonder if he's doing something similar. Trying to stretch his fuel a bit longer. Seems to have gone longer than Hebert. Neither of them quite have the car speed on Melo. But we are watching Meertens a little bit. We spoke to him before the race. Felt pretty confident, looked like he was enjoying himself. And it looks like he was just excited to get into the final. One of those guys, the goal was to make the final. And then you put yourself in contention. Here's his fuel stop now. And that should see fourth spot transfer back to Hebert. It does. So that's interesting. We're having more fuel stops come into play. And Meertens rejoins behind Alejandro Duras. And Manuel Iniesta is also in that group as well. So just keeping an eye out for the various runners and riders. Melo's in the granite hairpin. Let's see if we can find Juan Carlos Cañas. In fact, he is in the middle sector of the track right now. The yellow wheels and red bodywork right beneath his car 1. He'll be coming up onto the tabletop right about now. Thanks, got him. Surprised he's been able to track him. He's going that quickly. He's lapping in the high 35-second bracket. We were barely seeing lap times that quick in qualifying, let alone in race trim. This is a phenomenal drive from Juan Carlos Cañas, whose confidence has only grown and grown across the weekend. As he just passes the lap car of Alessandro Ramir coming out the pits. But Cañas has been putting in a sensational drive. A really, really strong performance. It's been great to watch so far. And he's been storming through up the tabletop once more. It's just been relentless. The speed has been there, but the consistency's been there. And that's the thing that is so difficult to get sometimes. That's the thing that's so difficult to teach. That's the thing you learn with more and more experience. The confidence is so high right now. You see that car lap after lap. It's poised. It's purposeful. It looks great. It's kept up with the track well. That's been the most difficult thing for the drivers out here. Keeping up with the racetrack. And just as I say, 8 flips. So the commentary curse is that strong. It's even able to cause Cañas to make it. Oh, that's a poor recovery from the marshal. But he does still retain his lead because, of course, he still has upwards of about half a lap on second place. It's now showing as Gonzalo Melo. Melo is now showing in second place ahead of Joao Lopez. He appears to have faded to third. And in fact, I think he's just lost third to Hebert. So let's just break away there and find our battle for third. They're coming up through the EFRA tabletop right about now. And the VRC Pro replay will just cut back to the battle for third in a minute. There's your replay of the flip. Memorise that. That's probably the only mistake Cañas is going to make all day. A little flip there. He is Hebert. So, we look at our third place battle here. And something interesting is happening here. Car 9 returns from the pits. That's Alberto Ruiz. He's the last of our runners. But we're watching Joao Lopez and Hebert here. Joao Lopez was in a solid second place for a long time, but fell behind Melo into third, and he's now falling back from Hebert into fourth. So something is happening here with Lopez. His car is obviously not running as strongly as it did. And, oh, a little bit of contact at the top of the... No, sorry, completely the wrong car. And I think, is that Hebert has just flipped? Here's a flame out. It's a flame out for Hebert. That's a major disappointment for him. He was right in the battle for third. And that's really disappointing. I don't think it's anywhere near his fuel window. It shouldn't be anyway. Maybe they underfueled him on the previous stop. Sometimes they can happen. It's a real shame. They're trying to get the thing refired. Getting about going. It finally does, but I think it is too far gone now for him to try and recover hopes of a podium. That's a real shame. But as we watch Hebert, there's still a chance for him. He's been one of those guys that's been so persistent all day. You really can't write him out. But let's see if we can re-find Joao Lopez. He's just coming through the first corner and through the TKR triples right in front of us. There's Lopez. He's your third place runner. He's back up to third after the demise of Hebert. However, not that far behind him are cars 5 of Alejandro Duras and 12 of Vincent Miertans. We mentioned them a little bit earlier. They're running slightly longer fuel stops. We're assuming they're running at about 9-minute intervals, which should split it up nicely into a 4-stop race if they got their fueling right. But Lopez, I'm not sure if that car's running quite right, because it was miles behind Cañas, but then again, so has everyone been. Everyone's been miles behind Cañas for the duration of this race. But Lopez was a solid second. And then he faded to third behind Melo and had lost third to Hebert until Hebert had his flame out issue. So I'm just wondering now, what sort of lap times those are putting in behind him. You see, Joao Lopez is in the mid 38 second bracket, and yet the guys behind him are in the 36s. We're able to put in the 36 second laps on the good laps. So I wonder if Lopez has just lost a bit of car speed here, or whether he's slowing up to try and get some speed, or try and get more out of his fuel run. Down the granite hairpin he goes. Down the main straight once more. Lopez, that was a 37.8 that time. What's Miertans got in response? Miertans comes across the line now. As is Alejandro Duras. It was a slow lap for Duras and Miertans that time. So Joao Lopez, I think at the moment he's looking okay, but certainly his pace has dropped off compared to the front two. Gonzalo Melo is back to his fastest of the weekend, around the mid 36 mark. Still not on a par with Cañas, but as I said, no one really is in this race. It's been all conquering stuff. We are watching Lopez in the middle of this scrap here, trying to navigate some lap traffic. He's moving past Thomas Musso, the 9th place car. Past he goes, and Lopez still running. 37.8. Keep our eyes open for the next round of pit stops, which will be coming up fairly soon. Some of these guys, particularly Melo. Now Melo is still, well, to be honest with you, Cañas has scored as almost a lap ahead of everybody. So, as we knew from about 5 minutes in, Cañas is the dominant force in this race, but Melo is still in a solid second and has moved away from Lopez in third. Car comes into the pits, that's Musso, who's already a lap down as we established, but Lopez is in third right now, and he's about 5 seconds up the road from Alejandro Duras. So, I would say we drop back one car. Duras is in the middle of all that. In fact, Duras has just had his own issue with the lap car. So let's stick with Lopez for now. Lopez is your third place runner, but maybe under some pressure in the closing laps. Duras, who we're thinking is going for around the 8-9 minute mark in terms of pit stops. And Lopez, we're not really sure of because he was so far out in front in the early stages, up in second. We didn't see his early pit stops. So it'll be interesting to see where he pits from here on out. If he makes it to 36 minutes, then he should be good to the finish on fuel. And will be now, I think, just nursing the car home, to be honest with you, because I think it's just not got the pace that it once had. It's still getting back into decent laps, but I think he just had a middle stint in the race. Maybe he was trying to save fuel to fit it into to hit a fuel number. But either way, it cost him second place, nearly cost him third until the demise of Hebert. Hebert, who is back out there, but he's now down in 10th. He's multiple laps down. A real shame because he was a genuine podium threat. This comes beneath us again. We're right at 35 minutes. 35 and a half minutes for now. So if he pits next time by, he'll be firmly in that 9-minute bracket. So I think a lot of the top guys were going for. And I can tell you, Duras has actually faded a little bit behind him. So Lopez shouldn't have a huge amount of pressure on him. He is 11 seconds down the road from Gonzalo Melo, who is in himself still behind Cañas by entire districts, really, by literally miles. Cañas has been in his own postcode for so much of this race. It's been an all-conquering drive as Lopez pits right beneath us. That is right on 36 minutes. So there you go. That should be his last stop of the race. He should be good to go to the end now. Right at 9 minutes till the end of the race. So they've got all the fuel in just fine. They've underfueled him. He might have an issue in the closing minutes, but they've got all the fuel in there. He should be just fine for the flag. So it's Cañas, Melo, Lopez, Duras and Iniesta, the top five, an entirely Spaniard, Portuguese top five. As Lopez continues on his way, one of the Portuguese drivers the home fans have enjoyed cheering on this weekend. And he showed a lot of potential, shown a lot of promise. He's shown really solid racecraft in this race. Good strategy and good composure to reassert himself after having that second place and then falling down the order a little bit. He just bangs wheels a little bit there with car 4, which is Nuno Rebelo, who's a lap down. So he continues to march on. And Cañas is regularly showing he's almost 2 laps ahead of the entire field. This is an absolutely amazing performance in this final. He literally has put in a performance so dominant that short of something catastrophic going wrong, there's no way anyone can take this away from him. We continue to watch Lopez right now. We will find Cañas in the final 5 minutes. We've got about 8 minutes to go at the moment. Let's continue to watch Lopez for now. Lopez is now up 15 seconds on third place Alejandro Duras. Duras has just been losing time hand over fist really in this third quarter of the race. As we come into the final segment, Lopez has been able to stabilise and make third place his. Had a little bit of luck with Hebert. Hebert appeared to be faster, but Hebert had that flame out just past halfway, or just on the half an hour mark. It's a real shame. I kind of took it away from him. But Duras just hasn't really had the car speed to keep with Lopez. And I don't think he's got Iniesta and De Roo behind them. They've had a bit of a scrap for fourth spot, but it's all been happening far behind the podium spots. Well, slowly and slowly further away behind the podium spots. As Lopez continues his march into the final 7 minutes now. Gonzalo Melo is about 11 seconds up the road and has done pretty well to come from behind here. See if we can just find Melo in these closing laps. I'll let you know where he is on the track, Frank. He's car 7, red and blue car. He'll be coming up the EFRA tabletop in a few seconds' time. Here comes Melo up the EFRA tabletop. White into yellow car with the white wing. There's your second place runner. And this has been a good run for Melo. This is about there or thereabouts for him. He was so close to Cañas in qualifying yesterday where he beat him out on a countback to get the TQ spot. But race pace today, Cañas has been in a league of his own. So Melo, I think if he can hold this to the finish, then he'll still be very pleased with his endeavours. In front of his home crowd, as I say, he looked like an absolute bag of nerves before the final. Poor kid. Felt like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he's delivered a very strong drive in this final. Coming from 7th place on the grid, and after a less than perfect semi-final. He had a scratchy semi-final, and he's been scrappy at times in this final. But in the end, he beat off the advances of Hebert. I think got a little bit lucky, but he also passed Lopez on raw pace as well. So we may be expecting him in for a late splash of fuel. If my math is correct, he might be around that, or he might be about to try and stretch it out to a final 9 minute stint. So Melo has been pretty solid overall. I've got to say, this has been a good weekend for him. He was so quick in qualifying. I think he's just not quite been there in terms of setup. Maybe the nerves getting to him a little bit on race day. But he'll come away with, you can hold on to this, he'll come away with a healthy second place trophy, a lot of confidence, a lot of merit. He's been very strong out here this weekend as Melo continues to truck on. And I'll tell you what, in the closing minutes of this race, let's see if we can find our leader, Juan Carlos Cañas. He's coming up onto the EFRA tabletop right now, car with the yellow wheels and the mostly red bodywork. Car number 1, Juan Carlos Cañas, going over the doubles and into the back straight hairpin, round the granite hairpin. This has been an absolute masterclass from Juan Carlos Cañas, betraying formative years, betraying his youth. This has been a champion's drive. I'll tell you what, this is the sort of drive that puts the RC world on notice. That this guy is seriously, seriously good. He's really relished the surface out here. Yesterday he was almost impervious in qualifying. As I say, it took a tiebreaker for Melo to beat him to the TQ spot. But today, whilst Melo has faltered slightly, Cañas has been absolutely invincible. He dominated the semi-final. We barely saw him. It's one of those cases where you wonder why we're not showing the leader on the camera. Yeah, because he's miles away, really. He was absolutely dominating, and there were battles lower down in the transfer spots. But Cañas dominated the semi-final. Would have come into this final maybe with a bit of nerves, but by the way he's driven, you wouldn't think it. You'll think this man has just nerveless capabilities. We're into the final 5 minutes now. We've got about 3.5 minutes to go. This has just been a great, great drive for Cañas. It's been the sort of drive that will give him a huge amount of hope and confidence for the future. And I'm assuming he's done with pit stops for now. He may, I mean, if he wanted to, he has the luxury of making a whole other pit stop if he wants to. He's got almost 2 laps on the entire field now. He is a good 9 seconds up the road from Gonzalo Melo. Actually, he's a lap and 9 seconds ahead of Gonzalo Melo. So I thought for a second that gap looked a bit close. It wasn't. So Cañas, Melo and Lopez look like it will be your top 3 for the race. As Cañas just continues. Bar that replay we caught in the middle of the race. As I say, I think we were lucky we caught the one mistake he's made all weekend. They're going to preserve that in the history books forever. The one time Juan Carlos Cañas made a mistake. Oh, that was a little bit scrappy as well. But I think by this point, when he's got such a monstrous gap on second place, I think he can afford to take a little bit easy. Not quite going to full exhibition mode. No one is professional enough to do that. The cheers going up for the home fans though. And I think those, the French fans over there, as we continue to watch Cañas, I think they're cheering for Baptiste Debroux, who's fighting for 4th place at the moment. He's looking for a spot. He'll be too far back to the podium, but I think Debroux will conclude a productive weekend for him. Starting third for the final. A strong semi-final run. Pretty unassuming run through the qualifying and the semis. As Cañas is into the final 90 seconds of this European B Championship final. And it's been, I mean, what else can you say about it? It's been utterly dominant. The home fans wanted one of their Portuguese heroes to do it, and Melo, not far off. And when it came down to it, when Carlos Cañas pulled the pin and cut loose on race day, he's been impervious. This has been marvellous to watch. It's been so rhythmic, so effortless, so easy looking to get such great speed out of it. I think he'll have about this and another lap to do. He may even squeeze another one in, depending on how fast he's going. So, round the granite hairpin for maybe the penultimate time. We've got about 45 seconds to go, so at the pace he's going, I mean, he'll probably fit in another lap, or he could back it off by miles and make this the last lap. And he's not in any danger of losing any positions here. He scores as almost a lap ahead of Melo, which is saying a lot, really. I think Melo just had too much to do to beat him in the end. Coming from that deep in the field, Melo put in a great job. Lopez will take a strong podium, but they have all been far, far behind this guy, Juan Carlos Cañas, who I think will do one more lap. I mean, when you're running this fast, there you go, out of the granite hairpin, he's going to have one more lap. He's out on his own at the moment. Enjoy it, young man. This is your victory lap. Over the TKR triples. Does not take them strongly. One more time around for Cañas, who has been absolutely impervious. This has been a marvellous drive. Round up towards the EFRA tabletop for one more time. Cheers from all members of the crowd, really, showing their respect here. Big cheers from the Spanish contingent as well, as they get ready to welcome their new champion across the line. A big slide across the line. Juan Carlos Cañas is your European B Champion 2016. after an absolutely magic drive. That was something else. Just extraordinary. And he was literally untroubled from first flag to last. That was how good it was. And in RC buggy racing, that can be incredibly difficult to do. In a discipline where mistakes are so easy to make, it's quite something to show and to see what and to see someone have such a great run through the final and to be so impervious at doing so. Let's have a quick look at the finishing positions then. Oh, before we do so, let's have a chat with our new European B champion. Welcome up to the Crow's Nest.
Felicidades, felicitan los de RC Racing TV. And yes,
oh.
Okay, we're ready.
Carlos is here as well. We're welcoming our new champion to the booth. Juan Carlos Cañas, well done. You've just become European B champion.
Enhorabuena.
That was an amazing drive.
Fenomenal pilotaje. Thank you very much, he says.
Just how, I mean, it looked easy out there, but it must have been so tough to keep the laps coming so quickly and so smoothly lap after lap.
Parece que él dice que lo ha visto que el pilotabas demasiado fácil. Él ha visto que lo pilotabas demasiado fácil, pero que le da la impresión de que seguro que no ha sido tan fácil la cosa. Pero que te salían las vueltas constantemente bastante regular.
Sí. No ha sido tan fácil, pero bueno, me ha costado un poquito de trabajo. Al partir del minuto 20 ya me he cansado un poco y bueno, más o menos.
It has been a hard work, and the problem has been after minute 20 he has get tired, so it has been a slightly difficult after minute 20, but okay, he has managed to do it.
Oh, more than managed. That was a superb drive. It made it look easy in the end, but just how were you able, it just seemed like you were able to keep up with the racetrack so well from yesterday in qualifying through to today. Just how are you able to do it and second guess what the track was doing in terms of changes?
A ver, ¿cómo te has apañado para desde ayer ir constantemente rápido y seguir hoy igual de rápido, incluso más, incluso hasta el final, con la pista, con lo que ha ido cambiando la pista? Porque eso no era fácil. ¿Cómo ha sido? ¿Por los mecánicos igual un poco?
Bueno, ya en la última manga de ayer hice varios cambios grandes, me mejoró bastante y no toqué nada, semifinales y finales iguales, perfectamente.
So he did the changes on the last run of yesterday. The car improved a lot. That was when he beat all the times, and he made something like 6 seconds faster than any other. And that setup is the one he has kept for the semi-finals and from the main final. So the same setup as yesterday.
That's quite incredible, considering how many people we heard talk about changing the setup and keeping up with the track so much. The fact that you found it yesterday and have been able to keep it all the way through, that must have been a big confidence builder for you, keeping the same setup and just getting more and more laps under your belt at such a great pace.
Que eso tendría que haber dado mucha confianza, haber encontrado el setup de ayer justo más o menos hasta ahora de la tarde, la temperatura de la pista, ¿no?
Sí.
Esa era la jugada.
Igual estaba muy parecido.
Okay, the trick was the moment he found out the setup was exactly the same time moment of the day, so the hot is the same, similar, and so on. And what he has been able to manage is to run before on semi-finals on a similar pace with the track not so equal, but for the main final has been even easy.
So basically you found the prime setup yesterday at around the same time the final will be on.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. And, well, I tell you what, there's nothing else that needs to be said. Great drive. Well done. Juan Carlos Cañas, you are European B Champion 2016.
Congratulations. Muchas gracias. Te doy las gracias y todo, ¿vale? Gracias. Thank you from him. Okay. So, has been a good race.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay, we have seen the pity for a second position driver when he lost his wing. Okay, he has entered to replace the wing, and that cost him even the second position. So Gonzalo Melo, who has been the poleman and had a bad semi-finals, has been able to came from 7th to second position. But has been an intense final. If we look at the drivers, I think we only have seen Alberto Ruiz having flameouts and one French driver, I think, having flameouts.
The rest of the cars had a flame out.
Yeah. And the rest of the people has been driving without any problems, so it has been a very hard and interesting race.
It has been great, and it's great to hear about that. That was what knocked Joao Lopez down the order. He had a wing issue early on. We did wonder why he faded, but just one final question for the weekend. just how rich is the talent pool coming up now in European RC buggy racing based on this weekend's evidence?
Okay, it's not based on this weekend, please. If we keep on minding, we go back 1 year, we go back to Helsinki in North London, okay, in UK, North London, wherever you can call it. The point was, we saw there racing star like Ricardo Berton coming in the Euro B, and then he made the final on Euro A, and I think he was something like 4 on the Euro A, on the main final on the same year. And I think this guy, Juan Carlos Canas, which is the right way to pronounce Canas, okay? He will is like Robert Batlle, not Battle, Batlle, and then now it's Canas. Juan Carlos Canas, he is from Malaga. He is from the track of the Electro Buggy this year. That's his club.
Valladolid.
No. Electro 1.8 Buggy, Malaga.
Yes, gotcha.
That's his home track, Alaurín de la Torre. So he will be very fast on that race on Electro 1.8 Buggy as well. But the thing is, I expect him to be very, very fast contender also on the ECA and Redoban in less than 1 month.
So basically, we're expecting huge things out of Juan Carlos Canas, right?
Yeah.
Massive stuff.
But it's not only Juan Carlos. Keep in mind, in this final, we have had 3 juniors.
Oh, yeah.
We have had him, we have had
Melo.
Gonzalo Melo,
Yep.
we have had Manu Iniesta, and Joao Lopez has left juniors. He's now actually 18, but has been junior last year.
Still very young
So
talent.
it's talent coming up, which is good for the class. So
Yeah.
that's why the B is excellent, because there's new blood coming.
Oh.
And that's where we keep on driving, and we are hoping to have excellent events in the coming years.
Well, this has been an excellent event this weekend. Carlos, thank you so much for everything you've done this weekend and for joining us up in the Crow's Nest. It's been great to hear from you. And you heard it here first. This is where you see the stars of the future come of age, really, even if that age is very young. And expect to see Juan Carlos Canas and other guys like Joao Lopez, Melo and others to do massive things this year in the rest of the RC racing scene and beyond into 2017. It's been a wonderful weekend in Freixidas in Portugal, here for the EFRA 1/8B European Championships. Congratulations once again for Juan Carlos Canas. I've been Adam Johnson. Frank McKinney's been on the camera. James Parry's been alongside me for the weekend. Carlos helping to put this thing all together. Thank you again so much for having us
You are
along.
welcome,
It's been a great
my
event.
media partner. We love you.
This event has
EFRA
been
loves
presented by
RC
EFRA.
Racing TV.
We are the official media partner, and also by TKR Graphics. And we'll see you next time out. Bye for now.